Hi everyone, my name is Sonia Vangeli and I'm a design project manager at Waterfront Toronto. Together with my colleague Alex Merriu, we'll be presenting Queens Quay East revitalization coming to DRP for Issues ID. Alex will introduce the policy contexts and give us an update of the transit first. Over to you.
Thank you, Sonia. I'm Alex Merriu, Planning and Design Project Manager focused on transportation. So just a quick overview of the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan. Removing barriers. So a focus on removing barriers and improving access to the waterfront. And then A2A, the Waterfront Transit Network. So identifying the transit as a expansion of the streetcar network as an important part of removing barriers and improving access to the waterfront. And then identifying Queens Quay as a key east-west connector and being host to the streetcar expansion. Next. So the part of the Waterfront Transit Network that we're focusing on today is called Area 2A, which is the surface section of the network between Bay Street, where it will come to the surface from underground to just east of Parliament Street, the future Silo Street. So there's also Area 2B, which is east of that, and Area 1, which is the section under Bay Street and under Union Station and this Union Station streetcar loop. So just the focus will be Area 2A today. So I'm going to provide an overview of a few studies that are happening in parallel to the design and engineering portion. And that first part is the phasing study. So the purpose of the phasing study is to evaluate alternative phase one options for the funding and implementation of the Waterfront Transit Network. And the phasing study is broken down into two parts. Area 1 phasing, so looking at the phasing of the Union Station upgrades in the Union Station loop, and Area 2 phasing, looking at the phasing of the surface transit network. So some key explorations are just how robust the Union Station upgrade needs to be, whether it's the full 4 platforms or whether a reduced version of that can be implemented in phase 1. We'll use updated ridership demand modeling to determine what is required for phase 1 in terms of passenger flow and demand at Union Station and on the surface network. And what is the ideal phase 1 terminus in the east? So how far east will the infrastructure go in phase 1? Is it to Parliament, or is it east of Parliament all the way to New Cherry, or is it all the way into Villiers as a phase 1? And then what is the most strategic phase 1 implementation of the network? We're going to look at impactors in terms of construction phasing and value for money assessment in terms of what is the ideal for phase 1 network. Next slide, please. Oh, I should also mention in the previous slide, we'll also look at the viability of a bus-based solution for phase 1 and a through connection on east-west through connection on Queens Quay from Queens Quay West to Queens Quay East as an interim solution. So moving on from the phasing study, another parallel study happening right now is the portal selection study. So the purpose of this study is to select a preferred portal location. So this is where the streetcar would come from below grade to grade. So just a review of the 2010 EA, which determined the portal west of Freeland Street, so between Yonge Street and Freeland Street, was the ideal location for the portal. At that time, the portal west of Yonge Street had significant impacts on the commercial properties, primarily the Westin Hotel entrance, and the portal east of Yonge was selected as the preferred location. Since that time, significant amount of design and costing of the portal east of Yonge was investigated, and it was determined that the combined sewer overflow at the foot of Yonge Street would need to be relocated as part of this option, and which would incur significantly higher costs than originally anticipated. And then an updated option west of Yonge with a Yonge Street slip fill to offer a new access point to the Westin Hotel and Jack Layton Ferry Terminal driveway was developed as an alternative. And this study will be conducted to evaluate the two alternatives. So the original EA portal option east of Yonge, and the new alternative portal location west of Yonge with the Yonge Street slip fill. Next slide. So this is just a high-level summary of that evaluation. So in terms of planning, and these criteria on the left column match the same criteria that was used in the 2010 EA to evaluate the portal location. So starting with the planning policies, there are no decision-relevant factors as it relates. The planning policies both achieve, both options achieve the planning policies in this context. And then in terms of urban design for the option west of Yonge Street, since it includes a Yonge slip fill, there are new opportunities for open space at the base of Yonge Street. And it also, from an urban design perspective, removes unsignalized driveways on the Martin Goodman Trail, which are currently in place to driveways that access the Westin Hotel motor court and the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal driveway. So those unsignalized driveways would be removed and relocated and consolidated at a signalized intersection at the base of Yonge Street. So from an urban design perspective, that's preferred. And then from a transportation perspective, there are some trade-offs. And from a socioeconomic perspective, since the Westin Hotel's entrance would have to be relocated to the base of Yonge, it's actually away from the facade of the building, so there's some impact there. Natural and cultural environment, no decision relevant factors. And the main factor driving the decision to select the preferred portal west of Yonge is the cost saving. So even with the Yonge slip fill, the portal west of Yonge is $40 to $50 million cheaper in total project costs. So that's the main reason why it was considered. It is considered the technically preferred alternative. Next slide, please. So there are also some. The design work has led to some changes in the design since the original EAs. So I say EAs because the corridor that we're discussing here from Union Station to Cherry and the Distillery Loop overlaps with two existing EAs. It's the Waterfront Transit, or the East Bayfront Transit EA, which was completed in 2010 and has now lapsed in its 10-year life cycle. And then the Lower Donlands Master Plan EA Addendum, which was completed in 2014. So there are changes to the design that are included in both of these EA scopes. Continuing, please. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. I think that concludes my portion here, and I'm going to hand it back to Sonia to provide a bit more detail on the project, the PDE, and the background.
Thank you, Alex. So in order to support this transit planning work and build a business case for implementation funding, Waterfront Toronto is leading preliminary design and engineering, as well as costing for Queens Quay East from Bay Street to Cherry Street, inclusive of street design, public realm, and transit. This is an update of a previous design work done in 2012 on Queens Quay East to bring it up to date on current best practices, and also to integrate lessons learned from the revitalized portion of Queens Quay in the central waterfront. The scope of the design includes 30% transit, road, and public realm design, including two areas of slip fill at Yonge and Parliament, and a transit connection to the Distillery Loop at Cherry Street. However, today's presentation will be focusing on Area 2A, as you saw in the map that Alex presented at the beginning. So this is just from Bay Street to Silo Street, inclusive of the Parliament slip fill. The anticipated timeline for this design for Area 2A is 30% by December of this year, and the full program of all components will be completed by December of 2021. The core team for the project is consistent with previous design work on Queens Quay and the Central Waterfront Master Plan. So it is led by West 8 and DTH for landscape architecture and urban design, together with ARUP and WSP on transportation engineering and civil engineering, and DPM on electrical. This time around, we've got also a great supplementary consultant team with more specialized knowledge in soils, green infrastructure, planting, as well as smart signals and flexibility for autonomous urbanism. In addition, we've got a great team of peer reviewers with Sheila Boudreau on green infrastructure and Garth Armour on horticulture. The objective for this design refresh of the East is to learn from the successful revitalization of the central Queens Quay portion to develop a continuous identity with the West, so that we've got a street that is tying the whole waterfront together from west to east. However, to actually learn from the performance of the street that's been built so far and optimize the design so that it can be even more successful in accommodating all the uses that activate Queens Quay: cycling, pedestrians, transit, and cars. So to start the design, our Waterfront Toronto team established this design brief up front with the vision of Queens Quay as a primary lakefront boulevard that is significant to the city, that is not just any other street, to establish a strong cohesive character across the waterfront, as I said, building on the success of the West, but also to further integrate urban ecology, active transportation, and placemaking to create a resilient street to future change. So these are the three primary objectives that we are looking to study further in this design scope. In terms of urban ecology and enhancing ecological performance, these are the kinds of things that we're looking for: expanded tree canopy and planting, improved water quality through green infrastructure, more permeable ground surfaces, improving user comfort, biodiversity, choosing plant species that are resilient and are adapted to the waterfront microclimate and also flexible to the variable lake levels on the waterfront. And last but not least, to think of this landscape as low maintenance, relying on natural processes more than energy-intensive maintenance. In addition, we will be including monitoring and adaptive management so that we can continuously learn and improve on the performance of the street. In terms of mobility, the design brief calls for improving clarity between the different modes to improve safety, convenience, and flexibility for all users. Improving the pedestrian crossings to enhance the arrival experience to the waterfront. Enhancing the safety of the intersections in particular, especially for the most vulnerable users, the pedestrians. Making a convenient cycling environment for all users, and also accommodating new forms of micromobility and being flexible to future trends and change in terms of mobility. Again, ongoing performance review and adaptive management will allow us to continuously improve the performance of the street in this respect. And lastly, building a destination, so designing for character and experience, much like the central waterfront has done. So providing continuity of the palette of materials and design language from Queens Quay West, further enhancing the coherence of paving materials across the entire street section, selecting durable materials and maintaining the level of craft in the granite mosaic, for example. Designing the slips and intersections as destinations to keep people there and to create opportunities for exchange and social interaction. And designing for activation, flexibility to close down parts of the street for festivals and events. So with these objectives, the team is revisiting the design, and they are here today for stage 1 review for issues identification, understanding that they have also come previously for the stage 1 review in November 2012 and received full support at that time. From that DRP session, these are some of the comments that we have tracked, and they are still being addressed in today's design work. So encouraging consistency and continuity with the central waterfront is very important. We would like the design to come back to the panel to present update on the transit solutions and integration into the design. So you've heard a bit of that from Alex. Encouraging more diversity in the street tree mix. This is going to be a key area of focus for the design team. And also reviewing the TTC shelters and signage wayfinding designs and providing more updates at the next presentation. In addition, these are some items that we would like to ask the panel to keep in mind as they review the presentation. And we would like to hear your thoughts on the approach that we've taken to the continuous identity of the street with optimizations. The design brief priority areas, so the 3 major objectives, intersection concepts and the arrival experience, the stormwater management and planting approach, accessibility improvements and material choices, and future-proofing mobility concepts. And with that, I will hand it over to our design team to take us through the presentation. So Adrian Hus from West 8, Shelley Long from West 8, and Brent Raymond from DTH. Over to you.
In delivering a wonderful shared space, a magnet for people, especially in the weekend, a new glamorous example of public transit, biking. They all work in an American North American context. Next. It is important to understand where we came from. No doubt that the Toronto waterfront, as a unique condition on the lake, was a windswept traffic corridor with no trees and no sidewalks. And we had to rearrange traffic, mostly leaving the track in condition or the alignment, and introduce a welcome. Next. Yeah, next, please. The welcome with a larger pedestrian space and also connectivity to the primary waterfront and the businesses and all the urban grain in between was very relevant. To bring this almost complex, it looks very simple, but it's very complex if you look into the infrastructure. As you might learn, we are here on the water's edge. The groundwater is very high, it's limited with space for trees. And with the help of the Toronto waterfront, we achieved a remarkable innovation by creating, with especially root condition, silver cell technology, ecological space under the bike lanes. And that is the first step into, and we would like to learn even further from here, into introducing a shaded, more ecological urbanity where people feel comfortable, where seasonality is irrelevant, and the next step is more ecological quality and diversity. Next. We see the welcome at the right, definitely a place with an identity through the materialization where people feel welcome, and placemaking is already done. It became a destination. Next. And businesses open and flourish as a result of that. We also introduced a wonderful idea of wave decks, which is not only a visible and usable place to hang out, to meet with others, to launch your kayak, but also collateral benefit. Underneath these decks is a great condition for habitat, fish habitat. So it is a shared program, ecological and leisure. Next. And very relevant is the continuity and the security of the introduction and the design of the Martin Goodman Trail, which is one of the key elements of this new public space waterfront. And these are very relevant achievements, and in this kind of spirit, we would like to continue for the eastern part. Can you take over from here, Shelley?
Yeah, thank you, Adrian. So the next few slides I'm going to talk about in a bit more detail the brief that we received from Waterfront Toronto in terms of the optimizations and the things we're learning from Queen's Quay West, sort of categorized into three main points. Our first opportunity for innovation is really studying how cyclists and pedestrians share the space at intersections. Right now, as you may or may not know, we have large portions of pink granite paved areas at the arrival zones at the intersections, which are sometimes now in conflict with cyclists who are moving east-west with the green light, with pedestrians who are mostly moving north, but also moving south, who are unaware of the presence of the Martin Goodman Trail. So the legibility of the waterfront, the safety of these two now low-risk users, I have to remind everyone that we solved, with the division of the Main Street profile, the conflict between the two main high-risk users and cars. So now it's about how do these two user groups interact on busy summer days and weekends, how do they access the transit platforms, as well as have enough space to wait before they cross the street. Secondly, a big topic that our team has been researching is about the paver detail for the granite in terms of accessibility, maintenance, placemaking, patina, and resilience. These are all design criteria that we're taking into account in order to create the most accessible possible waterfront for all user groups, regardless of their age, size, ability, or disability. We have heard some concerns specifically from wheeled users with chronic pain on Queen's Quay, which we would like to double check with the global best practices for paving design. There's localized issues with maintenance and differential settlement. And here you can really see that these issues were also occurring on Queen's Quay West, kind of at the property line before we installed the granite paving. And so this is an opportunity for us to look at the kind of technical components of our design and really use it as an opportunity to learn from our own designs, which is not something that designers really get to do a lot in your career. So it's a really amazing opportunity. And we want to balance this, of course, with the commitment to use the maple leaf pattern throughout the waterfront. And lastly, how do we achieve a greener street for best practices with more ecological principles? This is the typical section and a street view image of the Martin Goodman Trail, which Adrian introduced as our innovative stormwater management concept from 2010. However, we know that this innovative stormwater concept is not really visible to the public. So how do we both increase the biodiversity and functionality, but also increase the visibility of what we're doing as a landscape architect on site? I'd like to hand it over now to my colleague Adita Brent Raymond to introduce some of the more background information on the project.
Thank you, Shelley. Started the overall project in 2006, was quite different as we see it today. It's been 10 years since the environmental assessment and 8 years since you last had the opportunity to comment on Queen's Quay. a lot of things have changed. There have been a number of development proposals within the East Bayfront and then the Lower Dawnlands. Many of them are complete, a number of them under construction or have been approved. So that really is helping to inform that interface between the street and the adjacent properties. Next. There have also been a number of planning studies that are helping to inform the adjacent context, the Lower Yonge Precinct, East Bayfront Precinct, with various aspects of that now under construction, the Quayside area, which is pending a new developer, and the Keating Channel Precinct. So these are all helping to inform what we need to relate to. Next. And along with the planning frameworks, there have been a number of updates to the transportation framework in the Lower Yonge Precinct as part of that transportation master plan, the work along the Lakeshore and Gardner corridor, as well as all of the work within the Portlands, as Queens Quay extends to Cherry Street and then up to the West Dawnlands. Next. The design criteria that we're working to and the assumptions have also been updated to reflect best practices. You'll see that most of the criteria for roadway, cycling infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure are all post-2012, really bringing this up to the latest thinking. One of the additional requirements that we did not have when we did Queens Quay West was the requirement by the TTC to design their transit right-of-way to accommodate bus service. So when the streetcars are down or for some reason they're out of service, that right-of-way can be used for transit regardless. Next. In the last decade, there have also been a number of advancements and innovations in international and local best practice. The tremendous work by NACTO in the States that has really changed the way that we look at street design is helping to inform this work. And then locally with the City of Toronto and within the province of Ontario, work around street design and sustainability, as well as cycling infrastructure. So all of this is helping to inform the update of Queens Quay East. Next. Next, Shelley. I believe this last slide is top of mind for a lot of people at this point, which is around public health and equity. Something that we've always been quite mindful of for Queens Quay, but certainly with the pandemic, there's been a new focus on this. So that's not going away. It's something that we're always thinking about, but certainly what we do with Queens Quay will be viewed through a different lens. When we did Queens Quay back in 2010, there's a real emphasis on this being an aspirational cycling facility, that within the city at that time, there were dedicated cycling facilities within the entirety of the downtown. This map is from that point. So there was a spotlight on what we were doing with the Martin Goodman Trail and Queens Quay at that point. But in the last decade, there have been a great number of advances within the city around cycling infrastructure. Next slide, Shelley. So that Queens Quay is no longer the only east-west facility within the city, that from Bloor Street down to the waterfront, there's been a great expansion to the overall network, which is far more high grade. And Queens Quay now is really defined as the waterfront cycling trail, not the only cycling trail that goes across the city. Next. And I spoke to this because I couldn't see the slide, but these are the lovely images that accompany that. And back to Shelley.
Okay, thank you, Brent. Okay, so now we get into the exciting part, which is the 6 design principles that our team, Westside and Data, have been working on the last few months for the Queens Quay East refresh as. And what we'll notice is that a lot of the things that we've been able to kind of self-critique over time are really traffic and technical challenges. But you'll see in 4 of the 6 of these images, we have people in them. So we also want to consider, as designers, this kind of humanistic Freudian anthropologic approach to public space, which is not just about solving the technical or the traffic issues, but also how we create an equal, accessible, and amazing experience for what we think is the most democratic waterfront in the world that West 8 and DITA are so proud to have built. So the first, of course, is to maintain a continuous identity. Along with that, to improve the arrival experience at key moments of the waterfront, specifically heads of slips. Number 3, to balance the Martin Goodman Trail and South Boulevard in the terms of treatment, width, space dedication, and considering how many people are going to be using each part. Update the ecological principles and microclimate into the design. Manage stormwater appropriately for the site. And lastly, consider how we future-proof the public realm for new forms of mobility, but also materially in terms of resilience. So in 2012, this was a typical street profile that we had in Queens Quay West and also proposed for the east. You can see that in the 38-meter right-of-way, we had a roughly balanced north and south promenade with a 3.4-meter asphalt wide asphalt Martin Goodman Trail and 7.7 meters dedicated to the TTC right-of-way. All of our planting takes place in a hardscape environment, with the exception of small circles around the trees. And this is the typical section that we will be proposing for 2020 and moving forward. The significant changes that I want to point out are the narrowing of the North Boulevard in order to create what we call a standing on one leg profile, which I think is quite interesting from a public realm perspective, where the South Boulevard receives more prominence, more impact, more dedication. That the Martin Goodman Trail will, at a minimum, get wider to 3.6 or 4.2 meters to accommodate future forms of mobility, and also because it's the most accessible surface on the waterfront. Asphalt is smooth and it has no bumps. The TTC right-of-way is maintaining the same cross-section distance, and our planting zones between the TTC and the Martin Goodman Trail and the roadway and the North Boulevard are open to air and oxygen exchange and water as much as possible. And this is a unique green stripe feature that we'd like to investigate in the east. To point number 1, here are the elements that the design team strongly feels that we would like to maintain from the west: the alley of trees on the south side, our Canadian granite, cobblestone, maple leaf pattern, double-sided wooden benches, and of course the asphalt surface on the Martin Goodman Trail. These are the details that we will be optimizing, both technically and from a traffic perspective, and also from a humanistic perspective. A more sustainable wood material, for example, more biodiverse species selection and grouping within the LAs. And we will also be exploring alternatives for optimizing our light pole, our paving materials in the TTC track to make them have more sense of place, and how to transform this green strip. On the north side, we're also trying to squeeze in as many possible trees, again, to create a microclimate and a green street. And we will be maintaining granite curbstones and our TTC stop throughout. One thing I didn't mention on the first slide is, of course, the street profile has not changed. We are still proposing a center running, well, one side running transit with 2 lanes of traffic with a third for turning typically, and the Martin Goodman Trail on the south. So this is kind of an analysis of all of the different criteria overlaid on top of our sections. Again, so those of you who are more drawing minded can have an idea of how these things are playing out within our proposed typical section. In terms of improving the arrival experience, we've been studying where people come from and where they're connecting to north and south of the waterfront, and how these intersections at Queens Quay really act as the gateway or this welcome mat to the waterfront. The dark blue arrows indicate what we identified as arrival streets, and the big white circles with the blue lines around them indicate where we think there's special moments on the waterfront to create what we're calling plazas or arrivals or welcome zones. Notably, you'll see also Harbourfront Centre highlighted here in yellow as a destination on the waterfront, along with the ferry terminal. These are the two highest points of foot traffic on weekends and in the summer for pedestrians. And we're looking at Parliament Plaza or Parliament Slip in the east as the kind of eastern heart of the waterfront in conversation with Harbourfront Centre. If we look at the scalar study of the amount of public space that we have in each of these areas, we see that in the east, the 5 intersections on the bottom are roughly the same as in the west, if not greater. So Jarvis and Parliament Slip we see as great opportunities for areas for public programming, places to integrate potentially more green, more shade, and also become these kind of focal points for arrival on the waterfront. Part of improving that arrival experience is studying this idea of potentially a tabletop arrival and widening crosswalks so that the pedestrian has a greater sense of priority throughout the waterfront. And lastly, exploring the full delineation of the Martin Goodman Trail, which is the image on the right. The image on the left shows how the intersections were laid out for the Martin Goodman Trail in the pedestrian area in the South Boulevard, and how the design team has taken the feedback from the city and Waterfront Toronto to explore a delineated, more movement-oriented welcome area, which pedestrians arrive to the waterfront south of the Martin Goodman Trail with a zebra extending all the way across. So as I mentioned, we're studying different widths of the Martin Goodman Trail. Right now, the current thinking is that 4.2 meters of asphalt not only allows cyclists to pass more comfortably on a trail, but also gives us extra soil volume immediately underneath because of the detail that we are using with soil cells underneath the Martin Goodman Trail. So that's another key feature is that we're also investigating grade change or separation of 5 centimeters between the South Boulevard and the Martin Goodman Trail. In the Queens Quay West design, everything had a very permeable movement for pedestrians and bikes. You could hop off the trail onto the South Boulevard. And at this point, I should also remind the panel that the Martin Goodman Trail is designated a multi-use trail. It is not a bicycle-only place. So that goes again toward balancing the needs of all users. When it comes to the paving material on the South Boulevard, we've been looking for the lens of patina and experience, that we've created this really iconic paving pattern with this smooth top paver with the world's best practice of jointing and size and installation. In order to double check, the accessibility of this, our team has made contact with a research team out of the University of Pittsburgh, who are the leading practice researchers on segmental paving accessibility, and they've developed a new metric that has to do with whole body vibration of people who are going over unit paved surfaces in things like wheelchairs. And currently all of the research has been focused on concrete pavers, but they have developed a criteria called the Wheelchair Pathway Roughness Index, and even developed a standard practice that's approved by the ASTM but has not yet been adopted by ADA. So we're looking to do one better than ADA, do one better than world's best practice, and contribute to research in this area related to stone pavements. Now, we think that this has to also be taken into account with the maintenance. This is probably a picture taken near to the installation date, and some of the photos shown earlier in the presentation have to do with localized maintenance and settlement issues. And for those of you, again, who are very technically minded, from day one, we have details that we can study, critique, improve. But 3 to 6 millimeter joint spacing is kind of the world's best practice recommended, but we have this beautiful rough Canadian stone that doesn't have a straight edge, and so our detail is closer to a maximum 8 to 12 maximum joint spacing. But the ADA is really concerned with differences in height and not really in joints. So this is something we'd like to talk to you about today. When it comes to planting, we've developed 4 main principles when it comes to planting, which is to widen and open our planting beds as much as possible to create healthy soil, access to oxygen and water, maximize horizontal root space, so again, allowing trees to connect underneath hardscape surfaces, and maybe adding a soil cell to balance out a lopsided section of the Martin Goodman Trail. To achieve a high level of low maintenance over the long term by using creating stressful conditions for weeds, and we are working with Phyto Studio out of the US to kind of optimize our planting details and learn more about plant ecology. And lastly, our aesthetic and biodiverse mixed allée approach will create more shade and resilience as components of the new urban forest. When it comes to stormwater, this is the conceptual diagram of where stormwater is going after it enters the Queens Quay street profile. On the left and the right in the public realm, you can see that everything is going to passive irrigation systems, and we have to be very conscious of this water table, which is 1 to 1.2 meters below finished grade. So keeping and retaining all of the water on the site is maybe not necessarily the most appropriate approach. And the water that's falling on the hardscape and TDC tracks are going to storm systems, which are entering Lake Ontario directly at our low points of Yonge and Jarvis slips. So again, here's an idea of how close we are to the record high water level, which is 76.08. At our lowest point on site in Jarvis, the finished grades are around 76.2. So that gives you 20 centimeters freeboard, or really none at all when you consider the amount that paving will take up. And here is where the water is draining to on site, which is logical considering that these are the slips and the entry points to the waterfront. We've also been studying Ontario and Toronto and global legislature on how new forms of mobility like e-bikes, e-scooters have been sharing public realm with people. And we are considering these components within our new design. When it comes to signage and the management of how people move through space, we are also really interested in innovative anthropological signage, which we can kind of distill into 3 categories. The first has to do with dynamic bicycle signage, which could potentially encourage cyclists to slow down while also encouraging people to use the trail because they are counting how many users are there every day or every year. Secondly, shared space signage in these areas like Jarvis and Parliament Street, where we are going to encourage people to share the space. How do we communicate, to make eye contact, slow down, and acknowledge other humans as you go through the space? And curbside signage. How can we integrate smart signage that can potentially accommodate future developments in autonomous mobility? Which leads us to our final slide, future-proofing the public realm for mobility. This idea of a flexible curbside is something that we've developed both from local best practice. This is images of Market Street. And we've also been looking at the blueprint for autonomous urbanism and the work, of course, by Sidewalk Labs in terms of flexible curbsides, and looking at how we can integrate these into Queens Quay so we can have a more effective public space that can change uses by times of year, potentially. So I have some guiding questions, which I'll also let the DRP panel moderate. But we are looking for support for the following elements for continuation from Queens Quay West into the east. And secondly, feedback on our approaches for innovation and optimization as presented today with the following 8 topics on the right-hand side.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we're ready to move to questions from the panel. Just remind everybody it's about 10:15, so we have till 10:45 for questions and comments. So I'll just go down a list and please indicate if you have any questions. I'll start with Betsy.
Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Just a very quick, hopefully a quick general question. The questions that you're asking feedback on seem to be no-brainers, kind of, from my point of view. Is there anything kind of happening behind the scenes that we should know about that put any of those 5 pieces into question?
Who would like to answer that one?
Is that a question for Waterfront Toronto?
It's a question for the Globe and Mail.
I don't think so. I'll try and answer it. It's Pina here. I don't think so. I think continuity is something that we're hearing strong support for, both from our partners, at the city and TTC, and from I expect at our SAC on Thursday that will also be a strong message from them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it, Betsy? Yep. Okay, I'll move to George. Can you hear us, George?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yep. Do you have any questions?
Okay. No, I got the presentation and I don't have any questions.
Okay, great. Okay, Claude.
Well, no, but I guess maybe there's one topic that maybe I would like to hear a little bit about. It's this notion of maintenance when this thing is built. What happened? And then maybe it's a question towards the design team. Are you happy by the way it's taken care of? And is there something that you could learn from that past that would help for, right? Because these things are alive, lots of living material among all of these things. Can that be improved? Or are you quite satisfied with it?
Okay, I'm not sure who can answer that, but it's a very valid question. Perhaps Waterfront Toronto may want to comment.
It's a hard question, Claude.
Yeah,
it's a lot easier to answer
understand.
when it comes to parks than it is for roads. I would say that, well, first of all, Queens Quay has a 5-year maintenance plan. We just hit 5 years a couple weeks ago, whereby Waterfront Toronto was going to do maintenance for some of the complicated elements that are over and above what transportation does as sort of base maintenance on roads across the city. So we kind of held the pen, and we still do actually. It was 5 years, or there was a budget maximum, and we haven't hit the budget maximum. So we're still holding the pen on that. So I would say with respect to the kind of components that are over and above, we're doing what we can to keep that up. When it comes to maintaining granite, it's tricky, and it's something we're learning a lot of cities are struggle with. And maybe Audrey, you can weigh in here, according to what we're hearing from Audrey with respect to many other projects that he has worked on or knows of, the granite is actually a pretty good detail. And so the maintenance ends up being just a little bit easier than other cities, which is a good thing, because Toronto might not necessarily be the, world's leading edge granite maintenance city, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know, Audrey, if you want to add to that.
Thank you, Pina. So there is, of course, we delivered a project. You cannot even fantasize the aspiration from the early days where we are now. The outcome, we believe, is tremendous. We are in the best league. If you zoom in, and that's for professionals, in, let's say, specifically where private and public spaces meet these kind of, different settlements, I think you need a sort of every 6, 7, 8 years refresh of those smaller portions. I'm not sure that management system already exists in Toronto. And that is equal to would you make it in concrete, because then you see the same problem. There is joints, there is cracking, there is, you know, a trip hazard, and they normally they pour new concrete. And so this is, I think this could be, let's say, a specific point where improvement hopefully comes.
Okay, thank
But
you.
we did a lot of natural stone paving in London and Madrid. That they are far behind. So this is much better.
Good. Okay, thank you, Claude. Just keep going down the list. Peter, you're next.
Okay, I've actually got three specific questions, and they have to do with your experience so far, and learning from that. I'm going to give you all three questions at once, and you can answer them in your order. I'm very interested in snowplows and how they react with the details that you're providing. I spent quite a bit of time on the National Capital Commission, Ottawa, and snowplows and edge details around granite and so on were always a topic of conversation. You haven't mentioned it at all in your presentation, so I'd like to know what your strategies are there. And secondly, the double-sided wooden benches. I'd like to hear from you about skateboarders and damage and how they've survived. And thirdly, as a point of practice, I've always put more pavement, more sidewalk on the north side of a street than the south side, because the north side gets the sun, and people want to be there, and that's where the cafes are and so on. In your case, you've reversed that, and I'm just wondering, do I not know something, or is there something you know that I don't know? Why have you reversed that? Why is the north side the narrower sidewalk, and you've doubled the width of the sidewalk on the south side? Those are my three questions.
Okay, thanks, Peter.
Clear questions. I would like to answer the last question. This is Adrian, and then I think the first two questions might be better that Dita zooms in. For, let's say, there is of course a theory and a reality. In Toronto, the south side connects to an urban grain in between blocks to the direct waterfront, the first waterfront, to cultural destinations, leisure facilities, and the slip ends. So on day one, there was this sort of, you know, where is the sun and where are the people, where is the destination, where is the waterfront? And that made the decision to move the traffic to the northern portion, and the people who want to hang around to the waterfront and the water's edges, the southern portion. That is pretty consistent, and I mean, we cannot change that method. The reality is that the street, I mean, if you compare, for example, also global, but especially in let's say North America, there's also a reality that we started Queen's Quay public spaces after there was already urban development, and the condominiums and, let's say, the frontages on the north side were not at all inviting, while potentially on the south side there was much more logic with hotels, with some bars. So also the programming of the street was more or less in the same direction as to take the decision to make the south side walkable. There's no chance that people will miss the direct contact with water, because everywhere the south side has contact with water and the primary waterfront.
Okay,
that's for the snowplow and the benches. I would like to refer now to my colleague to give an answer.
Yes, hi, Adrian. It's Brent from DTH. Good questions, Peter. I would say that with first the snowplows, when we walk along Queen's Quay and then other streets within the city, I think you'll see the same, if not less, damage to the granite as you might find on a standard concrete sidewalk with areas that are being snowplowed. And it's far easier to repair a granite cobble that may be misplaced than an entire stretch of concrete that's been damaged. So we're very familiar with the Ottawa example too, because we've been involved up there, as you know, for a long time. And that's one of the benefits we find of the unit paver detail. And certainly in granite, it's more durable than even the concrete pit unit paver. As far as the double-sided benches, I mean, the damage we would see is decoloration and the skids from the skid plates of the skateboards. And that's really only on the side with the Martin Goodman Trail. And they have to jump pretty far to get from the Martin Goodman Trail to get onto a bench. So good for them to be able to make that move. I don't think that that's necessarily going to change the design. The cobble side is not as comfortable for a skateboard because of the size of their wheels. It creates a great deal of vibration, as Shelley was alluding to. Wheelchair vibration is quite different from automobile vibration, and it's due to the size of the wheels themselves as they go over the various surfaces. A skateboard even worse. So I think we're pretty good there. There are other parts of the waterfront that get far more skateboard activity, handrails and things like that. But again, they're wheeled users. So if they want to use the Martin Goodman Trail, they're certainly welcome to. I don't think we should necessarily discourage people having an alternative form of transportation.
Okay, thank you. Let's keep moving through. I'm mindful of the time here. Bridget, are you there next?
Yep, I'm here. I have, first of all, it was a lovely presentation. I have two quick questions. I remember for Queens Quay West that there was a great loss of trees at some point and that they had to be replaced. And I didn't hear any mention of that in terms of lessons learned. So I wanted to understand that more. And my second question is related to, you refer to non-tropical wood species as one. And again, I would kind of like to understand whether this is still in a research phase or you have very specific products that you feel are really the next generation of kind of wood to be used in an exterior urban setting in our climatic zone. Thank you.
Okay.
Brent, please.
Oh, let me jump in on the trees, and then Shelley and Brent, you can jump in on the wood. We did, Bridget, have to replace an extensive number of trees on the west side. This was due to a fungus that, strangely enough, attacks London plane trees. In what appears to be only Toronto climate. So it was a unique confluence between this fungus, London plane trees, and our climate that caused the London planes to lose their first leafing or their first set of leaves, and then not bud until much later in the season. So the tree ended up looking mostly dead, but it wasn't. It was that it lost its leaves due to this fungus. We made the decision to replace the bulk of them, not all of them, and create more of a mixed tree palette on the west. And this is issues ID, so we're still working through these things, but that would be a requirement of the east. And I'll turn it over to Shelley and Brent to give you just a tad bit more details on that and answer your other question.
Okay.
This is Shelley. I can also add to Pina's description, which was that the replacement planting was done in 2018 with the same design team. And what we ended up doing was keeping all of the London planes that were healthy and based on the assessment, and replacing them with a mixture of varieties of maples, elms, and honey locusts. And they were designed in kind of blocks. So we had a few sections that were maple block, a few sections that were elm block, and they transitioned across the waterfront. This planting approach is largely informing the one that we are taking in the east in terms of, but we're mixing it up even more as we go into the east. And your second question, Bridget, about the non-tropical wood, this is similar to the conversation we had in December, if you rewind back, about the boardwalk that we're doing in East Bayfront. In terms of exterior wood that's from a non-tropical source, our research produced kind of three alternatives. There was the Canadian wood, you have your cedars, there is, and then there's a chemically treated or vinegar treated wood out of Europe called a Quay, and then there is a thermally treated wood out of Estonia. And both the last two use European wood sources and ship them over to North America. On the boardwalk, we are using Thermarine, which is the last product, and we are treating it as a sort of pilot to see how it weathers over time. And we are seeing a lot of Thermarine and Quay being used in public space design these days, both in light poles, as glue lamb, as benches, and we're working a lot with it in our offices in North America. So we're hopeful to have some more results after the boardwalk is in.
Okay, thank you. Keep moving here. Fadi, you're next.
Hello, hi. I have a couple of questions. The first question is, in the 2020 section profile, there's that vegetated buffer between the TTC and the Martin Goodman Trail, which is supposed to have grasses and perennials and shrubs and things like this. Is this meant to be across the whole eastern end of Queens Quay, or is this just in segments in between buildings? And if so, how does it work in high traffic? If it is across the whole site, how does it work in high traffic areas like intersections near Jarvis and Parliament? The second question is about if there were any lessons learned from the the high record water heights that we had in the lake for a couple of years in a row. How did that impact things like the passive irrigation or even the wave decks themselves that were sort of inundated for actually a really long period of time? You had mentioned it in one of the sections where you were showing the high water table marks, but is there a kind of broader lessons learned on the relationship of the water table with the infrastructure overall?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can answer the first question. Thank you, Fadi. So the intent is to have this green strip continue indeed across the entire eastern portion of Queens Quay East. And if I go forward a few slides, what you can see here is we're exploring two different options for how the planting can vary at the heads of slips, which we're leaning towards right now, opening up actually that green strip to make it more permeable to pedestrian movement at Jarvis and Parliament, but everywhere else that it would continue in such a manner. So this strip is actually occupying the same zone as the eastbound TTC stops. So in this snippet, you can see how it interacts with the intersections. It actually also helps prevent unwanted jaywalking in beside the track here and across, which is a kind of another goal of the project. For the second question, I can't comment on the irrigation system, but I know that with the inundation of the wave decks, we're actually interested in the fact that the wave decks are sometimes underwater, that there's this interesting moment where you can get down to the water when it's high and feel it come up, and that sometimes the wave deck maybe could even go below the height of the dock wall. But Adrian, maybe you have some other things you want to add about high water as a Dutchman?
No, thank you. I think it's very important that we all realize that we take, for projects like these, they need to be timeless. It's placemaking, it's a generation of work, that we need the best records of and data for water tables. And we should also be active thinking about climate change. And our team is permanently doing that. We have great support by ecologists, by engineers, people from the water world, the authorities. So we will, let's say, evaluate changes when they are threatening the project. We have to update our approach by inches or maybe decimeter.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep moving on. I'm mindful of our time, but we still need time for comments here. Nina Marie, you're next. Any questions?
Thank you. Yes, Bridget, I appreciate that you've already asked a question that I had about the trees. I just want to confirm that the approach you're taking now, as it sounds to me, is really a biodiverse approach, which includes the LA. So you're thinking specifically about a mixed LA. You talked about enhancing that. Is that correct in terms of additional species? And then secondly, will those species also, I guess what I'm asking you is, are you rethinking the LA in such a way that it really is tending more towards like an adaptive LA? Let's think about it as an urban forest, so that structurally there's also diversity in form, not just the species selection?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question also for the designers in our team, and I'm one of them. We somehow would like the continuity of the project. We like a more diversity in the tree species, and we are not married with a consistent, almost Swiss measured planting distance. So when in the future some trees have a double stem, or three trees are more clocked together than others because of the underground, we are not ignoring that. We don't want to have repetition, alternation forever. But so there is some more romance, more organic, more ecological, but not necessarily a new image.
Thank you very much. The other question I have is with respect to what I am understanding functionally from a nature-based solutions point of view, the understory of the trees, the washed gravel bed, which I think is a great solution. Are you considering these really as gravel gardens in that they are xeriscaped for summer heat, weed control, but also part of a bioswale effectively, or are they strictly mulch for the trees?
Yeah, Nina Marie, so Shelley, I would say absolutely all three of what you're saying. We're also very interested in moving stormwater through the system as a means to kind of flush salt out and keep our plants healthy. And because there's stormwater and because there's trees, which need a high amount of organic content, we're actually going to be leaning towards probably large masses of flowering species, which can take advantage of these nutrients, but also live in a kind of not fast moving, but a well-draining environment. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So you've got it all. Always the landscape architect's challenge, design for everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Eric, you're next.
Just a quick question. I've noticed on your improvement of improve the arrival experience, you have a series of plaza intersection, movement intersection. Just curious that Yonge Street was not, it's not identified either as a primary one or as maybe one to be emphasized. Maybe is there a reason for it, or?
Okay, who can answer that one?
I can answer that as well, Eric. Yonge Slip, we are certainly considering as one of the primary arrival zones. These are the 5 in the east on the bottom row on my screen. Mm-hmm. Because of the kind of new proposal that we're working with for the portal relocation that dedicates a large portion of the new head of Yonge Slip to a kind of traffic turnaround for the Westin Hotel. And for taxis and buses, there's going to be what we are also calling a lopsided approach before you get to this wave deck, where the public space is concentrated to the eastern half of the waterfront. And because this is lopsided, it doesn't have the same kind of character as arriving at a full head of slip as you might at Jarvis or Parliament. So for that reason, we think along with Sherburne Commons and Bay Street, it's a very important arrival zone, but potentially not as a head of slip plaza in the same way.
So that's because you're saying there might be the Western may incorporate some of the, because of the location of the portal, the area where you're pointing currently, there may be some traffic activities or.
Yeah, precisely.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
that would be something just in my comments will be about getting more detail about that.
I'm sure you'll come back on that one. Okay, I have Pat and Jeff remaining in the time, and remind you that we're way behind with time left for comments. So any other questions, Pat?
Just quickly, would you agree? It seems to me that trees grow differently on the north side and the south side along Queens Quay. Would you agree with that? They do better on the north side? And I guess so the question would be, I mean, it's a question to you because I'm not absolutely certain. I think that's true. And if that's the case, given I have an appreciation for this kind of moving away from the sort of perfect street tree specimen planting idea, is there a different idea about planting on the north and south in terms of spacing and or in terms of species?
So Pat, that may be a response to your observed experiences on the west. We had a different species in Queens Quay West for the most part on the north side.
Mhm.
So the London plains were on the South Boulevard. That might inform your opinion. But we are, they're not sharing the same root zone, the north and the south side. So of course we're going to deal with them, I think, in a different way.
Right. Okay.
Okay, Jeff?
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, a couple quick questions. I mean, one thing we've seen precedent from around the world is actually running TTC over greenery, and I'm wondering if that's ever been considered, and if so, why it's dismissed. Second question, and I'll go back to the snow question. Peter had a really good point about snow plows. Salt's also a huge problem down on the waterfront. There is a ton of salt down there in the wintertime, so I'm wondering what strategies you guys have looked at around salt management. And then my third comment is just going to be a general comment looking at particularly the granite pavers and whether anyone's ever had a discussion of embodied carbon and the life cycle impacts of that, because I'd be curious just to see from that perspective how it compares to some of the alternatives.
Okay. Who wants to answer those? Concept of greener TTC over greenery. That's something I've noticed when I'm down there. That concrete's pretty bleak.
Yeah, so we are looking at different alternatives. Unfortunately, our team does not recommend putting greenery in the TTC track here because of the new requirement for it to accommodate bus service. We've never seen a bus service, even with reinforced grass, that succeeds in a climate like Toronto's. And so we can't recommend it, but we are looking at alternate ways of making it less bleak, as you say. We have not investigated the embodied carbon of the garnet. That's a great idea. And with respect to the planting and the salt management, I'll refer to my answer to Nina Marie's question.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anyone else on the panel that I've missed? That's the list I have here. No? Okay.
Hi, Paul. I think
did you ask
Kevin? Kevin's still searching.
Kevin, yeah,
no comments from Kevin. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Kevin. Okay, let's move to comments and try, I guess, and make them focused. We're already at 11:45, so we're quite a bit behind. I'll just go through the same list again. Betsy, any comments?
Great presentation, thank you. And I'm really happy that you're able to revisit this project. My only critical comment is probably the toughest piece of the future proof of the public realm group of material is the shared space signage. I think it's really tough to future proof something like that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that piece develops in the next presentation. Otherwise, I'm kind of in full support of everything that you've looked at and moving forward with it.
Okay, great. Thank you. George.
Okay, Paul, thank you. Like Betsy, I was impressed by the presentation. I think this all looks very promising. I just have one very minor comment, and it's also to do with future proofing, and it's about the flexible curbside. I am not a fan of rolled curbs, and the precedent images you have here on Market Street, I believe there aren't rolled curbs. That the driving and the partial surface for the surface for cars some of the time and the surface for pedestrians all the time appear in your images to be coplanar, and that's my recollection. And so the distinction is established rather than by a rolled curb by the bollards, and that's fine with me. We have rolled curbs in Yorkville, and I think I'm going to break my ankle on them one day. So I think they're a bad idea. That's my only observation.
Okay, thanks, George. Claude.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. I am extremely happy it's the same team that comes and carry phase 2. Often it's not the case, and this is great. And then also the fact that you're going to learn from elements. The approval process is extremely complex with all the kind of multi-headed. And I think what I like about this is the vision that you brought in 2006 seems to still fit in extremely well, age well, is timeless. The red granite is awesome. It has this distinction, as you told us 15 years ago. It's unique in the city. It creates the vision that you had originally, and it's there. I think my element, I would say, it's the living material, the plants, and then I think the phase one, some element were very problematic. I think you have a great team of consultants with you that's going to improve it. Toronto Waterfront also have learned things. You have learned things, and I like the fact that you go with wider bike trails, more people. There's more people, and also trying to bring more green within it, and maybe simplify some of that by opening up the beds. I think it's a great idea, but then the question is maintenance needs to follow. Otherwise, it's going to be wasted in few years. So great second start. Keep going. We love having you here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Peter? Peter, are you there?
Yes, I am now.
Okay.
Claude said everything I wanted to say in terms of congratulating the fact that we got the same team again. I think there's continuity of experience and knowledge from the first phase to the second phase is really important. I wonder if, in terms of issues identification, I wonder if the next time we see this presentation, they could actually, because I can't get there, they could actually take some photographs of things they did wrong the first time and tell us what they're going to do better. You know, maybe there's curb issues, maybe there's maintenance issues and so on. I wonder if we could see some of those and you know, if they got it perfect the first time, that's great, but it'd be great to hear from that. In terms of Jeff's question, which wasn't answered, carbon content, I think you've got the absolute best strategy possible. Granite's a native material and involves very little carbon to get it to site. That's fantastic. So again, very positive support for this project and the design team. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Peter. Bridget.
Hello, I just want to also echo what a great presentation it was. One of the key issues for Waterfront Toronto is continuity of the public realm. And the fact that the same team is doing the second phase and hopefully future is really essential and important. I think the lessons learned has to extend to be about the dissemination, the education, and then the building of a knowledge base for the future. We have a lot of perimeter along this waterfront. So the idea that those lessons will inform things that will happen decades from now, for me, is really important. I would like to see the research on trees within an urban setting operate. I think it's operating already like an urban laboratory, but this tracking, the publishing and understanding of what specimens thrive, the kind of issue of biodiversity within a tree species. I would say that the documentation of this can have really valuable lessons in a North American context beyond the city of Toronto, and it can improve the kind of tree selection in other parts of our own city. So I feel like, again, the dissemination properly is really, really important. And then I would say the issue of the wood products, I know you did a lot of research with the waterfront promenade in terms of tree species, and that's all appreciated. I would love to see a Canadian wood source for the wood being used on the Toronto waterfront. It really bugs me that we end up with trees from Europe being processed in Europe and then shipped over here. And I feel that the whole way that we can foster a kind of local manufacturing using Canadian wood, I think is kind of an important thing. And I know it's a kind of heavy burden on one project, but I would say it was part of the Quayside aspiration to actually foster manufacturing in this area. And this is a smaller thing. You're really looking at a wood product as opposed to a wood building system like CLTs. But I feel that it would be a really great thing to be proud of, that all of the wood in future waterfront projects actually came from Ontario, Quebec, Canadian forests, BC, that we didn't have to ship it across the Atlantic Ocean when it's a wood product. So anyhow, great work and continued success. Thank you.
Thanks, Bridget. Fatty?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation and amazing work. I was just on Queens Quay yesterday, and even in the height of the pandemic lockdown, I can safely say that the Central Waterfront has been a huge, huge success and a really welcoming space. People were hanging out there and along Queens Quay at all hours, again, proving the value of generous public open space and public right-of-ways today more than ever. So your project remains timely, beautiful, interesting, and really important. I'm also really excited about the green strip expanding as part of this kind of passive irrigation system and your response regarding climate adaptation strategies related to green and civic infrastructure. So along with what Bridget was saying, this is really a kind of leadership moment, a precedent to be shared with cities everywhere in North America. And this kind of idea of leading with landscape and resilient design continues along the eastern edge of the waterfront is kind of really critical. I also echo this idea that the communication part of this is really important. It's kind of sad or maybe slightly a missed opportunity if all these thousands of people who come here and maybe see the wave decks underwater or not really understand that this is a piece of civic infrastructure that is also performative is kind of missing from the conversation. So I'm not really quite sure how this is done, but I don't think it would be enough to just kind of put a sign on it, but somehow or another, the visibility of these relationships really need to be kind of made front and center because it's really amazing work. I would just caution a little bit about the kind of maintenance of the green strips also between the Martin Goodman Trail and the TTC in high traffic intersections, especially in the kind of mucky winter brown slush months. And the high traffic summer months, I would assume that people will still jaywalk and trample on the planting near Parliament and Jarvis. So maybe just a kind of strategy for phasing that out just at those main intersections so that people will not essentially ruin the planting. And lastly, just as a measure of success, again, of this Martin Goodman Trail, it's becoming this incredible year-round bike expressway, like basically nowhere else we see in downtown Toronto. And it's kind of really incredible. But I also would say that the north-south crossings, pedestrian crossings are becoming pretty intense, with kids kind of trying to run across the street and people jaywalking. So maybe there's a potential to test this innovative signage as a kind of pilot test sooner rather than later and see how we can begin to work with shared spaces and crossings on the Central Waterfront before the deployment of the strategy as a whole. Again, amazing work, and thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Fatty. Nina Marie?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to build especially on Bridget and Fatty's comments just now to thank you for really honoring us with a deeply intelligent and thoughtful introduction to this project, really to help us think along with you as we, I think, all enjoy doing. This capacity for adaptive monitoring, learned feedback into phase 2 with the same team is so rich, and I really want to be on the record to echo that and to say this is a real gift. Not only that Waterfront Toronto gives the city in allowing this to happen, but also the shared dialogue with many of us around the table who are in the area of research. It's actually up to us to help document some of this in terms of publication and research that then informs what not only best practices are, but what next practices are. So I think there's a huge opportunity here, and we're part of that dialogue. We appreciate hearing those opportunities live. I think there is not enough opportunity to talk about failure in terms of what didn't work the first time. Just the anecdote about the London plane trees replacing, that's more than an anecdote, that's a huge success to have learned from that, not repeat it, and actually understand how it will benefit other cities and not making those mistakes. They won't be the same mistakes, but they might be something like edge of an economy stream, looking for susceptibility to disease pressure. With the elections that you have, this leads me to my second point. biodiversity loves diversity, right? It's in the word, not a monoculture. And so the fact that you're brave enough to challenge the aesthetic of the beautiful and romantic 19th century LA by amping it up for climate change to say, what does a contemporary mixed LA look like in terms of habit, form, and structure? That's, of course, contemporary landscape architecture, but it's also value added for the civic realm, not only for keeping people from crossing in the wrong place, but for drawing people to areas for seeing all the benefits that you know. The birds also, I want to say, well, thank you. If somebody has to speak for them, we're in a time of incredible crisis. Remember that the North Shore of Lake Ontario in particular is breeding bird territory. And when we provide a mixed LA, we're actually giving this incredible opportunity for a sound aesthetic. If you think about the benefits that you're offering us, you are also giving the gift of birdsong back to the city at a time when we are losing it. So it's another of the ecological principles that are there and as a value add. So this notion of a resilient, adaptive LA, I think, is incredibly strong and contemporary. I think there's some real areas for research. I hope that we can help you along with those, particularly in terms of the structure and form. The bioswales underneath the trees, that's really what they will be, this nature-based solution. I think you've got some great peer reviewers on your team. The weed stress is a great strategy to follow. I hope that the gravel beds will actually become an opportunity for gravel gardens that do this double duty of absorbing heat stress in the summer and water infiltration, even at 76.08 lake level. I know that that's a fixed point and there's going to be margins there. So really looking forward to seeing how that range will be challenged and actually opportune from a design point of view. The last thing I want to say is I think there's an opportunity here for legibility of green infrastructure. And I don't mean didactic, kind of revelatory, exposing the root system necessarily, but I mean there's got to be a way to build in public and civic appreciation of how much of this project is underground, is invisible to the eye, and yet is essential to the civic and public realm. So maybe that's something we can talk about going forward. I don't know what that looks like, but I know you have an amazing design team that will figure it out. Thank you very much. I'm really excited about this project.
Great. Thanks, Nelly Marie. Eric, over to you.
Thank you. Yes, I want to echo my colleagues. This is a very, I found the presentation very enlightening. Looking at the past to see how we can continue to improve is, it's critical. I found that it's very well thought through. And that it, overall, I found that as I support the approach. I think it's a very good approach. I think it's a good kit of parts to start to apply to the next detail phase. There is the embracing of the diversity, biodiversity is something that I think is critical, and I fully endorse. The green strip, the additional greening along the corridor are also things that that actually helps to kind of soften some of the elements of the water edge of the Queen's Quay. So that again, I think it's as Fadi mentioned, I think I'll have in the next phase. It would be interesting to see where the specific details applied, but it's again, it's a great kit of parts. I think that in the next stage, would really like to see more detail about the those destination, those crossing, especially places like Yonge Street, the impact of understanding the portal, the design of the portal, that whole area, how in fact the description I've heard about I know there's a balance that needs to happen with the portal, about the understanding how the hotel is being serviced, but I think it needs to be the importance of the foot of Yonge Street is quite an important detail that needs to be carefully done. So overall, great approach, and I look forward to see the next stage of detail.
Okay, thanks, Pat.
I don't really have any. I think everybody's been excellent comments, and I just give my full support. Thanks.
Wonderful. Jeff.
Yeah, I'm just going to second a few comments. On the embodied carbon, I think Peter's got it right. I suspect that what you guys have is probably one of the best possible options, and I think that having up, Having some real data to back that up would just make the case stronger. I also really want to say I agree with Bridget on the local wood. Not so much a comment for the project team, but a comment for Waterfront Toronto and the City of Toronto, that there's an opportunity to leverage the city's procurement to not just import product, but bring in the best technology and look at local manufacturing and how we establish that and setting up a process. You know, committing to buying locally manufactured technologies using world-class approaches. There's a lot of really good stuff out there that we should be doing here. Two sort of comments and pieces. I think one of the biggest area of conflict you're always going to have is with the multi-use trail and the conflict with effectively bicycle commuters and people, and some recreational riders moving at high speed. And I think that that's always going to be an issue. I don't think signage is necessarily enough. I think we've learned a lot from motorized vehicle transportation, that signage doesn't control traffic. If that's something we need to address, it's got to be done through physical design. But I think we really need to understand the overall bike strategy integrated with what's going on Lakeshore and the redesign of Lakeshore Boulevard. And it might mean separating uses and looking at directing more high-speed, long-distance travel to one location and more casual multi-use functionality to the other. But I'd just like to see the integration of that as an overall bike strategy. And then my last comment is just, in general, I like the continuity. I think, we're going with a theme, we're sticking to it. It's a strategy of complete streets where there's separated uses. There's both good and bad with that approach. And I think that, the challenge, what we've done really well is create a good waterfront promenade, and the south side of the street, I think, has been addressed very well. But Peter's got a good point. The north side is where the sunlight happens. And what we haven't done well in Queens Quay is create a good urban street with retail and services and sort of a continuous zone for those who aren't there just to sort of walk along the water's edge and look out at nature. And that should be the north side of the street. That should be where we have patios and stores and places where people want to go. But we haven't done that. And that's just overall, a continuing challenge. And I know some of that's due to what's there already. But I just want to caution that if we sort of throw that side away, we may never get there. That might be something, that's necessary, accommodating sort of the width of right-of-way for transportation. But, I'm sort of slowly losing hope that we're ever going to build a Queens Quay that's also a great urban street, not just sort of a good, promenade.
Okay, thanks. Kevin, I believe you're last.
Accommodations and just offer support. Thanks for a great project.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to summarize the comments, and as you know, it's issues ID, so there will be no vote taken. First of all, overall, you've heard a lot of very positive, supportive comments about a very thoughtful presentation and very complete. And especially, I want to mention the fact that I think everyone is appreciative of the continuity of carrying the 2006 vision forward with the same team. You know what you're doing, proof's in the pudding, and we're all very supportive of having you being there and being involved. Under the various themes, I'll just try and summarize quickly about integrating with urban ecology. Many comments made, obviously very supportive about the creating an alley of tree diversity, much more green as much as possible, including the green strip that is proposed in the vision, and the continuity of the public realm over time throughout the entire waterfront. Everyone felt was really, really critical. In terms of the theme of moving people, a couple of comments there. There have been, this also applies to lessons learned in terms of the safety issues at intersections where north, south, east, west movement takes place with pedestrians, bicycles, etc. Conflicts that have existed. I think probably most of us have experienced almost being run over by a high-speed bike along there. So the bike strategy.
Could the non-speakers mute, please?
The bike strategy is very important, and how that relates to obviously what will be an increased volume of pedestrians along the waterfront over time. The comment made about very specific, but I think it's a valid one, about rolled curbs needs to be perhaps rethought in terms of the safety factor of actually, falling or tripping on the edge of those when you're not aware of what's there. Comments made about the signage and future proofing, I think, are important too. Not so sure, there's a lot of signage down there already. I'm not so sure if adding more signage is going to look great or solve the issue. So I think that needs to be receive more attention. In terms of building a destination, I think people are quite supportive, obviously, of where the north-south streets meet the slips, of huge and unique opportunities to do that. I think very valid comment, I guess, that Eric made about the foot of Yonge Street perhaps needs much more understanding in detail, especially how it's going to relate to the portal. Yonge Street's the iconic street of Toronto. I once had the pleasure of actually driving from the foot of Yonge Street right to the very end at the Rainy River, Minnesota border. I've driven every inch of it, and it's very powerful. And I think special attention needs to be given to that. Comments about using Canadian wood and looking at different options throughout our provinces are pretty obvious. And I think the potential for future manufacturing it goes without saying. In terms of some of the lessons learned, I think there's some, first of all, we're all appreciative of the fact that we're taking the time to do this, but some suggestions made about, let's look at taking some photos of what went wrong and why. And so there's a greater depth of understanding there. Also, sharing the knowledge base for the future is important. Research into the biodiversity experience of the trees is invaluable. And that should be part of a strategy for education and understanding the role of public infrastructure to the general public on the waterfront. As someone said, there's an awful lot of this investment that's underground that people don't really appreciate or see. And the final comment I'd like to reinforce, totally, I appreciate it, is don't forget we still need to build a great urban retail street. There's potential for a lot of retail along this eastern portion of Queens Quay. And you may be aware that I believe at the last city council meeting, the council agreed to expand the waterfront BIA all the way along the eastern portion. So that objective perhaps needs a lot more consideration and attention as this moves forward. But in summary, we're all very supportive of this and appreciate all the work that's been done and look forward to an ongoing positive relationship.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. I'm Josh Hilbert, a development planner at Waterfront Toronto, and welcome to the second item on today's DRP agenda. This is for West Don Lands blocks 3, 4, and 7. It's a site at the southwest corner of Front and Cherry Streets in the West Don Lands precinct. And this is the project's third time before this panel, so it's here for detailed design. The proponent team is Dream Kilmer Tricon, and the design team is Quay Architects, Architects Alliance, Public Work, and RWDI. And perhaps we could have the proponent teams introduce themselves to the panel prior to jumping into the presentation.
Hi, Josh. It's Jordan here from Dream. Maybe I'll do a quick introduction from our side, just an overall. So from Dream, Kilmer, Tricon, I believe we have Andrew Joyner and John English, and then from Kilmer we'll have Mark Baronet and Michelle Ackerman. From Dream we should have Stephen Haskell, Cynthia Shahani, Joyce Lau, as well as myself. And then from the design team we'll have Thomas Caro from COBA. We'll have Adam Feldman and Barty from Architects Alliance. We'll have Emily Zhang from Public Work, and Brandon from RWDI. I think that covers. I think we also should have Alan Lloyd and Stephanie Pham here, just in case there's any questions as well from BA Group.
Great, thanks, Jordan. So the existing site context, in this aerial shot, you can see the subject site outlined here in pink. Blocks 3 and 4 form the northern portion of the site, and the smaller block 7 portion to the south. Running along the northern edge of the site is Front Street East, Trinity Street to the west, Cherry to the east. There's also an east-west laneway between blocks 3 and 4 and block 7 to the south. In terms of transit connections, the 504 streetcar is the key route that services this site. It runs eastward along King and then turns south along Cherry and eventually terminates at the Cherry Street loop, just southeast of the site that you can see. This 3D image, it highlights the built form of residential buildings located to the south of blocks 3 and 4 and to the west of block 7. The historic Rack House D is located at the corner of Trinity and Mill Streets, and with 70 and 80 Mill Street, residential buildings to the east of that. And we can see 2 residential towers in the Distillery District to the south, and the vacant site to the east across Cherry Street is the site of the Block 10 proposal, which has been before this panel previously, and I'll mention further into this introduction. A brief project background: in September of 2017, the proponent team won Infrastructure Ontario's RFP for these blocks, in addition to blocks 8 and block 20 to the southeast. This project for blocks 3, 4, and 7 represents part of the province's affordable housing program, as well as part of the city's open door program. And the proposal consists of a purpose-built rental building with a minimum of 30% affordable units and some retail at grade. For some broader context, this slide shows an extract from the West Don Lands Precinct Plan, which was finalized in 2005 and produced a more detailed framework for the development of the area and built on the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan policy direction. This height map shows the subject site here outlined in green, with maximum heights of 8 stories plus a penthouse along Front and Cherry Streets and 5 stories plus a penthouse level for the interior of the block. This slide's an extract from the West Don Lands Block Plan and Urban Design Guidelines, document which was finalized in 2006. Here, the site is outlined in pink and shows the northern portion of the site bisected by a proposed north-south public street, which creates blocks 3 to the west and 4 to the east. The smaller block 7 is located further south at the corner of Mill and Cherry Streets. Also shown here, you can see outlined in blue are 2 adjacent development blocks, which are both currently in the review and approvals process. Across Cherry is block 10 and further south is block 8, both of which have completed their design review before this panel. And this slide illustrates the proposal for block 10 across Cherry Street to the east, which proposes a very mixed-use building with the Anishinaabe Health Center fronting onto Cherry and the incorporation of the Heritage Canary Building at Front and Cherry Street, as well as some retail at grade and with both rental and condominium residential uses above. In this rendering, we're looking southeast, and the tower component is 12 stories in height. And this was last at the DRP in February of 2020 for detailed design. And south of block 10, which I just mentioned, is block 8. It's located diagonally across Cherry Street from the subject site. A series of mixed-use buildings is proposed with retail and townhouses at grade, with both market and affordable rental residential units located above in 3 tower forms. The towers range in height from 16 stories closest to Cherry Street and the subject site, and up to 26 stories further east adjacent to the rail corridor. And this familiar slide simply illustrates where we are in the review and approvals process for blocks 3, 4, and 7. It was first presented to this panel in March of 2019 and schematic design then in September of 2019. A rezoning application was also submitted in September of 2019, and a site plan approval application was submitted in April of this year. And this is a recap from the schematic design comments from last September for this project. In general, the panel noted that there were many private versus public space relationships with the project, which remained unclear, including transition zones, thresholds, and townhouses that front onto the pop space, which required some re-examination. The current townhouse and courtyard relationship creates a very private pop space while introducing privacy concerns to the townhouse residents, and the panel encouraged the team to consider some alternatives. In terms of building design, the panel supported the massing concept of the brick base with the lighter colored volumes atop. It recommended the team fully represent the key neighboring hood sites in the presentation, including Soul Pepper Theater and other buildings along Mill Street. For Block 7, given the context to the south, it was recommended they rethink the appropriateness of townhouse units at grade, and to consider shifting more of the bicycle parking underground to free up more of the ground floor activation space. The panel also noted that the project corners are underdeveloped, and to consider further developing the building massing of blocks 3 and 4 to create great public corner spaces. The panel was concerned with the relationship between the Cherry Street curve and blocks 4 and 7, and asked the team to provide more site context to the east. And based on the shadow studies, the panel was concerned that the courtyard pop space will have little sunlight even during the noon hours in the spring and fall, and to rethink the pop strategy and/or the building massing. With regard to landscape, the panel asked the proponent to consider a more robust ecological landscape strategy that can contribute to improving the sustainability performance of the project, and to consider a stronger landscape strategy in the public realm to improve connectivity, such as to the corners of the site. And for sustainability, the panel felt the sustainability targets were too low, and the team should consider some more ambitious objectives. It was also noted that panel members that voted non-support expressed sustainability objectives as key concern. And the areas for panel consideration from both the City of Toronto and from Waterfront Toronto. With regard to building design, does the revised massing of blocks 3 and 4 work with respect to the major street frontages, corners, and pop space? Is the revised massing of block 7 an improvement on the west-facing condition along Mill Street? Are the conditions of the ground floor an improvement regarding program, circulation, service, and loading, as well as the residential configurations? Do the updated material palette and exterior envelope details work with respect to the objectives of design excellence and sustainability? And with regard to public realm, does the revised configuration of the POPs courtyard and north-south corridor integrate well with the surrounding street and open space network? Does the revised east-west street design operate effectively with the existing Mill Street servicing demands and the local street network? Does the location of the privatized patios, landscaped front yards, children's play space, and other programming successfully integrate within the site? And finally, for sustainability, does this iteration strive for more ambitious sustainability targets and strategies? And with that, I will hand off to the proponent team.
Okay, great. So today we'll be going in order of the public realm first, and then a design status and facade materiality presentation for block 7, and then blocks 3 and 4, followed by sustainability. So Thomas, if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I'm Emily from Public Work, and I'll be leading off the presentation with the public realm today. So first, just to introduce the project a little bit, I'd like to bring some attention to the context that it's situated in. So the whole West Don Lands neighborhood has a very dynamic location at the intersection of Toronto's oldest and newest districts. And we've designed kind of an experience in the form of a courtyard building that's made by blocks 3 and 4, which draws inspiration from this unique context. So since our last DRP presentation, we've been addressing the comments by responding with changes to the design, including a landscape strategy that's really quite different and a larger courtyard that aims to be more welcoming. So the public realm especially draws inspiration from the way that people move from neighborhood to neighborhood while they're experiencing the city. So this kind of experience is a continuous one that goes from one space to another, marked by all the changes and surprises in the journey. So all around our site, we have these wonderful, vital urban spaces, starting from the Esplanade to the west, which is this generous public realm that stretches across city blocks. To the south, we have the vibrant St. Lawrence neighborhood, which has an influential housing project, as well as the St. Lawrence Market. And then continuing along this path towards the east, just south of our project is the Distillery District, which is this wonderful network of niches and spaces connected by very intimate streets. It's super historical and richly textured with brick and clay. To the north of our project, we have the high-quality public space of Front Street, which leads further to the east towards Corktown Commons. Thomas, next slide, please. So we're really starting to think of our project as part of a sequence of complementary spaces. So our lush green courtyard ties right into the network that currently exists. So our site actually becomes the first contact with this kind of diverse greenery and lush plantings when somebody is coming up through the Distillery District. It starts to mediate between the distillery towards the more formal Front Street promenade. So the continuation of these public realm experiences is really towards the valley from here, towards one of Toronto's newest districts, which is the Canary District, the major public space being Corktown Common, which is an amazing new river park that moves people right through on a trajectory to the Don Valley that connects to Toronto's greatest infrastructure, green infrastructure, which is the Ravine Network. So what we're really doing is trying to signal that we're a part of an experience and the journey of the city, and that we're actually complementary to an existing narrative of these wonderful, rich and diverse public realm spaces all around and existing in the context of this project. Next slide, please. And so with the comments in the past in mind, we're focused on improving connectivity in the site as well as within the district itself. And one of the ways that we're doing this is through the design of the frontages of the block. So the 4 frontages of this project are aiming to complete the district that it already exists in, that being Front Street, the Front Street Promenade to the north frontage, Trinity Street at the west frontage, a new east-west street at the south frontage, and Cherry Street to the east. So they're all currently holding really great potentials for distinct frontages that can tie right into the context. Next slide, please. So looking at Front Street East first, we're extending the West Don Lands public realm strategy right across. So we're using the exact same strategy that's already existing in this high quality public realm. So that being continuation of the pavers from the building face right to the curb, using the existing boulevard pavers as well as the existing granite curbs, using a similar planting strategy and choosing trees that already exist on Front Street, which is the Valley Forge elm. And effectively, the north edge of the project completes the promenade that already stretches all along Front Street East as a defining characteristic of the West Don Lands. Next slide, please. And so looking at Trinity Street on the west edge of the block, we're thinking of it kind of as a gateway to the extremely popular Distillery District. So it's taking design cues from the district itself. In the context of the street, we've got a quite distinct brick paver at the corners and the sidewalks, which we're taking and extending north all along the frontage. So we're looking at using the same brick pavers, which is the Whitaker-Greer pavers that are already being chosen in the neighboring Block 8 development. The tree species that we're choosing here, being red maple and red oak, are trees that take on really wonderful colors during the fall that will start to tie together the brick tones in a way that's quite different from the other frontages of this project. Next slide, please. So looking at the new local east-west street on the southern edge of our site, the street's being imagined as kind of like a nice new street with a lot of diverse programming that fronts onto it. So this is being expressed as a very intimate and community-oriented street. Next slide, please. So this street will have great soil cells that can provide enough soil volume to support large, mature street trees. The trees are kind of being the defining characteristic of the street. These trees are going to be designed with a cadence and rhythm, as well as species selections that highlights the different species along the street. So at the two ends, there are these 2 wider, more generous civic corners, and the frontages with programs onto them are a retail use as well as a community center. And we heard your comment in the past DRP, which was to start to bring out these corners a little bit more. So we're doing this in a subtle way by having larger, further spaced trees, as well as a different species selection that starts to set these 2 ends apart from the middle section of the street. So these 2 corners become distinct from the intimate heart in the middle of the street, where we're using trees at a smaller scale and a smaller spacing to provide a different feeling. And so these smaller streets in the middle continue right into the south threshold of the courtyard as this kind of triple alley that starts to draw people right into the pops. This strategy achieves a kind of continuity across the street while still bringing a different experience to the public corners. So the sidewalk itself underneath the canopy of these trees is going to be made of a brick texture, again, inspired by the distillery fabric to the south. Next slide, please. Moving into the courtyard itself, the design of the courtyard has 3 principles underlying the whole idea of the space. So first, there are these very edge conditions, as mentioned in the comments, that make very different relationships to the space of the courtyard. So this is in terms of the levels of privacy and the levels of activities that they bring. So secondly, the public movement coming through the space is very important in terms of like the continuity. And so this starts to shape the whole landscape strategy and the elements that start to frame it to create unobstructed continuity and connectivity through the site. And as well, finally, the understanding of the microclimates created by the massing and the solar exposure is quite central to shaping the spaces itself as well. So really using the changing and shifting light as a guide in the design and programming. Next slide, please. So to start to address this, it's a very generous courtyard designed with those spaces or those principles in mind. And this actually starts to create different experiences in distinctly different ways. So we've heard the comments regarding public and private, and we're responding to those by designing cues right into the landscape strategy itself. So first we have active edges tailored right to the public experience all along the main path going north and south. So that's being seating areas, play areas, places for people to pause and ponder. And then on either side of the public passage, we have green spaces, which are buffers between the public and the residential frontages. And these will be filled with textures and ecologically beneficial elements that create a more passive experience and also takes into the account this idea of the residential frontage and more privacy and its relationship with the courtyard. Next slide, please. And so all this ties together to create a POPs courtyard with a lot of different textures and possibilities of experience, both for the public who encounters this as a transition from the urban frontages into a lush and green, framed and welcoming space, and also for the residents who live here and might look at it from the stories above and might walk through every single day. Next slide, please. So starting to look at the north and south passages, we've used a strategy that draws the public from the frontages right into the POPs and guides them to move through, again, with the idea of connectivity being very important. And this is actually expressed through the paving itself, where in the north, we're extending the West Don Land Boulevard pavings right into the POPs and right through until at the south, it meets the brick paver that's inspired by the distillery district. So this paving strategy expresses a seamless public experience that looks to mediate between the two frontages, being the north and the south, through the characteristics and the path of our courtyard. Next slide, please. So not only does the paving start to express this idea of the through thresholds, but also the programming in these public spaces expresses this idea of continuity as well. So the north threshold connects to a more retail-oriented front street, which means it will have active cafe and retail spill-out zones. In the south, the main access is for the adjacent community street, so it will have informal play areas underneath the trees, a colorful paver inviting activity for the bordering community and residents. Next slide. And so the landscape strategy within the courtyard is made up of different spaces serving different purposes and experiences for the public and residents, while sharing elements that kind of all tie them together as a cohesive whole. So in the middle is this great tree deck that highlights a tulip tree native to the Carolinian forest. Underneath the canopy is a timber, organically shaped planter filled with great soil, enough for the tree to grow very big and mature. It's shaped to allow for different kinds of seating and lounging and gathering underneath the filtered light of the tree. And so the species starts to allude to the biodiversity planters on the other side of the public passage, which is a part of the stormwater gardens. Next slide, please. So the stormwater gardens are there not only for ecological benefit, but for managing, but also for managing the stormwater and as an aspect of the urban site to the public realm. So there's the performance aspect, but also making this performance visible as part of the ecological strategy of the site. So with these gardens, there's an understanding of what water is doing and what's going through the landscape and it's going to be all integrated with the seasonal changes. So the sort of experience of the storm cycles and the water management is made of moments of engagement, such as the opportunity to sit around this planter or the rockscape that delineates the edges and starts to invite formal play. So this interaction starts to bring an awareness of these seasonal dynamics, like the areas that might be moist with planting that's different from the rest of the courtyard, cueing towards the ecology of the stormwater, such as woodland ferns that thrive well in the damper soil. So the stormwater gardens work well with the biodiversity planter attached to it, which is filled with species, again, from the Carolinian forest as a model for climate change. And these species selection in the landscape planters are kind of in conversation with each other, such as like with the great tree deck across the public passage, inspired by the same forest. So particularly in the planting of the courtyard, this is quite different from what you saw before, and really trying to embrace the idea of biodiversity and ecological resilience even more now in the landscape strategy. Next slide, please. So below the biodiversity planter is the sassafras grove, which is made of a beautiful species, the sassafras tree. So this transitions through a range of colors with a filtered quality to the foliage. This is a species that can be planted quite densely together. So the planters that they're in are these kind of mounded elements that are gathered into a more organic, natural planter strategy. So it's denser towards the edges of the planters and diffuses towards the more public areas, which provides a varied quality as people experience the courtyard. So depending on the time of the year or the area of the courtyard that somebody is in, the experience of these planters will be quite different. Next slide, please. And looking at the edges of the planters, they start to frame the zones adjacent to the facade. So at the amenity interface, we have a more generous space, such as at the north, there will be a cafe spill zone next to the seating ledge that locks right into the planter. At the retail areas themselves, we have really nice views out to the sassafras grove. And at the south half of the courtyard, adjacent to the facade, where it's lined with private gardens right in front of the townhomes. So these start to provide a green residential buffer between the planter and the circulation paths. So each townhome will have their own garden, framing a path to their front doors and providing this privacy buffer. Next slide, please. And so starting to look at the upper terrace, the upper terrace is really expressed as a continuous green texture drawing from the courtyard below it, right to the two terraces above. So it's using the same language of tying together all the parts of the landscape from the courtyard to the terraces. So this is a space that the whole block looks down onto. So both functionally and visually, it's going to be a great amenity for the residents. So the wooden bleacher rises up, making for a great seating place that leads to a boardwalk that stretches all across the terraces themselves. So through this lush oasis with a generous boardwalk suitable for strolls and relaxing walks, it takes you right to the floating edge where chairs can start to tug into an edge that can be used for different activities, and as well as to provide different seating options on the deck as well. Next slide. So there's also these contemplative quiet nooks where people can sit and enjoy a moment beneath the trees. So these are all turned away from the private frontages of the townhouses. And then also the residential garden buffer zones have an edge material that starts to speak to the clay and brick textures of the pops and the facade, which kind of rises and falls and becomes seating at times. The planting selection will play a role here in privacy as well. Next slide, please. And so just to summarize, every part of the landscape and public realm design contributes to completing blocks 3, 4, and 7 of the West Don Lands district. So this is a block with animated street frontages really starting to engage the city on an urban and contextual scale. And while the frontages are urban and active, the interior is textured with green and bring this immersive quality that's filled with contemplation and lushness. And it's a place where residents can live and the public can likewise walk through and enjoy on a daily basis. And that's it for the public realm and landscape.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Emily. So it's Adam Feldman here from Architects Alliance. So I'm going to take us quickly through Block 7 update. Thomas, if you can go to the next slide, please. And then hand it over to Thomas. This is just a reminder of where we were and the general approach to Block 7 as a very contextual building, and just trying to complete the block of Mill Street as we hit the intersection of Cherry and Mill. We're kitty corner from Block 8, which is to the southeast, and just due west of Block 10, which was mentioned earlier. If you go to the next one, please. And this is just the evolution of the project. On the left is the tower we first presented. It was 13 stories with the idea that it would kind of match all the datums from 70 and 80 Mill Street. And through discussions with the city and with the neighborhood residents, we've reduced the overall height of the building to 11 stories and dropped it down slightly. And also reoriented the top to lean towards the intersection of Mill and Cherry Street. Next, please. To address that intersection as a sort of gateway out from the waterfront, but also to create a little more space to the east facade of Block 80 Mill Street, just to the west of our site. And this is the view actually from the corner of Block 8, looking northwest. So you can see Block 7 in the foreground. Next, please. And so in refining the building from the last time we were here, what we wanted to do was really, take a look at the three components of the building quite carefully. So, the base, the middle, and the top. So starting with the base, what was very impressive about Mill Street in this block is the retention of the rack houses, both on the north side of the street and the south side of the Soul Pepper Theater. And what we wanted to do, if you go to the next slide, please, was, delve into the kind of rhythm of the pilasters and panels of these buildings that frame the street. And even though there isn't a rack house on our block, to kind of reflect on that and kind of continue that rhythm along the street. So what we've done is take that pattern and kind of work with it as a basis for the base of the building, taking the scale of the rack houses and extending it this time with a metal panel instead of the brick, but keeping the piers and converting them to sort of a metal fin and marching it straight to the corner. Next, please. And then also working with the scale of the rack houses and the height. And even though we wanted to align our base with the adjacent rack houses along Mill Street, the property line was set back from that face. So we actually inset the rack houses just to keep that datum of the base along the street so that it kind of is maintained along both Mill Street and then also Cherry Street as it turns the corner. So you can see there with the Soul Pepper Theater just to the left. Next, please. And then this is just a detail elevation showing the building. So it will be a pattern of metal panels, both perforated and solid, and then curtain wall glazing that would have a double height read along the street. And then if you go to the next slide, this is a rendering looking north east and along Mill Street, and also within that, fully integrating a loading bay on the left side of the slide with a door that would be a large swing door that would have limited use. We estimate it could be used as few times as 3 or 4 times a week, solely for garbage collection, and we estimate a move every 2 weeks, possibly at its peak. So that it would continue the facade, but unfortunately it's something we kind of needed to maintain for the functionality of the building, but that it would be integrated within it. And then you can see the sill wrapping around the building and floating the mass of the building above. If you can go to the next one. And this is just a detail of the base, just showing the kind of curtain wall connections, the soffit as the building cantilevers above, and then the start of the body of the mid-block element. Next, above, and then to that sort of middle portion, what was important to us was to continue the street wall along Mill Street, working with the brick material of the other buildings of 70 and 80 Mill Street, and also aligning it with that face so that it's set back slightly from the property line to align with that. Next, please. And work with the similar materials of the brick. In this case, it becomes a brick frame with a 2-story reed, and then with these canted sides, that would be a metal panel that would pick up both the base metal and then also, as you'll see coming up next, the top of the building. And what we're looking at for construction is as a precast system, and what this allows us to do is to spray foam the back to get a very airtight building and improve the performance as we go up. Next, please. And then this is just a view of a typical 1-bedroom unit. As mentioned earlier, 30% of these units will be affordable housing, and the remainder 70% will be market rental. In this building, we're actually at 68 units, so it's quite a small building. Next, please. But the units will be integrated throughout the building, fully mixed in. And then lastly, for this building, just on the top, following the language of the street, where there's this sort of podium or middle condition and then something set back at the top, we've adjusted the top to kind of lean towards the intersection of Cherry and Mill Street. Next, please. And within that, there's, the bottom floor of the top is going to be this fully glazed reveal, so to speak, and then this 2-story element up above, which would be clad in a metal fins that contains the residential amenity space for all residents of the building. And then within that volume up above is the mechanical penthouse. Next, please. But that is integrated and combined within the mass of the building. Next, please. And that's a view looking up at it as it kind of leans towards the corner and the other buildings in the neighborhood. Next, please. And then this is just a larger unit, a 4-bedroom unit at the top of the building, and a view of what the inside might look like. Next, please. And then just the materiality of the building. The idea, as I said, is a metal panel, not to match the brick, but to work well with the brick at the base, and a perforated screen around the loading bay that would have a solid back pan, but just to get to lighten it up and to introduce a little more depth into the facade. The brick we're looking at is the Endicott medium iron spot, which is the same as Block 8 at Kitty Corner, so just to get a jump and a relationship across the street. And then the windows, the glass is this AGC ESR 34, which is a higher performance glass, and it's a very neutral color. It's sort of a gray blue, so you don't have the green. And then the Stops the Silver spandrel is just a nice glass that actually has a low-E coating, hard coat low-E coating on it, so it reflects in a very similar way to the Vision glass. So it's very hard to distinguish between the two. Next, please. Next, please, Thomas. Oh. Technical difficulties. And just the plans, this is
Sorry,
a good
Adam,
time to show.
my computer froze.
That's okay.
No,
oh, no, you can, this is just the site plan. Sorry, I'll go through these quickly because I want to give you some time, Thomas. So there's the site at the corner of Mill and Cherry Street with Block 3 and 4 to the north and Block 10 to the east. Next. Just the ground floor. One of the comments from the earlier DRP was about the townhouses along Mill Street, which have now been removed. So we've tried to keep it more public uses along Mill Street, so the lobby, and this would be an office for the rental units of the entire neighborhood. Next, please. And then also worth noting is just on the units, there was a lot of sensitivity to the interface with 80 Mill Street just to the west. So we did a study of those units, and they're all, the primary faces of those units are north and south, so they don't look east. There are the occasional secondary windows from dens and a weird kitchen window, but primarily, all the main spaces of those units face north or south. And similarly with our building, we're having the living spaces oriented north and south, although we will have some bedrooms facing to the west. But we've maintained this 5.5 meter setback to our property line and a combined setback of approximately 7.5 to the building face of 80 Mill Street. Thomas, I think there's a couple more plans, but we can just go through those quickly. There's the 10th floor and then the amenity floor above that. So Thomas, over to you. And sorry, just some building sections to show the scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Emily. I just wanted to start by revisiting some of the initial slides that we showed as part of the previous DRP2, sort of the initial thoughts behind the project, and which are sort of have already been framed by Emily and also by Adam. But the initial approach was basically, as part of the site rezoning process, from our point, was to see if we could somehow get rid of this north-south street connection and actually try to create some unity between blocks 3 and 4, and actually to have a pedestrian connection going through the site to create a sort of a combined 3-4 blocks with sort of a pop space at the heart of it. Again, some images of the heritage and also the vast different types of building. What we really found interesting about the site, of course, is this the great amount of rich red textured buildings, the red bricks that we wanted to play upon, and also sort of the juxtaposition to these sort of new developments. So you always have this contrast between new and old, and we found this sort of play quite interesting. This is a map that what we basically try to do is to make this future map of what sort of the West Donlands will look like once it's almost built out, and also to sort of show, as Emily has already hinted upon, sort of how this courtyard can sort of be a stepping stone from Corktown Commons and Front Street and down to the distillery district and down to the Esplanade and the Parliament Square. One of the initial ideas of the building was basically to have this sort of base portion of the building where we sort of used the podium to sort of align with the adjacent heritage buildings, and then to sort of have this unifying housing block on top that sort of unifies between blocks 3 and 4. So after having worked on the design for numerous months, this is sort of the status of the design, where you can sort of see the corner of Front and Trinity Street. You can basically catch the corner of the Canary Restaurant here to the left, and down in the and you can see block 7. For the massing, I will go a little bit more into detail with this sort of the massing development of the building. But what we've been trying to do is basically to pronounce the two corners of Front and Cherry, and also Front and Trinity Streets, so that they have a sort of pronounced height, and then to step down towards the new East-West Street, but also to step down to this north-south connection, so they sort of are shown in the massing. We are working with a sort of one connected one-level underground parking between blocks 3 and 4 with one access point. This is a massing model just showing the different heights of the Mill Street residences, also of Mill Street 60, where we've shown it here at 12 stories, but in fact it could potentially be 32 stories. And here you can see how the massing of blocks 3 and 4, they sort of go up to 13 on the prominent corners, and then they slowly step down to each sort of gateway entrance to the POP space, and also as you sort of go around the corners down to the east-west street. These street elevations just show how the massing is aligned with sort of the massing of Front Street and also Mill Street, also of Cherry Street, that we're sort of stepping down and matching the height of Block 7, and also that we're stepping down along Trinity Street. So just going into the massing update, one of the main topics that we discussed at the last DRP that we found quite beneficial from our part was to sort of discuss sort of the quality and also the nature of the POP space, if we're actually giving something back to the city, or if we're actually just making a private garden. So a lot of the remassing and remodeling of the project, to the left, you can sort of see the massing that was presented at the previous DRP. And here to the right, you can sort of see the updated massing, all these sort of small adjustments that we've done. And I will go into a little bit more detail with this in a second. So the POP space and also the entrance to the POP space was a discussion that we had at the previous DRP. And you can see here down to the bottom left is what we showed at the previous DRP, where you can get a sense and scale of the POP space. And here to the right, you can see the updated POP space. So one of the first things that we wanted to do was to update the orientation and the way that we make the jog in the north-south connection. They wanted to make sure that it works with this public movement that Emily explained about, so that we actually work with the connection to Corktown Commons and down to the Distillery District. The other thing that we wanted to make sure is that when we sort of have these cuts between blocks 3 and 4, is that we're not framing a garage door, but we're actually framing part of the historic facades. Also to make sure that when we sort of set aside these cuts between blocks 3 and 4, that we're actually creating view corridors, not only for ourselves, but also for the neighbors in 70, 80 Mill Street. So they also get looks and views through the site. So you can see a sort of a rough comparison of the courtyard before, where it was roughly 19 by 63 meters, and here it's basically 38 meters by 63 meters. The programming of the POPs is something that I will get to a little bit later, which also actually adds to the characteristic of the space. What we also tried to do is to make sure, after talks with Toronto Planning, is to make sure that the width between blocks 3 and 4, both at grade level, but also at the top portion of the building, that they are sort of expanded upon. So they actually have 18.5 meters width at grade level. So it's sort of the standard width of a Toronto street. And that also the width as you go up the building is also larger, so that you do feel invited into the area. Again, the massing model seen from north. Here, what we tried to do is to sort of make a sort of a common site plan with both blocks 10 and also block 7, 60, 70, and 80 Mill Street, to just give an overall impression of how the project is sort of fitting into the context, both programmatically, that we have retail that's lining both Trinity, Front Street, and wrapping around the corner of Cherry Street. We have actually this community center that's actually sort of placed across from the community center on block 10. We have townhouses that are sort of lining this new east-west street that should add to sort of this neighborhood feel of the east-west street, and also the programming of the courtyard, where, as Emily has already explained, the retail wraps around and goes into the frontage, wraps around and goes into the courtyard on both blocks 3 and 4. And we actually have amenity spaces that are lining the area, the northern part of the courtyard, to sort of give it a more open feel and not so much a private feel. So these are just two views looking from Front Street here to the left, where you look into the pub space, and here is a view on the East-West Street, where you can sort of see the gap between blocks 3 and 4, and this sort of invitation that we're trying to create to have people move through the site. Another part of the massing that we discussed at the previous DRP was the corners. This is a view looking down Cherry Street, where you see block 10 to the left and updated block 4 actually to the right. So one of the things that we actually tried to do a little bit after our previous meeting was to sort of make an investigation on sort of the different corner conditions in the neighborhood, to sort of understand how do the different city blocks react to the corners, both having these sort of dissolved corners, but also to have sort of larger buildings that sort of protrude and straddle over other buildings at corners, and also to have sort of other buildings that are somehow sort of stepping into the public space. So all these different types of corner conditions we wanted to sort of mix into the project so that they actually reflect the characteristic of the neighborhood. So one of the corners that we discussed at the last DRP was the corner of Trinity and looking down the East-West Street. And one of the concerns was, amongst others, this colonnade that we had sort of worked on. And basically what we've been trying to do is to sort of have always have these corners where on one side you have a projection of the tower portion of the building and also a setback on the other corner. And what we have been trying to do is on Trinity is to have a more setbacks to give this sort of a street wall condition, and then to have this projection to have a little bit more space for sort of a pocket corner as you step into the East-West Street. So just diving into our model, these are the sort of the 4 different corner conditions where basically we're still with the podium aligning to height-wise to the neighboring heritage buildings and brick buildings. And then we're always trying to work with this condition of having both a projection on one corner and then a setback on the sort of as you round the corner. And what we've been trying to do is to sort of mitigate this situation so that we have setbacks on areas where there's a lot of pedestrians, and to have these projections so that we actually create a little bit more space at grade level for sort of mitigating urban movement at a pedestrian level. This is an image we produced of Trinity and Front Street. We were a little bit ahead of ourselves here. There's no curb cut intended, but we by accident made it. But here you can sort of see the sort of the projection of the tower portion of the building, and at the same time you have this sort of setback as you walk down Trinity Street to give this a sort of more scaled down street wall experience. Into the program of the building, as Adam has already explained, we have this sort of mix of 30% affordable units and 70% market rent units. And as with block 8, we're working with this sort of dogma of having this radical distribution of the units. Then this means that they're dispersed throughout the project and sort of mixed within the market rental, so that you will not be able to see from door to door along the entrances which one is market rent and which one is affordable. Again, one of the discussions at the last DRP was the amount of bicycle parking at grade level. And what we've basically been trying to do is to somehow scale down this bicycle parking. So we're still using some stackers, and we have the required amount of bicycle parking, but we basically try to utilize the dark portion of the building here because what we wanted to do, and you'll see this in a later portion of the presentation, is to utilize the sort of the space on top of the bicycle to create a sort of these sort of amenity spaces, and on top of the amenity spaces, we're also creating these gardens that Emily has just explained about. So just some key features that are important to point out is that we have the lobbies of blocks 3 off of Trinity Street, and we have the lobby of block 4 off of Cherry Street. But there is also an access through the courtyard where you can sort of swoop in and sort of drop off your bicycle and quickly get to your sort of elevator. Also, we have we have the community center down here to right off of or north of block 7. Just stepping up the building, we have these different conditions where the sort of turquoise colors are the affordable, and the sort of beige orangey colors are the market rent apartments. You can sort of see how they're dispersed throughout the building. A typical floor plan. Then we also have the indoor amenity spaces at the top portion of the towers, where we also try to locate some outdoor amenity spaces, roof terraces. The site plan, just going to skip through that. So here, what we wanted to show in these two images is just sort of the characteristics of the courtyard, looking east from the amenity deck and also looking west from the amenity deck. And it's just to sort of show the sort of the leveling of the sort of private amenity spaces, and that there is also sort of a level differentiation, so that there is somehow a clear distinction between the pop space at grade level and also these private amenity spaces as you move up into the building. These decks. Program distribution, which I will show in a second, a little bit more detailed. We have a series of 3 sort of diagrammatic sections, sort of perspectives through the building, just to explain a little bit how the project is built up. You can see there's one level of underground parking. Oh, sorry. And here, what we're cutting through is also the bicycle parking. On top of that, we have sort of a sunken patio, which leads up to this level 3 amenity space. And in the back, you can sort of see the stepping of the buildings and also the different amenity spaces on the roof terraces. Another image just showing the qualities of the courtyard space from a tenant point of view, where the public and private spaces are sort of clearly defined. Another diagrammatic section, this time cutting through the courtyard at grade, just to show the interface between the buildings and also the pop space. This launch section is actually to sort of show how the entrances of the building work, where you actually have the lobbies off of, for example, here, off of Cherry Street, and then you can move upwards and you can actually go through the sunken patio where you can enter the amenities spaces that again can lead down to the amenities in the courtyard, or you can move upwards to sort of this lush green deck for the residences. And the same is sort of mirrored in blocks in block 3. And if you just zoom into sort of this sort of node of the building, which is quite crucial for the functionality, you have this lobby where you can sort of, that's quite spacious, where you can enter and also go and get your mail. From the courtyard, the backside, you can actually enter and drop off your bike and quickly sort of get into the entrances. And from here, you also have access to these different amenity spaces and also, for example, co-working spaces, crash, games room, and so forth. So just 2 of these conditions that I tried to explain about: the stairs leading up from the sunken patio. And also, this is actually an image showing the access to the bicycle parking from the courtyard. So very quickly, a little bit about the materiality of blocks 3 and 4. One of the major changes that we've actually been looking at since the last design review panel is we wanted to sort of challenge ourselves and see if red brick was the right color for the building. And actually, we have been looking at a sort of a precast concrete that we would like to sort of work with a sort of form liner to create a sort of a better sort of architectural language between the base and also the tower portion of the building. So what we've been trying to do is to look into sort of a series of different colors and also etchings and sort of treatments of the concrete to sort of create this variation in the podium that should somehow mimic a little bit the different red colors of the neighborhood. In the tower portion of the building, what we've been looking at is sort of these, we call them zigzag panels. They're bent aluminum panels with a different profile depth to create this sort of mirage of sort of sparkling colors. And we've been trying to sort of mix them together with the different anglings of the panels to create this sort of cloud effect. Like Adam, what we've also been trying to do is to sort of understand the rhythm of these heritage and industrial buildings, that this really strong facade rhythm. And we've been trying to sort of work with this protruding vertical profiles that we also would like to sort of give a sort of profiling so that when you walk on the street, there's also this very clear rhythm of the facade as you pass by blocks 3 and 4. The cloud, as we call it, it's sort of this mirage of a different mirage effect where we try to work with these panels that have this different reflectivity and also a zigzag size. So just an image showing the street wall along Trinity Street. One thing that's maybe important to mention is like Block 8, we've specifically chosen to work with Juliet as sort of a condition in the project so that this is why there are no protruding balconies and also a way of sort of mitigating potential sort of cold bridges. Here you can sort of see the podium of the building and with the stacked cloud on top of it. Some facades I will just jump through very quickly. And actually, maybe what's more important is to sort of go to this sort of facade zoom where you can sort of see these vertical members where we are trying to work with these form liners in the precasting of the panels and to create these sort of vertical expression. And then we can work with a different scale of zigzagging so that you can sort of play with this as with different variations in different parts of the building. Then we have the window wall placed within that. This is at grade level one of the townhouses with 2 bedrooms. As you move up in the building, 1-bedroom unit just seen inside, and also sort of an axonometric view showing the facade, how it fits with the unit design. The same for the cloud portion of the building. We have these different sizes of zigzag panels that are sort of mixed throughout the building to create this mirage effect. The window wall that's placed within that, and then a typical 1-bedroom unit with this facade on it. And this is a diagram that we wanted to show just the different types of panels and how they're sort of placed throughout the building. So I will just hand it over to our WDI now.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. I'm kind of afraid, Ash, but I feel like a time check is needed. I'm used to the big red clock on the wall. I know we're a little bit over, but I also know we started a little bit late. All right, I'll just keep proceeding. Let me know if we need to cut it off. So
Leon,
this
do you
first
have a
slide.
time check, these guys? Sorry. Is Leon still here?
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, I missed what you said earlier, Brendan.
Oh, he wanted a time check to get a sense of how much time they have left.
Right. 11:50. I think you have about 3 minutes left, but I think we started like 15 minutes late. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. So yeah, I guess to start, we're very hyper aware of the comments that came out of DPM2 regarding the project's sustainability ambitions, and so since that time, we've had several coordination meetings on the topic. Of course, we need to make sure that we're at least hitting everything that we need to hit from all the requirements that we have on the project, but we also want to be absolutely certain that we've kind of exhausted and selected all of the sustainability features and conservation measures that have any economic case to be made, and that we are moving forward with those. And so in a minute, I'll get through some of the specific changes that we've made and the impact that it's had specifically on energy. So a lot of these call outs here, Adam and Thomas and Emily have already spoken to, relatively low window to wall ratio, high performance envelope, some benefits associated with the self-shading facade. Emily spoke to a lot of the landscaping features around maintaining existing trees wherever possible, stormwater gardens, achieving biodiversity, and the use of native adaptive species across the site. We're of course also looking at heat island effect and reducing that as much as possible through green roof and high albedo materials. And then on the material side, targeting all of the LEED credit thresholds associated with locally sourced materials and diverting construction waste on site, for instance. And then if we skip to the next slide. So this is where we've kind of most clearly shown an improvement, quantitative improvement since DPM2, where we were at an energy use intensity of 170 and a GHGI intensity of 22. So we've improved by 16% on the energy use intensity perspective and 11% on the greenhouse gas intensity. So we also wanted to compare ourselves to some of the peers in wards 14. So this was polled 3 or 4 months back. So it's a little bit outdated, but nonetheless a useful reference. And so we're looking at being 13 to 15% better on EUI and GHGI than all the other peers in Ward 14 that have submitted rezoning or SPA energy reports that were publicly accessible to us. I think another thing that is important to highlight here is that we're achieving these energy use intensity measures, yes, through some mechanical features, condensing boilers, magnetic bearing chillers, and suite ERVs. But primarily, I think the biggest thing that we're doing beyond kind of our peer multi-unit residential buildings across Toronto and across Canada really is prioritizing the passive measures, the precast, closed cell, and spray insulation, assemblies, and metal cladding, panel cladding systems with continuous insulation, really limiting the use of spandrel, no balconies. So we're looking at achieving Clearfield assemblies in the effective range of R15 to R20 across the building, which is great. And then even when we take into account all the linear interfaces and thermal bridging across the building, we're still in the effective R8 to R9 range. Which for a multi-unit residential building is quite fantastic. And then on the mechanical side, I mentioned we're doing everything that we should be doing there, plus a little bit more, which I'll get into in the next slide. So the first thing is we're looking at making the aesthetics work for Block 7 for a solar wall collector on the south, west, and potentially east of the mechanical penthouse. And so this technology, most of the folks on the call would be familiar with, but this helps preheat the ventilation air that we need for our corridors. And we are looking with where it's currently shown in orange here, this would be a 5% reduction in the annual energy use beyond what we're already showing on the previous slide in terms of energy use. Next slide. And on block 3 and 4, while we don't foresee solar wall being practical just for aesthetic reasons and architectural reasons on having screens around those mechanical penthouses, we have looked at making the provisions necessary to be able to attach to Enwave's planned future expansion to the area. And so this includes ensuring that we're sizing our equipment properly and our coils properly to allow for those different temperature differentials that are still to be determined on Enwave's side, ensuring that we have sufficient space for the energy transfer stations in the future, and then having the valved and capped pipes there ready for relatively easy connection in the future, assuming that Enwave does expand there. Next slide. And this is really just to show that we are well on track for the LEED Gold requirement. And so even here on the optimized energy perspective, we are actually achieving quite a bit more points there right now. And so we know that we need at this phase to be targeting at least about a 10% buffer here for gold, which is 60 points. So we're well on our way with a comfortable margin there to achieve it. That's it.
Okay, is that the full presentation? Okay,
Yes,
thank you
it is.
very much. That's very comprehensive. So I guess we'll move to questions. Obviously, we're way behind time, but fortunately, we just have lunch to follow and we have an extended lunch break. So let's try and move through this as best possible. So let's start off with questions. And Betsy, you might as well lead off.
Great. Thanks, Paul. I have two questions. The first is for Public Work, and the second is for Adam. So I'll ask them both together, and then you can answer separately. So for Public Work, as an office, what are the metrics that you use to determine the amount of seating in a courtyard like this? Is there a count for the population of the development plus the public engagement numbers? And then do you take a percentage of that? And how do you determine how occupiable the space is, and is it enough? I'm asking because the large parks that I've seen in the neighborhoods that I frequent are now essentially full. Like there's people outside everywhere. So I'm questioning a bit your balance between the hardscape, the unoccupiable planting, and the places for residents and the public to spend time. And then the second question is for Adam. It's not really a question, but more like I think I can save it for comment, actually. So let's just go with the first question.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Betsy. Thank you for your question. So it's a really great one. And I think we maybe have to take into account the whole new situation around COVID regarding public spaces and parks as well. So as an office, what we normally do is take a standard width that will normally say 40 centimeters or 60 centimeters as kind of like a general occupiable space for any seating areas. As you can see in this design, the hardscape and the width for the public flow is actually quite generous. And this is just to try to have a public area that is less, that doesn't disrupt the private areas kind of fronting onto the townhomes. Obviously, we do need to look at this in more detail and actually come up with these numbers. I'm actually not too familiar about any of the other projects that we've done in regards to calculating specifically like the number of people for the occupiable public space. But obviously, just to respond in terms of the occupation of the space itself, we're really trying to keep most of the activity towards the center of the courtyard. So definitely thank you for that question, and we will be looking into that more.
Can you just really simply, can you answer how many people are going to live in this development, and then how many people can sit down in the courtyard at one time?
Right now, I'm really not sure, so I don't have an answer for that, and we'll be looking into that more.
Okay, let's keep moving on. George? George, are you there? No, I'll come back to him. Claude, no, Claude's out of this. Peter.
I only have one question, and it's a fairly general question. I'm concerned about how uniform everything is, and I can't recall in earlier studies and earlier presentations. Did you present the idea that maybe different blocks would have different aspects to them, different coloration or different finishes and so on? It's fairly uniform all across, and I'm not sure about that. I wonder whether you could respond to that and tell us what your thinking is.
Was that a question for blocks 3 and 4 with
Yeah, 3 and 4, yeah.
Well, I think it's a great question because it's, first of all, there's this difficulty in visualizing sort of these metal panels to make sure that they come across the way they should. But what we actually tested, we made numerous tests where we tried to sort of colorize sort of each, you could say each cube in plan in a different tone, a different color. And actually it had sort of the reverse effect, architecturally speaking, that it looked more like a series of towers that were somehow squished together. And in our opinion, it just didn't seem to serve the purpose. But I understand what you mean, and what we've actually been trying to sort of work with is to sort of have this these types of panels with different profiles, and also a little bit different surface treatments to create this sort of sparkling effect of the panels.
Okay, thank you. Let's keep moving through. Bridget, please.
Yep, I had a few questions. One, in blocks 3 and 4, am I to understand that the mechanical is actually in the corners with grills and vents, and then there are green roofs, but it doesn't look like there is any access to the roof spaces for the tenants. Is that deliberate, or is there a reason for that?
The mechanical penthouses are sort of in the volume of the building, but they are on top of the levels where you have access to the roof terraces.
So is there, so I guess what I'm reading from your sort of axonometric sections is that in the northwest and northeast corners are where the mechanical penthouses are, and your roofs are shown as green roofs, but my question is whether the residents get access to those spaces or not. It was not clear to me.
They will not get access to the spaces on top of all the roofs.
And why is that?
I think it's mainly sort of trying to sort of make sure that we have sort of a focused design on sort of the different sort of amenity roofs, and that we sort of work with them in a sort of a strategic way, so that we, instead of trying to spread out a lot of design everywhere, that we try to do it where people can sort of interact and meet, of course, with social distancing, hopefully, in play. So that was that was the initial idea.
Okay, my other question related to block 3 and 4 was, what is your approach to public art? This is one of the signatures of Waterfront Toronto. I would say the portion of Front Street east of Cherry is a really great example, but I didn't hear anything about that aspect in this presentation.
Maybe I'll jump in on that one, because in the West Don Lands, as in the East Bayfront, we're doing a precinct-wide public art approach. So we have been collecting the development charges from developers and using those funds to install pieces in the public realm rather than integrated into individual developments. So I don't think these guys have a public art component to their proposal because they're within that precinct.
Okay, and then I had a question about that east-west street to the south of block 3 and 4. Is there a name for that street, or is it like I saw like New Street on one plan? Is it nameless, or does it have an identity at all?
It has not been named as far as I know, and we have, my apologies for that, but amongst the team, we've been sort of calling it the East-West Street and also the New Street, but it hasn't been named to my recollection.
And then I had one last question of clarification. In your block 7, the loading bay, is it something that is like a through loading bay? Like I couldn't tell from the plans. Like there's our east-west laneway, and then there is Mill Street. So do things go in one way and out the other? Or I just was very confused about how the loading bay worked for that specific small corner block.
Yes, it's a through loading bay. So,
and why does it need to be a through loading bay?
Well, the issue we have is, and listen, to be fair, the city doesn't like the idea of it being a through loading bay. They don't want any access to Mill Street. The problem is, for the loading, we have to provide a type G loading bay to meet the city garbage pickup requirements, and we have to exit the site in a forward manner. So if we do a turnaround on our site, it basically takes up 2/3 of the ground floor.
I see. So that means that when the garbage truck is leaving, it actually has to cross over the sidewalk and a curb cut on the north side of Mill Street, really close to the corner, and then exit, west or east from there.
That is correct. We tried to look at an option where we combine the loading in block 4, but unfortunately with the east-west street being a public street, we can't take our garbage there across the public street. And then,
okay. Yeah.
We're kind of stuck.
Thank you for the clarification. I just couldn't figure that one out. So thank you for helping me.
Okay. Thanks, Bridget. Fatty?
Just a very quick question to go back to Betsy's question, and maybe this is then to the team if Public Work can't answer. Is there an idea of the total number of people who will be living in these blocks? Maybe Waterfront Toronto has the answer, or maybe I missed it in the very thorough presentation. Just like, what is the general overall number of people who will be living in these blocks?
Well, Fadi, we typically use 1.6 people or 1.7 people per suite. So we got 830 odd suites here. So we're looking at 13 or 1,400 people living here.
1,400. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Fatty. Nina Marie?
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering if you could elaborate as to whether or not there is a maintenance strategy in place for the planters. I guess this is a question for Public Work. The planters have very specific habitat niches in terms of their programming that for containment requires significant maintenance. And I'm wondering what is the plan or strategy for that? And maybe that includes some of the upfront design work.
Right, for sure. So for the establishment period of the trees themselves, we do have irrigation that will be detailed into the landscape itself. And then from there on, it's really something that we're still looking into and working together with the rest of the team to determine how much maintenance we can provide on the site. But the idea is really to have these planters and certain ones kind of be self-sufficient, hopefully with as little maintenance as possible.
Well, if that's the case, do I understand correctly that the woodland fern garden area has a self-irrigating component? I couldn't tell if what I'm seeing is a very early rendering or whether these are already detailed.
They haven't been detailed yet, and we'll be working on those in the future as we continue to detail it more.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Pat, please.
3 quick questions. I was wondering if you could tell me the floor-to-floor heights of the building and the typical unit size, and if there are any inboard, 4 questions, any inboard bedrooms on the larger units, and what the percentage glazing is on the exterior.
Yeah, this is Thomas speaking. Maybe if I just start with the glazing, it's roughly 50% wall and 50% glazing.
They should test you at the airport. Oh, I don't know what that is, but keep going, Thomas.
Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. What was the second question?
The floor-to-floor height.
The floor-to-floor height is varying as you go up the building. So, of course, we're sort of working with different floor-to-floor heights due to some of the cantilevering. But in the lower portions of the building, they're roughly 3.8 meters. And as you go up in the building, they go down to 2.95 meters.
So a typical residential floor would be 2.95.
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
Pat, sorry, it's Adam here.
Hi.
So what's mandated is we're mandated for a 9-foot ceiling through the affordable housing. So some of the floor-to-floor heights shift around based on slab steps, etc. Also, Thomas, I can keep going with the unit areas just because I've dug up the stats. Sorry, I used to have these memorized. But currently what we're at, and these are also in part mandated through the province, at least for the affordable units, where we're sitting right now between blocks 3, 4, and 7 is we have in the market units, we're at 570 square feet for a 1-bedroom, 837 square feet for a 2-bedroom, and 1,043 for a 3-bedroom. And the ratios of that are, I think we're aiming for in the markets 45% 1-bedrooms, 45% 2-bedrooms, and 10% 3s. In the affordable housing units, we're at approximately, the average right now is 684 square feet for the 1-bedrooms, 841 square feet for the 2-bedrooms, 1,086 square feet for the 3-bedrooms, and approximately 1,250 square feet for the 4-bedrooms. And those ratios are at 40% 1-bedrooms, 40% 2-bedrooms, 10% 3s, and 10% 4s.
That's excellent. Thanks very much for that.
Great. Thanks a lot, Pat. Jeff?
I don't have any questions right now. I'll leave the building science questions for Kevin.
Okay, Kevin.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hello, Adam. So I just want to focus on the sustainability portion because I really appreciate seeing these EUIs and TEDIs descending, and I think that's great. And what I wanted to ask, and perhaps this is Brandon, so did we do a total building envelope connectivity analysis? Is that how we got to the R8, R9 figure?
Yes, we did, Kevin. Yeah,
That's
using
great.
the BTBG, the British Thermal Guidance, that methodology.
Fantastic. So the energy breakdown, is this like is it still a fairly typical breakdown, roughly 50% heating on a total yearly energy use analysis?
Yeah, it is.
Rough.
In fact, I probably should have showed that breakdown. It is pretty typical. Domestic hot water actually being one of the predominant end uses, pretty equivalent to heating actually, space heating.
So what are we at space heating? About 50%?
That would be my guess.
Okay. Well,
to be honest,
like
I
I
don't
want to
have
know the
the
balance
figure
between
in front of
heating
me,
and
but
cooling is what I want to get at. Are we at about
yeah,
20% cooling typical?
that would be my expectation. To be honest, I don't have it in front of me right now, but I may be able to even pull
Okay.
it up.
Next question. When we calculated the greenhouse gas intensity, we're using the current suite of condensing boilers and chillers.
That's right. Yeah, applying
So
the SP10.
how is our greenhouse gas intensity affected by a potential hookup with Enwave? What are we seeing there?
Oh, that's a huge potential question, depending on whether it's actually deep lake water cooling or if it's just part of their chiller plant. And in fact, even if that is determined, it's still a wild card in terms of what the actual losses are. It's, to be honest, with their current proposal, there would be very little impact we anticipate on the greenhouse gas intensity figure.
So
But if
what's
they
the benefit? What's the benefit for the project from a sustainability perspective?
Yeah, I think future preparedness is the biggest thing, and also the ability. They are certainly going to be investing more and more in improving the greenhouse gas intensity of their systems. They're actively doing so every day. We've even been supporting them in that exercise. So, I mean, if they do expand the deep lake water cooling to this portion, there would be a substantial benefit in terms of greenhouse gas intensity. But we really see it as more of a future preparedness and resiliency perspective, even more so than a sustainability feature.
Okay, I can appreciate that. Last question: did we do a cost benefit analysis on a heat pump approach, ground source or air source?
Yes, we did. It was so there was a slight improvement on the greenhouse gas intensity. So we looked at water source heat pump predominantly as an alternative. So a slight improvement on the greenhouse gas intensity, a slight increase in the cost just because we're shifting some of the heating load to the electric side in the suites.
You didn't see a very drastic greenhouse gas reduction?
For the water source heat pumps, we saw a sorry, this was probably 7 or 8 months ago that we looked at this. It was pretty substantial. I mean, about 30 to 40% of that heating load is switched to electric at a COP of 4 to 6. So that whole portion has a much lower greenhouse gas intensity than it would otherwise with the 4-pipe fan coil. So it wasn't insignificant, but it wasn't
Okay.
it wasn't.
No, I appreciate.
To push us
I mean, I
over
can
to
understand that both on the capital side, it's more expensive, and of course we have the issue of electricity being more expensive. So I understand that. I guess for me, it's part of. It's going to tie into my comments forthcoming about what we can do on this kind of great proposal, simply to reduce some of those, reduce the TEDI, reduce the overall energy use intensity, but most importantly, reducing the carbon intensity. So what are the simple things we can do to do that while maintaining all the kind of great urban stuff we got here? So that's the extent of my questions. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. I'll just go back. George, are you there? I'm not sure if you're back.
This is Leon. I just want to interrupt and just relay a message to George. I see him. He's on the call here, but he's muted. So if you're listening, George, if you press star and then 6 on the numpad of your phone, you should be able to unmute. And I think that's probably the issue.
I'll give him a second to see.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he has questions or not.
Mm-hmm. I also just sent a quick message to George, so maybe we'll come back to him if he's able to.
All right, let's go on with comments then, and then I'll come back to George. Perhaps he can do both if he has a question. So let's run through the list again. It's 10 to 1, but obviously we have time. So Betsy, let's go through that list and lead off.
Sure, thank you. On the answers from Public Work, I think metrics are really important, and it's something that we can easily quantify in terms of the architecture, the units, and the space. but I'm finding it harder to quantify in terms of is this central courtyard right-sized? It's certainly more generous than it was previously, which is a huge improvement. The openings to the courtyard are bigger, which is also a huge improvement. So I think both of those things are very good. I kind of found myself struggling with, do I think it's big enough? Is there enough seating? You know, as Peter said, we've got 13 to 1400 people plus the public in this complex. Is it working in the right way? And I think the problem with being able to, for me to formulate a criticism on this is that it's right now it's very much a collection of components with a lot of paving in between. So it seems pavement heavy with these little moments of activity that seem to be about green or carved wood kind of seating areas. And I'm still looking for that big idea that ties the courtyard pieces together. So what is the reason for kind of all of these things to be together? And is it about pavement space so people can walk through and you're not expecting people to sit and stop in this courtyard? Or, and in that case, should there be maybe more trees and less seating? So I'm having trouble kind of assessing the purpose of it, but my general kind of sense is that it's pavement heavy and that the pieces are somewhat disconnected still. My comment, Adam, was that I'm kind of with you overall on the building. However, my problem with it is sort of fundamental in the sense that the historical context strategy for what you're doing on that corner is a little bit of a reach. The horizontal datum line is kind of inconsequential because, as you can see from that view, looking from block 8 to the corner, that line really jumps up and down from the across the whole kind of corner of that block. So the datum, I don't think horizontally will really be read in between the distillery and your building. And then the bays of the metal panels with the loading bay door don't really have a relationship with the brick facades. It really feels like curtain wall or an infill kind of window wall approach. And it doesn't really transcend that to kind of create an analogous relationship with the buildings further down. And I think the takeaway for me is that the brick at grade and distillery is the continuity in the project. So the other development has it in precast concrete, which I think is pretty interesting. It continues the color without necessarily being the exact same thing. But you've kind of flipped it so that you've pushed that continuity further up, which I'm not sure is the right move. And then you've put the less nice material at grade where the public is going to interface with it. So I think that the brick is kind of a nicer, richer material that people you get a sense when you're next to it of being in the distillery, and you've kind of elevated the brick. So although it's still red brick, you don't have a sense in the public realm of it really being there at all. So I'm not quite sure what you do with those comments, but that's kind of my takeaway from that piece. I'll speak to the revised corners on the other housing because I think there's going to be a lot of comments in general about it, about the whole project. I do like the revised corner approach. I think especially at Trinity, allowing for more trees and more green in the public realm is better than having the shaded porticos. And also the approach of the slight cantilever on one side and then the pullback on the other, I think is strong, and just really designing a really good public realm space to come up next to this building is good. And then having that continuity with the red kind of masonry material coming forward is also good. So I appreciate that. My last point is that we saw a cloud analogy on another housing project a number of months ago in this area, and it was definitely not as successful as yours. So I'm interested to see where you take Peter's comments about variability and what that turns into in build form. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Betsy. George, are you there now?
Can you hear me, Paul?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Finally, I'm reconnected. I'm really having a technological nightmare in this meeting. Anyway, I do have a couple of questions. And they're for Tom. Well, the first one's for Thomas, and because it's to do with blocks 3 and 4, and it's the panel called Amenities, block 3 and 4, levels 1 and 2. Can you find that slide?
I will do my best.
It's toward
My
the end of the section on 3 and 4.
Yeah, my computer is not really responding. There we go. There we go. Sorry. So, George, if you just tell me to stop.
Yes, well, I'm only unfortunately, because I'm having computer problems. I'm just looking at the presentation that was sent in advance. It's the one called Amenities. The title on the sheet is Amenities Block 3 and 4, and then underneath that it says Levels 1 and 2, and it shows a set of axonometrics.
Yes, I have it here.
Okay, now, all right, I've discovered that I don't quite understand the relationship of these big staircases to the so-called amenities patio. If I can see in the two axonometrics on that sheet, I can see the big staircase going from the lobby up to the second floor.
Yes.
And it's a similar condition in each of the axonometrics. But then if I go to the next slide, the one that's headed Courtyard Development, Enlarged Area, the image on the left is obviously outdoors. So I'm, where does that stair, the grand stair with the tree planters on it, on that second panel, where is that located in relation to the axonometrics on the panel before? Is it going from the amenities patio up again?
Yes. So my apologies. I can see that we have rendered these stairs out with brick, and they're a little bit illegible. But you have one stair that's going from the lobby, from grade up to second level, which is wood.
That's indoors,
yeah, that's
right?
indoors. Yes, and then you're able to pass through a few doors, and then you actually are in this sunken patio, and that's actually what's in the first slide that you mentioned, is what's sort of lined with red brick, and from there you're able to walk up.
Again.
Yes, to level 3.
Now, all right, now I understand it. Now, my second question is really, it may be to the client. I'm just surprised at the amount of retail that is being shown on blocks 3 and 4, and the issue is just whether that much retail can be expected to be occupied. Is your client comfortable that they can lease all that space?
I do not want to answer on the leasability of the space. I think they've done some calculations on that, but we've had numerous discussions on the amount of retail, and they are comfortable with what's shown. Jordan, please feel free to jump in if I...
Okay, George?
Well, that's it for questions. Do you want me to do comments as well?
We're in the comments now, so you might as well just go ahead with your comments, George.
Okay. Well, I think I'm a little happier with what we're seeing here than maybe some of my colleagues. I actually thought that the team has been surprisingly responsive to the commentaries we presented last time. I was one of the ones who was a skeptic about whether the street that Bridget's worrying about not having a name, because of the existing buildings on the south side, I was worried as to whether that could be domesticated, and I was part of the block that was suggesting maybe not having townhouses there. But in fact, I think they've done a pretty good job of domesticating that street, and that was one of my big concerns last time. I also think the clarification of the public and the general public on the ground plane and communal public for the residents on the upper decks is also clarified, and the discussion I just had about the staircases kind of goes with that. And I'm also sympathetic to Thomas's concern about not changing the material palette of the facades too much given the amount of articulation and massing which is already happening here. So, and even on with Betsy's challenge to Adam on block 7, if I understood him correctly, part of the kind of a manipulation of the contextual references and the material palette on the facades was in response to neighborhood and city concern, as much as it was his own design preferences. So all taken in all, I think this is a pretty considered response to the issues as I understood them in the project. That's
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, George. Peter?
Yeah, my comments are pretty simple. I'm also pretty satisfied with the resolution of the project. I share Bridget and Betsy's concern about the amount of open space given the number of people who are going to live there. I don't know what you can do about that except animate and develop the green roofs some more and make them accessible. You're putting amenities up there, but there's, just it appears in the renderings the roofs are just kind of painted green, and I think you could make much more use out of those, particularly in the fact that it's, relatively speaking to other Toronto projects we've seen recently, this is pretty low-rise development, so those roofs are not going to be as windy, and they could be quite a bit more usable. My second comment is I return to my concern about the 2 blocks of very uniform building finishes. If in design development the architects could develop some subtle differentiation between the blocks that provide some variety for people who are walking around or looking at or living in the blocks themselves, it'd be appreciated on my part. It could be quite subtle, it doesn't have to be, paint one pink and the other one green. It could be, development of the brick or the brick treatment, or development of the metallic skin above. It could be subtle, but differentiation would help the block. I mean, I can't think of projects in my city that have this scale, that they're all uniform as this. 2 city blocks, and they're big blocks. So I encourage you to look at that. I know we're not going to see this again, but I encourage you to develop the green roofs and to develop some differentiation between the blocks. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Bridget?
First of all, thank you for the presentation, and I definitely see a big improvement and addressing of many of our issues from the last presentation. Because of the depth and width of the block itself, you've ended up with a courtyard. And I would say in Toronto, there are actually not many precedents for good courtyards. Also, what you're doing is creating a new public realm by actually making it a passage through, in effect, what is a residential courtyard. So many of the other projects, like at the river complex and in the West Donlands, have courtyards, but they're not necessarily so public. And then what you've done is put a constructed landscape and a kind of constructed topography within that courtyard. So I think that there's some interesting precedents, and I really hope that they are super successful in their outcome. I totally agree with Peter in that their green roofs are frankly not enough. There's actually quite a few of them. And when you realize the number of people in this double block complex, I think that the green roofs should actually be habitable and places for use and amenity. It just seems like there's so much roof space and that it needs to be addressed. And then I feel like this east-west street, I agree with George in that there's some improvement, but I guess I feel like right now it needs more. I would love to see a north-south section through this nameless street from the rear of the Mill Street buildings where all the servicing is, across and through the townhouses, and your kind of new north-south passage, because you're really relying on this east-west street to be the way that people arrive at this new public realm. And I guess I'm still not convinced, and I just feel like it needs especially with the landscape treatment on the north side of the nameless street is actually really, really key because you can control that. So from Trinity all the way through to Cherry, that north side of the street becomes really, really important. And I know you'll do a really good job of making that positive. And then I guess with Block 7, I feel like it's really too bad with the loading bay. I understand all of the kind of restrictions that you have and the size of loading bay relative to the use above. But I feel that crossing over, like a garbage truck crossing over the sidewalk on the north side of Mill Street and actually using Mill as a servicing area is just really too bad. And it's not that it doesn't happen further along. So there's parts of the distillery on the south side where the garbage is used, but it's actually just rolled across, and it's actually not a truck that crosses over. So anyhow, but thank you.
Okay, thanks, Fadi. Fadi, are you there? No? Nina Marie.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. For some reason, the button was not pressing.
All right.
Marie, you could go first if you want.
Oh, sure, that's okay. Thank you very much. I have comments that really echo Betsy's, Bridget's, and Peter's, particularly with respect to the amount of public space and the program for the green roof. I hope you're able to push that further. It's certainly an improvement over what we saw last time, and I appreciate very much that the team has taken those comments to heart. I do have some more specific comments just with respect to the planters. This is really a challenge, and I think it's an important landscape challenge given the demand for open space in 4 seasons and in climate extremes. I really appreciate that you've pursued a Carolinian planting habitat, but you've set yourselves up for a really significant challenge. And unless there's a very strategic maintenance plan, I think what I worry about in so many of these really good intentioned, high principled projects that they wind up, frankly, compacted, dried out, and in no time colonized by urban plants of the Northeast, otherwise known as weeds. Which actually could be your friend in some of these places. So I hope that there is an opportunity to really engage a maintenance plan that doesn't necessarily have to be costly, but has to be very strategic. I also appreciate that there's water retention on site and the use of rainwater, whether you're calling them for stormwater or bioretention or whatever. Equally, you could be thinking about in the sunnier spots in gravel garden strategies, for example, that are very tough and resilient. I think there is a tendency to want to use these cooling, beautiful, shaded places for all the reasons we understand, but the reality is in the urban extreme condition, we know they're hard to maintain, and you don't want to set yourself up for failure. So hopefully using species that will self-propagate and that are going to give you the structure you want is where you're going to end up. I hope also that you'll maybe give some thought to the sassafras grove. I've not seen one successfully myself in a short order. I think it's a really beautiful, beautiful plant that has such potential, and in this condition, I'd be really surprised if it would work without a significant investment, particularly because they're at the extreme north end of their range. Even with climate change, and not to mention the soil needs are just so specific. They're also very susceptible to a particular kind of fungus. So I don't think you'd want to do tree replacement. That said, I really admire the ambition, and I hope that a maintenance plan will help. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Back to you, Fadi.
Yes, thank you so much. Sorry about that. The mute button was very hard to press. There's a lot of work here, and I think this is an exciting project overall. I would actually kind of say that there's maybe a bit too much content for us to take in altogether. So, this is both rewarding and exciting, but also a little bit overwhelming. I would just say that the reason why I think it's so important, and as many people have mentioned, the kind of quantification and the metrics of how many people will be in these public spaces is important, especially because of the proximity of the courtyard to the distillery district. And over time, both the distillery district and the kind of West Donlands overall is becoming a huge draw for people. So I think a kind of study that distinguishes between how many people will be here from the city at large versus how many residents will live there and will require private amenity space versus the kind of just transient people walking through from the distillery to Front Street and down to Corktown Common, as in one of your diagrams was showing, is I think really critical. And when you kind of do these metrics and you measure, you might be able to see a little bit more how the different material treatments and the surface treatments that are required, right? So the kind of hardscape to softscape ratios, the kind of idea of these passive seasonal groves might actually become really popular and want to be filled versus not. So kind of much more analytical understanding of the overall circulation of the different constituents, if you will, who will be living, passing by, or would require amenities, will also maybe help you make the case for occupying the green roofs. That's on one hand. The other, from the building's point of view, I think overall, I think it's really exciting to use different materials, especially in this area, and the kind of juxtaposition of some of the kind of more metallic and shiny materials in relation to kind of the brick frontages. And I also think that the overall massing seems pretty convincing to me from street level, and this is especially visible in that one rendered view looking east on Front Street. I feel like that image really sells it really well and would make makes it a very exciting urban project. So thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Pat?
Yeah, I think I'd like to speak in defense of the amount of green space, because I don't know that everyone's aware, but there is, according to Toronto Green Standards, requirement to provide 2 square meters of outdoor amenity space and match that with indoor amenity space for each one of the units in this development. And that's what, if this building had not, if this project had not chosen to sort of pedestrianize that street that was running north-south through that, that would really be all that this project that would be required to do. And that would be typical of just about any residential project that we've seen at Waterfront in this area. So I may be wrong, and Adam and Thomas, you can correct me, but the publicly, the POP space is really kind of in addition to what is required for outdoor amenity space per unit on this block already. And so to that end, I mean, I get that there's an optics about this, and we're living in different times, and having space and greenery is an issue. But with respect to kind of going through a lot of analysis and understanding the sort of, I believe that this project actually is providing more green space than it normally would have. I mean, with respect to Bridget's comment of a kind of new type of a constructed landscape in a courtyard building, which we haven't really seen in Toronto. And then further to that, the kind of whether, you know, some of these planting strategies are going to work or not, but the kind of emphasis on greening that space, kind of trying to find the balance of hard surface and green surface. Hard surface is where people can actually occupy the space. So it seems to me that there's a kind of a reasonable balance of allowing for hard surface for people to actually use the space and actually sit alongside large areas of planting. And that the amount of planting actually is just not in the courtyard space, but there's tree planting in the sort of mews space or the passage space between the two buildings as well. So I actually think the project has presented a kind of balance between built form and biomass that, you know, could it be better? Yeah, but I think it's innovative, and I think it should be applauded.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Jeff.
Well, I think sort of agree, I think, with a lot of what Pat just said. You know, there's certainly details of the building that could be looked at a little further, but overall, I think the responsiveness from the last comments, I've seen a lot of stuff personally that I commented on, the way you've addressed some of the retail space along Front Street, the pedestrian flows. You know, that I think are really strong. And overall, I mean, I think it's a really good fabric building in a neighborhood. It's interesting. You know, it doesn't really stand out, but I think you know, it seems like a solid project. And obviously, with the need for rental housing, I think it's pretty strong. You know, overall, I think from a sustainability perspective, you know, it's a good project. It could always go a little further. We know that the challenges for multi-res projects, you know, as we move closer to 2030 and what those expectations are going to be challenging. And I think, you know, Kevin's comments on making the building case and thinking about future flexibility and what we can do are going to be really important, because it might be something that we have to do to adjust performance in the future that might not make, you know, a really strong business case today. So that would, you know, I'd continue to be looking at that, look at those district energy connections, look at ways we can address future flexibility. But overall, I think it's a good project.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. And finally, Kevin.
Thank you very much. So I have several comments with respect to the overall sustainability strategy. A couple of them are recommendations. I think doing a whole building thermal bridging calculation is commendable, and I do agree with Brandon that if you are getting R8 to R9 total conductivity in our climate, that's very good, and it's exceptional for this type of building. So I want to commend you on that. The solar wall initiative is also over and above, and I think that's great. I appreciate that, you know, you're going to decentralized ventilation. That's excellent. Better air quality for the tenants and better energy efficiency. But for that common air space, you know, using the solar wall, I think that's smart, and that's good. What I would like to talk just a little bit about is if we are looking at, for example, 50% window-to-wall ratio, which I think is very good. You know, the Model National Energy Code is 40%, so you're approaching that. That's great. But I think this is something moving into the kind of design, the detailed design phase. I think we have to focus on. When there's some great drawings there provided, you know, showing, you know, how confident the designer is on the lines and maintaining the datums and so forth. But for me, the key is if we are really looking at a 50% window-to-wall ratio with, you know, average effective R values of between R15 and R20 for the opaque assemblies, we have to really focus on whether they are in fact effective. I'll give an example. So where we have the precast and we're foaming in behind the precast, I think that's an exceptional strategy. That's a great strategy. Adam already mentioned that, you know, we got amazing air tightness, which is hugely important. However, it's all in the details. So is that foam going to encompass the anchors? Because we'll have very, very significant chi values, you know, point load thermal conductivities through those anchors that will significantly undermine the surrounding foam. It might even pose a condensation issue. So, you know, they have to be detailed properly. I do notice where the soffit and the precast panels meet. We have quite a narrowing of the insulation there. You know, that psi value is going to be significant. If we were going for a passive house, I know we're not. You know, the reviewer would say, I'm sorry, that detail won't work. So can we increase that soffit insulation? I mean, soffits, you know, insulate. I'm glad you're insulating the soffit itself, but I think, you know, you might want to think about those soffits having quite a bit more insulation. It will be undermined by all the fastenings. You know, maybe you want to use thermal clips or thermally broken pins or something like that. I guess what I'm saying is that I would like to sort of encourage that certain details are really sort of taken to the next level, so we can actually count on that 50% window to wall ratio. You know, you know, if like where we have, for example, the window wall, and we have those really cool steel panels, and then we have the insulated precast. So the insulated precast, I think, is a great strategy. It works, but where that panel overtakes the window wall, I don't think we can really count on the backup window wall for those insulating values. I'm wondering, can we look at maybe just swapping out in behind that panel as insulated precast as a strategy? And I think then we'll get a better air tightness and better insulation. So I'm just wondering if we can kind of consider that moving forward. So that I do want to note that you've met all the requirements for tier 1, but you're so close to tier 2 on the energy metrics, like super close. So I'm just wondering, with a few tweaks to the passive measures, can we actually get down to the tier 2 level, which would be fantastic. And those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. I'll summarize the comments of the panel. I think,
Paul,
yes.
It's Chris. I realized I had a question that I
Oh,
forgot
I'm
to
sorry.
ask earlier. No. I should have asked it during questions, but I forgot. I think it's just a question for Adam.
Yeah.
And it just regards the Block 7 project and the spacing. I think, Adam, you said you're setting back 5.5 meters from the property line and getting a facing distance of 7 meters with the adjacent building. And I just wanted to understand how that works, because I thought the city had an 11-meter facing distance minimum. So are you not subject to that, or how does that work?
Sneaky question. Well, first of all, that you're right. Like, the city looks at an 11-meter facing condition for primary windows. It's actually been sort of upgraded to 15 meters for a lot of projects in certain areas. But the way they've looked at it historically is splitting the difference. So you're responsible for 5.5 on your property and 5.5 the other guys. And so in discussions with the city, they've acknowledged that we're meeting our half of it. And they've also acknowledged, and sorry, I don't want to put words in the city's mouth, but also what was important is that no units face directly west, right? So that they aren't technically primary windows.
That's for your project or in the existing project?
It's actually both projects, it turns out, but we've committed to following that as well.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I'll go back and summarize. I think overall what you've heard is very supportive comments, that you really made a very strong effort and given us a positive response to the feedback we gave you when you were before the panel previously. So we all thank you for that. With respect to the buildings, I think there's been a number of suggestions and refinements is the best way to consider them. In no particular order, one comment, as you move to detailed design to explore subtle differentiation between the buildings so that there is less uniformity among the entire block. It is a big block. Second, that very strong I think support for your approach to the corners. You've taken our concerns into consideration, and I think they work quite well. Third, very strong comment about a missed opportunity for the need to animate the green roofs and make them accessible. As a comment has been made, these are generally low to mid-rise buildings. There is a lot of roof space there that would simply go wasted, and it's a wonderful opportunity to develop a program to have access for the residents to those green roofs, and I think that's absolutely a very strong point. Another subtle comment about the reinforcement of the quality of brick at grade as a key element of continuity as it relates to the distillery district was mentioned. In terms of the public realm, several comments about the central courtyard. And I guess the key question was, is it the right size? And what's the balance, the right balance of hard and green surface area? It's going to accommodate two functions in terms of the walkthrough for the general public, and obviously to serve the needs of the communal residents as public space. I think some questions about, how are those details going to be sorted out in terms of the sitting area, the walkthrough area. There's a comment made that it still feels a bit pavement heavy. Some suggestions made about the importance of a strategic maintenance plan for the vegetation was absolutely critical. to ensure, especially given the conditions of sun and shadow, that the vegetation is going to do as best possible in that environment. More illustration of the way in which the courtyard would be utilized in terms of the 1,300 plus people. What might be the utilization patterns during the day versus the evening versus weekends versus the day, etc. All that business about is it big enough and how's it going to function successfully? There are other courtyards that people are familiar with in the city. One of the earliest ones was, of course, at Market Square with the through connection to the St. James Church from Front Street. Much different scale, much different space, but very, very important consideration. So again, all those refinements and details need to be carefully worked out. One other comment about the east-west nameless street, perhaps more illustration of that street in detail, particularly through a north-south section, as how that's going to relate to the buildings in the Distillery District was made. With respect to the sustainability, I think encourage that you're planning for district energy connections in the future. Specific suggestions made about increasing the soffit insulation and attention to detail as you move through the next phase of this. And the fact that you're so very, very close to achieving tier 2 energy level, is that not possible to actually achieve as you move through more detailed design? In terms of the overall I guess support and overall commentary, I think you're hearing some very strong suggestions, some very strong indication of refinements needed to make this even better. I particularly have to comment on the fact that, as one of our members said, it's a very solid fabric building in the neighborhood. And I want to comment on the fact that this is much needed rental housing. And I particularly appreciate the integration of the affordable and the market units distributed throughout the building. So there isn't the stigma associated with that's the affordable housing building. So in summary, I think a very strong set of comments, some very positive suggestions for you to consider as you work through the details. And we thank you for your extensive presentation. I think it was 186 pages, one of the longest I've ever seen. So thanks again for that. I guess we're going to move to a vote, and given the commentary, my suggestion is to put a motion forward of support with all the refinements that have been mentioned being taken into consideration as you move forward. Is anyone opposed to that motion?
Paul, this is George. You are proposing full support, so you're not translating that to mean support with conditions, are you?
No, I think given the commentary and where we've been and where we are now, I'm recommending that we consider full support, but with all the refinements that have been suggested in this meeting taken into consideration as it moves forward.
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay.
I understand.
All right. I don't hear anyone opposing that, so can we assume there's a unanimous support for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll give the applicant a chance to respond to what they've heard in our commentary. So over to you, perhaps Adam.
Well, listen, I just want to thank everyone for their comments. They've been very helpful through the process, and we've worked very hard to respond to them. But thank you for the comments. They're always helpful. Thomas?
Yeah, I also wanted to say thank you for the comments, and thank you for pushing us. And I think it's been very helpful to keep us motivated and pushing us forward so that we strive to do better. So and we will continue to do so with these comments. So thank you again.
60 Trinity, this is here for the first time, and it's kind of unique. It's a hybrid of issues ID and schematic design. Apparently, it's moving through the basic process, but it's here, and we need to weigh in on it, and we will have to take a vote at the end of our discussion. So with that in mind, I think, Leon, you're doing the introduction.
Yes, thanks, Paul. I am Leon Lai, the Design Review Panel Manager with Waterfront Toronto, and I will be introducing this project, 60 Trinity, Enbridge Station A. So to start, I just want to introduce the team members with us today. So from the proponent side, we have Michael Abate, Construction and Project Management Advisor with the Enbridge, Aaron Murdoch, Supervisor of Capital Development from Enbridge. From the city, we have Megan, who was already speaking, from Community Planning, Megan Rolfe, and Deanne Mighton from Urban Design. So to facilitate the Portland's flood protection work, an Enbridge main has to be relocated to the west side of the Don River. That main primarily services the downtown core. A new pressure regulation station is proposed to be constructed at 60 Trinity Street, which is land owned by Enbridge. The site is just 65 meters north of the distillery district. The facility is a secured station with very limited above grade features. It has an open air decorative masonry perimeter. The project was recommended by the city to come to the DRP.
Should you be thankful. The slide, Leon? Are you showing us something? Are you showing us something?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Forgot to move my slides here. So we're thankful for the city in bringing this project to the DRP, because projects sometimes of this type fly under the radar and skip the DRP process. We also appreciate Enbridge for bringing a level of design beyond the typical. Despite the project being at an advanced stage, we will review it today, and the team has agreed to return to address changes in the future. In terms of the anticipated approvals, well, first, the team has already met with Councillor Wong Tam, and they received support for the project. They will be applying for a minor variance for zoning, and then they will initiate the permit application after they complete the DRP process, anticipating construction start in 2021. So 60 Trinity is located north of the intersection of Mill and Trinity. You can see the distillery district just south of it. And it's important to note the future local streets that are adjacent to the site, future local street B. In terms of the development context, the building is located adjacent to future block 2, which currently has a Jeep dealership. It's just north of the 2-story 50 Mill Street Heritage Rack House building. West of the site is the TR2 data center and the future expansion TR3, which we reviewed last month. Across the street is the project that we saw this morning, Block 347. Currently, the site is fenced off. On the top photo, you can see TR2, just west of the site in the background of the photo, and also the north elevation of the rack house at 50 Mill. The bottom photo, you can see very faintly the existing fence delineating the right-of-way of the future Street B from the site, just kind of north of the pallet construction material there. Looking at the West Donlands precinct, you can see the site's relationship to the other blocks and proximity to other sites that are under development, highlighted in blue. In the precinct plan, on the right there, under the Front Street neighborhood, the site has always been identified as a utility building. Looking closely at Block 2, we can find a little bit more detail on the future local streets as described in the precinct plan, identifying Trinity Street and Corktown as the precedent for these new local streets. There will be narrow, intimate urban streets with apartments set back from the sidewalk. In order to assure privacy and security, ground-related units will be raised. These local streets will have two-way traffic, one in each direction, and parking on one side of the street. So as mentioned, the site is owned by Enbridge, so this falls into the kind of private land stream of the DRP review process. The design is at an advanced stage. Today, they're presenting schematic design, but also will be addressing some of the issues identification topics on contacts and history of the site. And as Paul mentioned, we will take a vote at the end of the review. So the city and Waterfront Toronto would like the panel to consider the following. Does the building exterior adequately address the context of West Don Lands and the distillery district? Do the materials create an appropriate interface between the site and the future mixed-use blocks to the north, to the west? Do the perimeter design, details, materiality adequately balance the need for site security while supporting Waterfront Toronto's objectives of design excellence? One of the city's major city building objectives is to ensure the successful build out of Street B. So does the proposed landscape adequately support the existing and future public realm? And finally, is there sufficient lighting around the site so pedestrians will feel safe and secure at night? So that concludes my intro, and I would like to introduce Michael Abate from Enbridge to continue the presentation.
So Leon, thank you for the introduction. So my name is Michael Abate. With me I have Aaron Murdoch. So I'm a specialist within Enbridge actually, and Aaron is a supervisor overseeing the capital development group. And as per Leon's introduction on the site, so this really is it is a critical station to Enbridge's operations to provide feed to the downtown core. It's a pretty involved project from what we previously worked on in similar stations across our franchise area, which covers the bulk of Ontario. And so just going through it from a overview, just to walk through the project description and background. So as mentioned, this facility development is in support of the Waterfront Toronto Don Mouth Naturalization and Portland's Flood Protection Project. That's a long term. So what you can see here on the map to the right of the screen is we have a solid red line, which is currently a feed towards a pressure regulating station we have on Eastern Avenue on the east side of the Don River. That pressure regulating station essentially controls the pressure entering into a downstream pipeline network, which subsequently crosses the Don River at the Keating Bridge, Keating Rail Bridge, and then that feed provides gas to the downtown core. So you can see as a result of the Don Mouth project, we have a conflict with there's a conflict between that project and the pipe being supported on the bridge. So the only viable option that we have identified is to abandon the bridge crossing of our pipeline. And in order to maintain feed to the downtown core, we would have to run about 2 kilometers of new pipeline to our 60 Trinity property, and then install a new pressure regulating station there. And so in a nutshell, that is the high overview of the project. Getting into some of the finer details about the site. So like Leon mentioned, it is fairly close to a high traffic tourist area. So the distillery district, it's about 65 meters north of the main north gates at Trinity Street and Mill Street. The property itself is quite small. So it's only about 30 by 31.5 meters. Because of that, it has forced us to get creative with our design, and we'll go through that later on in the project. And as alluded to, so this is a site that has been owned by Enbridge for quite some time. It actually goes back well into the 1800s, at which point it was originally a manufactured gas production site. As Consumers Gas became a natural gas distribution company instead of manufactured gas, the site was converted into an operations site in the 1900s. And then as of 2014, the site was cleared of any remaining structures except for one small pressure regulating station, and has been in that condition since. It was actually cleared in 2014 in order to support some of the aesthetics as part of revitalization of the city in advance of the Pan Am Games at the time. So looking at it, I was able to find quite an interesting image. So just showing a depiction of what the area was like in 1876. And the point I've highlighted here is the approximate location of where 60 Trinity Street would be in relation to that photo. And then, like I alluded to, Consumers Road made that into an operation site. And so this is what the property looked like from the mid-1900s through to 2014. This is a photo dating back to 2009. And then, as mentioned, the building was demolished in 2014, and another pressure regulating station, a very small one, as you can see, was installed in these sets of boxes just tucked away to the side of the property. And so it's been like that since 2015 to present. Like I mentioned, because this site is in such a highly trafficked area that will have lots of eyes on it, and it's also very close to a very popular tourist and historical area of the city, we want to make sure that we are good stewards of the community and doing our best to develop the site in something that is pleasing and amenable to all parties. So as part of our development, we've prioritized 5 key areas to address. So the first off is functionality, which includes operability. Second is site security, and that includes worker safety. Third is noise prevention. Fourth is aesthetics. And then fifth is reduction of lighting. So all 5 of those have been top of mind at all times when we've been going through the design and development process for the station. So getting into a bit more detail as to how we've looked to address each of those target areas. So from a functionality standpoint, we've limited the site functions to only the bare necessities. So it has measurement, pressure regulation, heating, telemetry, and filtration. So those are the key and minimal functions that we found is necessary for the site. As part of that, we've maintained all the design and operation safety criteria, which is something we cannot compromise on whatsoever. So moving on to site security, in order to ensure that the facility is secure, because it is so important to providing service to the downtown core, we are proposing to install a roughly 5.1 meter tall open air decorative masonry security barrier. So yeah, that's the fancy term for what many people colloquially refer to as a fence. And additionally, we are proposing integrated site security system for our own purposes. With respect to noise prevention, we have looked to prevent any above grade features where possible. So the more piping that's below ground, frankly, the less noise that it could emit to the surrounding area. Additionally, for any assets that we couldn't bury, we have looked to consolidate them into a common area as much as possible, and then encapsulate that with a building covering. So between the building itself, that's really all you'll see on the site, and then for anybody at street level, really they'll see the security, the decorative masonry security barrier, which is intended to give the appearance of a roughly 1-story building. Just that way this site blends in a bit better. And that leads me to speak more about the aesthetics of the site. So like I mentioned, limited above grade features. That especially comes into play for any future developments that will be adjacent to our site that could potentially look down, and you'll see that later on in the project. One thing we have really worked hard on for this project is avoiding any radio towers. That is a typical requirement for stations of this nature in order to communicate back to our telemetry systems. So we've done everything possible for this site and going above and beyond to try and do that, which we have accomplished. like I mentioned, consolidation of components into a single structure. And then, as you'll see, the aesthetics of this site are something that are exceptional to normal Enbridge facilities of this nature. And so they are quite extensive from what we typically put in and non-standard. As for the last item of reduced lighting, we've seen in other areas lessons learned that lighting at our stations can become disruptive at night to any potential surrounding buildings. So trying to incorporate that lesson learned into this facility, we've looked to minimize any site lighting where possible. So really we'll only have lighting at the entrances of the doors to the building inside the compound that will be manually operated. So that way anybody at night looking into the facility won't be disrupted if they have nearby windows. So really, I think the focus for a lot of our efforts, as you may have garnered from my previous points, is the aesthetics of the site. We want this site not to be something that is an eyesore to the community. We want it to be something that somebody walks by and really thinks that it is part of the community itself. So what we've looked to do is we engaged an architectural firm early on in the project, Walter Fetty. Some of you may be familiar with them, and we went through a pretty extensive concept design process. And so really what they suggested is we look at the surrounding area, not necessarily to mimic it, where it might come off looking as fake, but to really complement and try and blend in more so. So the areas that we thought were most apt to look to for references were the buildings within the distillery district itself, and the next building to the south of the property on the west side of Trinity, which I believe is 50 Trinity, that some of you may have mentioned. It is highlighted in this top center photo and the bottom left here. So those were strong influences for the aesthetics that we are proposing to select for the site. Getting into a little bit more detail about some of the aesthetics, some of the themes and elements that Walter Fetty found were very common in the area and of other historic areas are periodic brick walls, and so that really drove what we're proposing. Another point, as Leon had alluded to in his presentation, is we are aware of the proposed development of all the blocks adjacent and opposite of us. So it is something that when Enbridge engaged the City of Toronto early on, it was brought to our attention, and then we have continued to work with them and incorporate those considerations into our design development. One thing that you'll note here is Street B. You can see how it will be directly abutting the south side of the property, with the property going in before the street. There is a small sliver of land that Enbridge actually owns. It's a little bit of a oddball shape, but we're proposing to develop our site so that way we actually don't require that piece of land, and then continue to work with the city to transfer that parcel to them, so that way it doesn't impact any of their Street B developments. So this is an early rendering we got from Walter Fetty just about the site. Unfortunately, we can't really account for what the buildings surrounding it are going to look like. So that is something that we'd have to that would have to be taken away. But as it stands, this is what we're proposing for the site. Here's a top-down view. Do note that it's not pavement. It's just it's actually going to be a gravel finish on the inside, and I'll get into the importance of that slightly later on. So as you can see, really, it is quite minimal from an above-ground feature perspective. Like I said, at street level, somebody passing by will only see the aesthetic wall around the property. Anybody looking down will really only see the building itself, a couple of valve wheels. So those are critical to the actual operation of the site. And then in the corner, we have an emergency backup generator that's required. And so as you'll note, also the brick wall covers 3.5 sides of the property, with this last half side as a chain link fence. It's proposed to be painted green to match some of the other accents on the site. That fence is proposed to be a chain link, just that way for future accessibility to the backside. If there ever is any significant maintenance or construction activities that are required, that fence can be taken down as necessary to facilitate those operations. And then here's a bit better of a rendering showing what it would look like with the community a bit more developed. So you can see how it fits in with proposed Street B, with the taxi stand that's currently there. And so I think that this paints a better picture of what it will actually look like. Sorry, just backing up. We do need to have a couple of emergency access and egress points that are mandatory. And one point to mention is, so for the wall itself, we've looked to incorporate the pilaster elements that Walter Fetty had suggested we highlight. Additionally, an even more important note about the wall itself is that above about 4 feet, it's going to have periodic openings within it. Those openings are mandatory as per our corporate security requirements. It enables anybody entering or exiting the site to see into or out of it. So that way they're not necessarily entering into an unsafe condition or exiting out to an unsafe condition. That is a mandatory requirement for Enbridge to meet our corporate security requirements. And then for those who are really interested, you can actually get a better depiction of exactly how much is buried and how much has been consolidated into the building. So you can see, here's our property outline. You can see all of the piping on the right of way. Some of it's actually already existing. And then all the dashed piping is actually buried with the solid piping and solid lines as above ground features. And so right here, you'll note that's really the building covering the property. For a bit more detail on the matter, so we've engaged a building company. They specialize in precast concrete structures, which we find is one of the most effective means of constructing buildings that meet our requirements from a gas code standpoint. They do a fantastic job. So you can actually see some of the panels that they've produced for other facilities and how it really does have a natural brick look to it. Some of the finer details and aesthetic features, though, those are definitely customizable, and we can discuss preferences and so forth. Additionally, like you can see the delineation between the two styles of brick, if there is a preference for one versus the other. Though those are all open items. But as it stands right now, we are proposing a relatively straightforward design with green roofing and doors. But yeah, here's the detailed engineering drawings that we've had drafted for the building itself. And then getting into the wall for some more detail, you can actually better see the periodic gaps in it for visibility into and out of the facility with the engineering drawing on the side. For a color palette, that is still a fairly open item that we do have some flexibility on. I actually have some samples that the vendor for the wall and the building have provided to me. So I can send photos of those if you prefer. Right now, we are proposing the red shade of brick They do have multiple other alternatives. These are ones that we are suggesting as consideration if you do have preference for something other than red. As for the caulking and grout between all joints and between all bricks per se, we're proposing a natural clay color, but once again, there are multiple alternatives. And then for the doors and roof, we are proposing a forest green, but I know there was some suggestion about black might be a more preferable color for the local area. Definitely open to it. Other ones we think might work would be the coffee or dark brown look. And so really just to give you all a brief outline of our engagement with the community and public to date. This project has been something that's been in works at Enbridge for quite some time. It actually goes back to April, even before April 2018. Really, it was in April 2018 that the public consultation for this project was initiated. And that continued really through till March. We do have some open consultation points still. It was, and in April 2018 to current, we have those stakeholder consultations. In May of 2018, there was a notification letter. We did have some further notifications just about reassessment of the project and some of the other regulatory aspects that had to be communicated to the public later in 2018. And then additionally, there was through to January 2020 to February 2020, there was a change, and it was decided to open it up for additional public comments based on some scope adjustments. Do note that this public consultation process covers both the station itself and the associated pipeline to and from the station that I outlined early on in the presentation. And like we were chatting about just before kicking off the presentation, here's an outline of all of our anticipated permit requirements, looking at the scope of the project and engagement with those stakeholders. So we are going to need an ESER just for managing water during the construction process. That was identified as part of an extensive geotech assessment, which I'll touch on later on. There are two variances that we believe are required with our legal counsel. So one is just about the building setback, to set back the building 3.6 meters off the rear of the property. From our understanding, the standard setback requirement is 7.5 meters. And this setback is really key just because it will facilitate us it will enable us the ability to consolidate as much as possible inside the building. So that really helps us there. From the other minor variance is the fence height itself. So speaking with our legal group, they believe that the decorative masonry security barrier is technically falls under the definition of a fence. So to achieve the proposed height of 5.1 meters, we would need a variance on its height. Standard building permits would apply, and then also road cut permits for installing assets in the right of way leading into another facility. From an environmental and sustainability standpoint, like I mentioned, we went through a pretty exhaustive geotech and hydrogeological investigation beforehand as part of the pre-engineering phase. It did find that there is a pretty high water table in the area, so we will have to manage that as construction progresses. Additionally, any ground that is removed as part of the construction process will be replaced with suitable clean fill. From an air emission standpoint, we had an engineering assessment completed, and so it actually conservatively accounts for any potential impacts to future surrounding buildings. So we looked at worst case situations for what those buildings could be. So i.e. all of them had open windows where they could get any emissions from the site for whatever reason. So predominantly, one of those would be if we ever had to run the emergency generator per se, in the event of a power outage across the city. When we considered the worst case situation, we found that the site is still in compliance with all environmental requirements pertaining to air emissions. The same can actually be said for noise emissions. So we had the same consultant analyze both at the same time. With respect to noise, it is our intention to do a post-construction confirmation, like with the air emissions, just to make sure that everything aligns with the analysis. And if for whatever reason there is any variance, we'll look to remediate it immediately. So, and then the last one is stormwater management. I know, I believe somebody previously who engaged on this thought that the site was going to be paved over, so there'd be concerns about water ponding on the site and how would water be managed for any runoff. The site is actually going to be backfilled with a granular material that'll allow for permeation of water back down into the water table. As for project timelines, like Leon mentioned, we are a little advanced in this project, and I have to apologize. It's not taking the DRP sooner. Enbridge has never really gone to the DRP, so this is a learning process for us. But we have been pushing this project as much as possible to try and support the Waterfront Toronto Don River widening. So that's why we've been pushing it the best we can. Right now, you can see we've cleared the scoping phase. We are coming up on the end of the design phase. Really, a lot of the fixed elements have been set for the site, and it's nailing down those finer engineering aspects. Ideally, following the DRP, we would like to initiate the formal permitting process, and then in 2021 initiate the build, which will take roughly 7 months. And so that's everything. Apologize if I was a little fast, but I think I'll open it up to the floor if anybody has any questions, comments, areas they'd like me to speak to more. So
Paul, can I just jump in for a quick sec?
I'm sorry?
Paul, it's Chris. Can I just jump in?
Yeah, please. Can you speak up a little louder, Chris?
Sure. I don't know why. Is that any better? Is that better? Okay. All right, good. I just wanted to reinforce what Michael just said, which is we're really thrilled that this project has come to DRP. Enbridge has not really had to engage in this process before, and I think very often infrastructure projects like this don't even hit the radar. I think given the sensitivity of the site, and given that we've got a panel that's focused on areas like this, it's appropriate that it come. But I wanted to thank Enbridge for agreeing to do this, and since they haven't done it before, they are kind of new to the process. So this is a learning curve for all of us, but I feel like this is a really positive step forward if we can start to treat infrastructure in the same way that we would treat parks or buildings, and make sure that they're doing everything that they can to contribute to the public realm. So Michael, thank you for coming. That's it.
I think we all agree with that. Okay, let's move to questions, and just for a little variety, maybe I'll reverse the order. Kevin, why don't you start off this time?
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I haven't seen the EUI or the TEDI for this project, so I'm a little confused. That's sort of my realm of. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I know it's a fence, so it's good. I have no questions. Thanks.
All right, fine. Jeff? Jeff, are you there? No?
Maybe he's on mute.
No, I don't know. One last time. Jeff?
His initials are there.
Yeah, I see that. Well, let's go to Pat.
Yeah, I'm looking at, I think, your page 16, which is called the mechanical layout. And it's just a question as to I mean, basically, I guess with the underground, you're taking up the entire site, right? There's no land left over. I mean, for instance, just a question, if you wanted to move the masonry wall inboard a bit, like, you know, a bigger setback from the street or anything like that, is there any room to move?
It's a very tight site, like I mentioned.
Yeah.
We used to work with properties at least twice, if not closer to 3 or 4 times this. So we're really crunching for space. One key that I will note about it is, so you can see all of these, like the valve elements have to actually have a setback themselves from the masonry barrier as part of clearance requirements under the gas code.
Okay, yeah.
So and so pushing that the masonry barrier inwards pushes those gas assets inwards, which is actually not feasible just because of constructability requirements. So,
okay, thank you.
We do have the masonry barrier fully within our site bounds, so none of it is extending onto the public right of way.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to make one additional comment in addition to what Mike had mentioned as well. When we look at the footprint of this, is we also reduced what land we currently have to allow for Street B to be constructed in the future as well. So we have reduced the site pretty much as much as we possibly can.
Okay, okay, thank you, Eric.
Yes, I have actually have 3 questions. One of them is I guess you're building the whole fencing is around the entire property, like on the property line. So one question I had to do, you're creating that chain link. It's more of a curiosity question. The rear access where you have the chain link, if you build, how would you ever access? Is there a setback? Are you providing a laneway on that side, or?
From what we've seen, and is that the future properties surrounding us, a lot of the depictions we've seen have a laneway. We want to leave ourselves an opening, so that way if they do put in that laneway, we can always work an access agreement with them on a project by project basis for if we ever did need to upgrade any aspect of the station. So it's really future proofing the site as much as possible.
Okay. Another question, which is in some of the question that were asked for us to comment, is on the lighting in general. So I'm just, I don't think there was much touching on that. Is this mostly the lighting coming from the street lights that will be surrounding on the sidewalk edge, or is it are there some lights that are within the site or that will be, I don't know, attached to the masonry wall?
So any lighting will be on the building itself over the doors. It really, we can't really speak to lighting the street. We don't know what those future lighting plans are going to be for street lights as the area gets developed. So for us to put in that, it would cause some conflicts potentially if we were to build this site and then let's say the area gets developed multiple years afterwards and the lighting doesn't match and that aspect sticks out per se. Mm-hmm. It's also not common really for us to be lighting the right of way.
Mm-hmm.
As well, so.
No, and have you considered, and it's a question, to consider a green roof as opposed, like I'm assuming that's a metal a metal roof, painted metal, or if you, sorry, go ahead.
It's actually a precast concrete roof as well.
Precast concrete.
That will be pigmented green.
Okay, and was there consideration about potentially putting a green roof on top of the concrete roof?
Oh, sorry. When you speak of green, you mean like environmentally?
Yes, with sedum, with like vegetation.
That wouldn't necessarily work from my understanding. It really wasn't an upfront consideration. We do have our own internal policies and standards, and though those policies and standards have been refined over the years to ensure we meet all of our codes and requirements from an engineering perspective, So sticking with a precast concrete, it definitely helps the process.
And my last question, which is probably more a question for the city or Waterfront Toronto, because this is going through a permitting process. How's the streetscape, tree planting, furniture are going to be implemented around this site? Because I'm assuming doesn't sound like right now it's a requirement for Enbridge to implement. So how are future street trees or the streetscape, bicycle rack, street lighting going to be implemented around the site? Who is responsible for it, or at what stage is it going to be implemented?
Eric, it's Dan. Right now, when the new East-West Street, it gets extended as part of the next block, then that street design is what we're hoping, we'd like to do is extend the new street behind block 347 and that treatment down and around the corner. So we have a consistency in treatment, which is in line with the West Don Lands public realm plan with some tweaks and updates to it around the street tree standards and stuff.
And who will be responsible for implementing? Is it just as part of the it will be as part of the future implementation of these streets?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's not required because they have access at this time off Trinity.
Yep.
So.
Okay, Eric?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, Nina Marie.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
I only had, I have to say, I only had the one question, which was just asked about the green roof. And I understand that there are specific requirements for this building as an industrial functional building, but maybe I just ask if you have an explanation as to why a green roof is not a consideration, meaning a living bioperformative roof that gives back something to the community on top of the box. Let's think of it that way, or as a roof that helps to absorb stormwater.
So, like I said, all of our policies and standards, they are very they're very constrained per se, to say it that way. I can't say it's impossible. We are trying to do our best to work within the boxes that we're given from an engineering and regulatory standpoint. We can always take it away and really look at what it would take to be feasible. And if it is something that's practicable, we can do that and get back to you. Is that okay by you?
Oh, it's great. I think it's a conversation because this building, because you've come to us, which as has already been mentioned, I really appreciate. It's not the typical building that we expect to see, but maybe there is a way to explore a kind of value add, or let's call it a nature-based solution that actually adds value to your building in the same way that you are going above and beyond the normal exterior by selecting aesthetically appealing brickwork that connects to the cultural heritage. So it's just a question that maybe is worth exploring, and I can come back to it in the comments, but I really appreciate you entertaining it.
Okay, thanks, Nina Marie. Fadi?
Hello. Thank you. Yeah, I have a quick question. Can you go back to slide 12? Just to...
Which one is
slide
that?
Slide 12? Yep. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm wondering about the height of the wall. I might have missed it in your presentation, but is there a reason why it is as tall as it is? And is it possible for different sides of the fence to have different heights? Say, matching the height of the building adjacent to it here. I think this is Trinity, correct? Or along front, could they have different heights, or is it possible, or does it have to be, is there a minimum maximum height that it could be?
So right now the proposed height of the wall is 5.1 meters tall. The intention behind that height specifically is that way somebody at street level looks at this as if it was a one-story building. Going much taller would be, to be honest, quite a very, very tall fence. And it might be even prohibitive from an engineering design standpoint. Just to have like a freestanding fence. Well, I say fence in quotations, that tall.
This is more like a wall.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I think the question about lighting was answered. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bridget?
Oh, yes, I had a question about Block 2, and I wondered whether, I don't know whether this is a Waterfront Toronto or a City of Toronto question about A, what the zoning is, and B, the timing for the development of this block.
I am going to have to get back to you on that. Do you know, Deanne?
This is Megan.
Oh, sorry, Megan. Sorry.
From what I understand, IO has a lease with Jeep or Chrysler, whoever's on that site, for I think almost till the end of the decade.
Yeah.
So still a few years off.
So the likelihood is that it will remain a kind of empty or a kind of undeveloped parcel for quite some time, with this building kind of being this enclosure being developed, but Block 2 is a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, I think we're still at least 5 years out before we see an application on that site.
Okay, and then can I ask also about Street B? So this was the no-name street in the last presentation that we had that kind of had, we just didn't, so I don't know whether it's called Street B. So it actually terminates, so this one shows it as a dog leg going east-west and then turning into Street A in the north-south direction. And then there's that data center which is Block 1. But is there a laneway that goes along the south side of Block 1?
No, there's not at this time.
Okay, so really it terminates there.
Eric Turcott could also jump in if you'd like as to what the conditions are, but there is no, currently there's a little bit of a setback of the existing data center from what will be that future park, but there's not a laneway planned, and nor is, I don't think, enough space for there to be one.
That's correct. There's currently the laneway that you've seen between that exists or that will continue to exist will be between the TR2 and TR3. So pretty much the mid block 1 at the middle section of block 1. And then the local street, the one that was labeled A, does not continue anymore across the future public open space.
But what they're calling Street A going north-south will be remaining as a kind of public street.
That's correct.
Yes, that will become a public street.
Okay, but there will not be a version, like in this plan here that we're seeing on the screen, there's actually a version that goes south of Street B, but that does not exist.
No, I think that has changed.
That's a previous
That's our
version.
understanding too, that the
current
block line doesn't have it.
Okay, from a time perspective, the pink square that we're seeing, which is the Enbridge site, right now is sitting in a kind of open field or a parking lot or some just hard surface. At some point, given what we saw earlier today, Block 3 and 4 will be developed as residential affordable market housing, and that Block 2 is a big question mark, and that Enbridge is building something where the neighborhood around it will change quite dramatically over the next few years.
That is, I think, a fair evaluation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Peter.
I actually have several questions. I'll start with a simple one of understanding. You mentioned brick, you showed brick, but then you mentioned precast panels. So is this brick for the screen wall applied to concrete? And that's what holds it up? Yeah. Is it actually brick?
No, it's all of that is concrete. It's poured in one way, like in one go, and then it's pigmented afterwards.
So it's not brick.
No, it's not brick. It is precast concrete that is textured and formed to look like brick, and then like I said, it is painted, and even the grouting is painted in between. So we have this at many of our other sites across the province. It is quite weather resistant. It can be even graffiti resistant, frankly, if we want. So it's quite a robust product.
Okay, second question. It's a gravel yard, and you showed us a plan of all of the equipment and so on that's buried in the ground and underneath the building. Is there any open space at all where you could plant a couple of trees in the corners or something? Any chance of any trees?
I wouldn't really say that's quite feasible inside of the property. As you can see, a lot of the property has been taken up by the piping itself.
Yeah, but I see clear corners.
The question for trees in the corner, just to have an understanding of where the mindset is going for this.
Okay, and then the chain link portion of the fence seems to be a lot lower than the rest of the security compound. Is that because it suggests to me that the perimeter of the compound is not necessarily that high for security reasons? If you've got a stretch of 20 feet or so that's just chain link fence and it's 6 foot high or 8 foot high, as compared to the 15-foot high remainder.
So like I said, the security, the perimeter around the site for 3.5 sides, it serves a lot of purposes. So yes, one is security. It's quite a high barrier to cross, and two, it's also aesthetically pleasing. The fence on the back side is going to be about 8 feet tall and have our standard 3-strand of barbed wire. It would be definitely a less aesthetically pleasing fence per se compared to the remainder of the property. So that's why really having and limiting any barbed wire fencing to just this small half a side is what we feel would be ideal for property.
Any chance you could extend the high brick wall around that side as well and have removable panels so that if you need to get in there in the future, you could? Barbed wire, there is going to be a housing development around this eventually. Barbed wire ain't your friendliest.
The idea behind limiting it to just chain link for here, but like I said, it is one to optimize the aesthetics on 3.5 sides where they are more visible. Additionally, like I mentioned, the chain link fencing is significantly easier to remove in the event of future access to the backside. Removing these panels is quite an undertaking, to be honest. Once they are in, they are fairly set in. So they really wouldn't be something that are truly removable as necessary for future maintenance. So that's the intended design idea behind limiting the fence, the chain link fence to just that area.
And then what's inside the building? I've come to enjoy very beautiful infrastructure buildings where, my favorite is at O'Hare Airport, where you can see all the boilers and pipes and so on. It's on the main entrance, and as you come into the airport, is there anything in there that's cool that you could put some windows in so that when I look in, I can see some pipes and valves and so on that are brightly painted?
I can give you a brief rundown of what the site is. So entering the site, you have this main leg here of pipe that snakes around the property, goes through a filter, filter, and then afterwards it'll proceed into a heat exchanger in order to ensure that the gas is up to the necessary temperatures for providing service to the area. Followed by which it pushes out to 3 regulation runs that will vary in their operation based on flow rate requirements.
And that's all above ground, right?
No, all these regulation runs are actually buried with just control panels that extend above ground. All of the components in this area, yes, are above ground inside the building.
So could you, the wall that faces Trinity, could you have some glazing in it? I mean, people are interested, you know, in how their cities work and how the infrastructure works and so on. If you could do a glass wall there and have a little soft lighting at night, it could be cool. Can you do that?
I don't disagree with you that at least to me, I find this stuff cool. But from a Windows perspective, there are electrical hazardous area requirements that we do have to maintain for the site, to be honest. So like I said, we do have codes and standards that have a lot of constraints on us, and we have to meet those engineering requirements. So it really wouldn't be something that is really feasible. Not saying it's, once again, it's impossible, but we'd have to look at the practicability of implementing something like that. Additionally, recall that we are going to have the wall on this side of the property with only small amounts of areas that you can periodically see through it.
Yeah, but that kind of peekaboo thing is okay in an urban context. People are curious what's behind this big wall. They look in, they see a building that's got some visibility into, and they say, oh, well, that's and then it says Enbridge on the outside, and they say, oh, so that's where my gas comes from. That's cool.
I definitely agree with you on the cool factor of this facility. We can take it away and look at, like I said, the feasibility and practicability of something of that nature.
Yeah, and then one final question. It's actually perhaps a bit of information for you. You know, I do green roofs on practically everything I build, and a precast concrete substructure is ideal. And other people who've commented so far pointed out that this roof is going to be visible from the structures that are all around it, things that are built around it. It would be pretty easy and pretty cheap to put a green roof on top of your precast concrete roof. It would.
Okay, let's, I think you're venturing into comments here. But,
yeah, I'm sorry, Paul. Yeah, you're right.
Let's move forward. Claude, we're still on questions.
No question. Thank you.
Okay, George?
Yes, I have a few questions. First of all, on your fairly early in your presentation, when you were enumerating the essential characteristics, there was a chart that showed the essential. Oh, that you went. Yeah, I think you had it. Yes. What does integrated site security system mean? Can you translate that into ordinary English for me?
Yes. So what we're looking at is a radar detection system for anything that could enter the site. So let's say somebody somehow did find a way over the wall. There would be a radar detection system with point-to-zoom cameras. Additionally, we would receive notifications at our central security points where we have an operator who would be able to make any notifications, and that we could lock down any assets remotely, even potentially.
So is that all inside the wall, or is it also outside the wall?
No, none of those security features extend beyond the wall. They would be on the building wall themselves.
I see. Okay, and then can you go to the slide that showed the precast panel leaning, I think it was in the factory? Yes. Yeah. You described that as, I took you to mean that that's what the building was going to be built out of, as with the image to the right. But do I understand that the perimeter wall around the site is also made that same way?
Correct. Yes. They have a concrete finish with reinforcing members inside of the concrete itself.
Okay, because I'm having trouble reconciling that with, if you go to the image, well, you have one rendering of the wall. When I thought it was real brick, not the building now, but the wall, that one of the renderings showing, well, actually this will do. Mm-hmm. Here, those are openings, right? That you're seeing there in the wall?
Mm-hmm. That is correct. Those are openings. They'll form this wall, by building a mold. They will lay, like I said, those reinforcing members into the mold, then pour the concrete around it. The concrete can be pigmented itself and or painted as necessary after it's pulled from the mold.
And so on the rendering from across Trinity Street, if you can go to that one, it looked to me, on this rendering, it looks as though the pattern of the holes is kind of random and varies from panel to panel, but that's not the case. The pattern is quite regular, as in the detailed drawing we were just looking at. Is that right?
That's correct. This is an early concept rendering we received from the architect. As we got further into the design process and the detailed engineering, working with our vendor who's going to provide this perimeter wall, that's what they have come up with.
Okay, and to the extent that I'm sort of coming to grips with this security question, I'm kind of surprised that you're not worried about the climbability of this wall.
It's a fairly tall wall, to be honest.
No, but the holes make it easy to climb up.
It's standard on all of our properties that we have barbed wire with the wall. The great thing is that it's tall enough that we can actually inflect the barbed wire fully inwards and downwards, so it won't be visible from the.
I see. So there's barbed wire at the top on the back side.
Yeah,
so even if you do make it to the top, you can't get any further. Is that the idea?
Correct. Yeah. So the barbed wire will be a little bit more visible on the chain link area, obviously, because it's only 8 feet tall, and that's really at ground height.
Okay. Okay, I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, last person, Betsy, for questions.
Hi, most of my questions have been answered, and thank you so much for clarifying all the materials, because it is a little deceptive. When something looks like brick, we assume it's brick. In preparation for this meeting, which I know this whole process is really new to you, were you able to see either the package that the architects have put together for the building right across the street from you? It's actually a project we reviewed this morning, or either of the packages for the two other infrastructural buildings that I can recall in recent memory having reviewed on this panel. One is the stormwater facility, and the other being I believe it was a hydro building that was going in kind of near the Sauce Perrot buildings. So this is kind of the third infrastructure one that we've reviewed, and then we've just reviewed Block 3 this morning. Are you familiar with either of those packages?
I think I may have seen something, frankly, for Block 3, but in passing, I've never had anything physically sent to me or in my hands. So I really can't speak to that as well. That last development you mentioned, sorry, the Sauce Pass, that's. Or if you wouldn't mind alluding to more details about those, we could definitely look into them further.
No, it's just that there's a number of years ago we reviewed a stormwater facility, which is also opaque on not far from here, that houses equipment. And then much longer ago we reviewed a project which was, I believe, and Chris, you can jump in if you remember the exact name of it, but I thought it was a hydro building, and it was occupying an existing historic building, also close to this area, and it was right near the 3 or 4 new Sauce Perrot towers near Corktown Common.
What was the function of it again, Betsy?
I thought it was a hydro facility, like a kind of a transfer into a transfer station or something that was inside a historic shell.
Was it the one that Stephen Hall was working on? I think.
Well, that was a district energy plant in a new building. Are you talking about one that was in a historic building, Betsy?
Yeah, it was across the street from the underpass park.
Yeah,
Remember,
I
it was going to
think
have the
what you're
colored
thinking
glass in the
about
window
was
and the
the
LEDs.
yeah, that was actually the second version of our district energy plant. The one that Pat mentioned was by Stephen Hall, and that was when we were going to build one plant for the whole neighborhood. We then moved towards a decentralized approach with a few micro plants, and that is what you're talking about. That was in a historic building, and Alar Kongatz was doing the design for that. But like our other district energy approach, that one did not get realized either. So those plans never got implemented.
Okay, I just wanted to say that there are precedents for kind of infrastructure projects like this that we've reviewed. So I think some of where we're coming from is going to be relative to some of these other projects.
Okay. All right, since that's the end of the questions, let's start the comments. And maybe Betsy, since you're already front and center, you could start with comments and we'll go back down through the list.
I really didn't want to go first, but I will.
Well, I can change the order if you wish.
Well, let me just, I mean, because it's hard, because it's a hard project to review because of your unfamiliarity with the process, with the asks that a panel like this will, put forward. So I feel like you're in a slightly disadvantaged position because you've kind of moved forward as if it's a regular project for you, which is totally understandable. However, there's a different kind of level of expectation that we have on projects in this area in particular, which is a really kind of precious historic district. And all along the waterfront, design excellence is kind of top of the list relative to our reviewing process, and specifically design excellence relative to the public realm. I recall a couple of other projects where we saw this essentially the same kind of stamped concrete, and we're cautioning against it. So, I mean, unfortunately, to have my review be at the same kind of level as all these other projects that we've seen it's going to have to be relatively negative. So I think if you're going to be looking at a brick enclosure that's formally playful with the openings, it should actually be made out of real brick. And then the composition of it should have a relationship with a really high quality public realm component. Whether you can get some information on where the street trees are going to go on your side of the block and have maybe some solid panels behind the street trees, and it's like more open in between. There's got to be some design excellence piece that's baked into this proposal, where kind of referring back, well, that's not our standard piece. Like, I get where you're coming from and I have sympathy for that, but it's also kind of not where we're coming from. So right now we're at a mismatched point in space, and we've got to figure out how to match up in a way that works for both of us. And I think it probably is going to come down to a redesign of the perimeter wall that takes into account the fence pieces. Like the chain link would be a total no-go from my point of view, exposed with the exposed barbed wire on top especially. And then you need like a real material, like it's got to be really brick, because it's going to be looked at, like there's always lots of people walking up and down Trinity Street. Block 3 is a multi-story, really high-end residence done by an excellent team of architects and landscape architects, and they're all going to be looking down on this piece. And it's kind of in a pretty high traffic area relative to what we would expect from a design team. So I'm going to let the rest of the panel weigh in, but I think we need to find a way to move forward, given that you've come late in the game and not come with the same kind of backup and understanding of expectation that a lot of the other teams have come to the panel with. So those are my comments.
Thanks very much, Betsy. I'll just go down the list. So George?
Right. Well, I'll confine myself to follow up to Betsy. Actually, I have to say I a bit freaked out also in the presentation when I realized that not only the building enclosure, but the perimeter wall was also precast concrete made to try to look like brick. And I regret that I gather that Michael has suggested that they've done this on other facilities elsewhere. I must confess I'm completely unfamiliar with that, but I find it very hard to believe that it's a visually persuasive version of apparent brick. I'm sure it's going to look phony. And while I wouldn't object to it being real brick, as Betsy was saying, I would say that's certainly an option. Certainly for the wall. I mean, and in fact, for the building, I'm not sure I would even have the fake brick liner to the concrete. If the building is as invisible as I'm thinking it largely is, it might as well, for my money, it might as well just be more straightforward precast. But indeed, then I would also say that I would entertain a precast, a wall which has some design character. Of course, we do want that, but which I wouldn't rule out the wall being precast either, even though we're in this all brick historical setting. But of course, it being an all brick historical setting hikes the stakes of verisimilitude for what you're doing here, because that makes it even more obvious that it's not real brick, because you've got real brick on buildings right across the street. So I do think there's a problem here, and I agree with Betsy that it's partly a function of unfamiliarity with our process, but it's, in a curious kind of way, it's also, I think, a kind of a little bit of a problem of trying too hard to fit in, whereas it might be better to be a bit more straightforward. I certainly agree that figuring out as best you can what the streetscape on the two public sides of this thing is going to be like as a way of integrating the appearance of the wall in the public space of the street would be a good idea.
Okay, thanks, George. Claude?
Well, I think I'm going to let my colleague architects talk about the debate of what that building should be or not. I think I agree, it's a kind of entering the DRP process waterfront. It's a handful in a sense, but I think all the comments that you're going to receive, they would be very much from a very well-educated point of view of how this thing would fit in. I think that you guys are here. It's phenomenal, and I think some element that Peter was saying, that maybe some punching windows somehow to see what this thing is behind I think is a kind of a nice cue, and also offering the idea that maybe a green roof on top is also quite feasible in that sense. So I'm going to leave it to that. I think you're going to receive comments from all parts around about what that wall would be, but the siting of it is also important in terms of aligning with some of its wall context. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Peter.
Yeah, I'm just going to preface my comments on based on some background I've had for the Enbridge folks on the line. So I sat on the board of BC Hydro for 7 years and met this kind of resistance from the engineering and construction, civil construction units within BC Hydro on a regular basis. But I challenged them, and their answer was usually, that's the way we always do it. That's the way we always do it. But when you dig into it, they are flexible, and they can see alternatives. They've just never been asked before. I think that the things that this panel would like you to examine fit in that category.
Oh, it's raining.
I think that's his point on the real brick, and I'm sure all the architects will support it, is totally doable. brick walls supported by concrete behind them, or built into the mold of a concrete panel, so that when you tip it up, real brick face. It's very common in construction,
I
and
have an umbrella.
quite affordable. And it's really important in this neighborhood. It's got a history of industrial brick walls, and we're building an industrial brick wall here. So in this day and age, we can afford brick, and we can put it up in a manner in which it does justice to the heritage walls that are all around it. The the chain link fence and the barbed wire has to go. It's going to have residential buildings built up next to it within 5 years, and it's just inhospitable. You could finish the brick wall, put in a couple of tall steel or something that would be industrial in character, that would be safe, that would allow you site access as you need. The request to have a green roof on this project is a very reasonable request. You've got the base structure there. Now all we need is some soil and some planting and some drainage, and you've got it done. It's going to be visible from above. And going to my last point that I made in the question, you have corners of this lot that are unused with gravel. You could put in some soil and plant some maple trees or something that would grow into significant height and really soften the facility from the exterior. You're in a sensitive, pedestrian-dominated, important heritage part of the city. You've got to go that extra mile. You've got to challenge the engineers that are saying no, and you've got to make some commitments to make this project better, in my view. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, Peter. Bridget?
So I think I would just want to reinforce many of the comments that Peter made. I feel that the roof is actually an elevation. I think Betsy's point about ensuring that the proponents actually see all of the drawings for block 3 and 4 is really important. And I think they'll understand really quickly the number of eyes that will be looking down on this, the elevation of this property from above. I think that the issue of brick, I would say the entire distillery district is an essay in brick and how brick has been used in different ways. So for me to see something that is a sort of simulacrum of brick in so close to one of the largest Victorian industrial areas in Canada or North America, I think is probably a no-go. And I think that I think that to use actually a good brick that's actually really compatible, not just in color, but in the actual type of brick itself, is actually really important. Also, I would say at the corner of Cherry and Eastern, there's actually an art wall. It's actually near one of the schoolhouses where there are layers of Corten steel and stainless steel with lighting in between. And it's actually a kind of art piece that functions as a wall. And I would say that would be also a really good precedent for the Enbridge to look at, to see, because in a way it's really a corner condition on a busy street. So Cherry running north-south and Eastern running east-west. But I feel that it's actually a really good example of something that is a wall, but it actually gives back. It also has illumination in it, which is actually on the exterior portion. And I feel that this corner could actually be a really dead spot, or could actually contribute to the emerging pedestrian realm. So I would like to really see whether it was possible to explore the possibility of lighting being integrated in some way without compromising any of your security issues at all, but really contributing on the exterior to this building having a more public face while having a much more private and use on the interior. I also agree with Peter's comment about the chain link fence, which I feel in this, again, emerging pedestrian-oriented area is really unacceptable. You could probably replace your chain link fence with maybe a rolling gate something that could address the future use. So there's a multitude of ways to address the pragmatic issue and also solve a kind of the fact that this building will be here for a long time and that development will actually get denser around it in the next few years. I think that, I appreciate, as Chris had mentioned, you coming to us, and I feel that we're trying to, in our comments, be as supportive as possible for this to have a really positive outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Fatty?
Thank you for your presentation. I also really appreciate the initiative and the kind of interest of bringing in infrastructural and utility elements into the design fold and having a really robust conversation about its potential. So with that in mind, I also wanted to echo the kind of need for material integrity, especially in this area. This is one of Toronto's only semi kind of historic nodes where we've got this amazing intricate brickwork that is very clear and manifest. And if this was not treated in the same way, it will really stand out in a sense. So the work around the kind of the kind of intricacy of the idea of this kind of feature wall, which doesn't necessarily have to be all treated the same on every side, but along the main streets like Trinity and Mill Street, where you might have the highest amount of pedestrian traffic, that you do provide some kind of differentiation or variety, whether it's in height or staggering, or as Bridget has mentioned, integrating of lighting within the wall itself so that it creates a kind of illumination and an interest. So if you would think of this, at least the major kind of front, Trinity and Mill Street, as the wall itself as a art feature, or as a kind of public, kind of like the public face of it as being a piece of art, you would think of it a little bit differently. With that said, I also wanted to mention that there could be the potential that this, you could treat it as a temporary wall mural in the spirit of the Wynwood walls in Miami. I don't know if you ever had a chance to see those, or even just Underpass Park near the Gardner, under the Gardner Expressway, or as Bridget mentioned, one of the walls that are nearby. You could commission an artist, whether through Waterfront Toronto or the nearby developers, to kind of imagine that frontage to be something animated throughout the lifespan of the project without really compromising the security needs of Enbridge. So I would just suggest another revisiting of the most critical public elements within here, the aspects of the project where people pass by and see the most, and think of them as potentially features that are giving back to the community beyond the kind of bid or nod, if you will, to the cultural heritage of the site. Thank you.
Okay, Nina Marie.
Yes, thank you very much. I have said already, but I would repeat that it is really important to see such projects. And I think also for those of you who are working on them in an industrial capacity to remember, of course, as engineers, you're also designers. And I think we can speak the same language, albeit with perhaps different priorities. My colleagues have already made most of the points that I would simply like to be on the record to say that the green roof is a big issue. It's an easy gain, and frankly, unless you can be very specific with us about what the constraints are, we need an argument. And I think we will always argue, as we have, that a cast-in-place concrete roof is a low-cost, high-gain possibility for a benefit that is not a frill, frankly. And I would argue, especially as being in the business of a natural gas producer, regulator, you're actually contributing to a carbon problem and a climate change issue, where a green roof is one small thing it doesn't offset directly, but it makes an important statement that there is a recognition of the trade-off of resources and value to a community. It's not just aesthetic, it's performative, and it's beyond service. So I really encourage you to think about that as well. Comments made about material authenticity, no barbed wire, the wall as an interest point. I think all of those are immeasurably achievable, particularly when you are the first facility going into a community that will be home to many who are not ignorant, but actually want to know where their energy comes from and might make enlightened choices in their life with that opportunity. So I hope that's a possibility. We certainly are supportive of projects that try to work with us, and particularly when, frankly, it gives some of the proponents an opportunity to think differently and to think more creatively about their design work, whether it's engineering security or whether it's part of the community public realm. So solving problems differently is, I think, what we are interested in discussing. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Eric?
Yeah, thank you very much. So yes, I want to echo my colleague. Thank you very much for presenting the project and to the design review panel. This is there is a great legacy of utility buildings across the city, across all cities across North America or anywhere, and they are represent unique opportunity to do something that can be quite cool. We've seen them from a lot of the hydro transformer buildings that we see around. Some of them are quite exquisite, and I think in this scenario like this one, it was mentioned. I mean, this is it's Toronto #1 historic neighborhood that you're in. So I think that there is obviously an expectation that the standard here would be there's a higher expectation than usual in terms of making sure that this is of high quality, and it actually is integrate into this area, which is also, as it was mentioned before, is made of full of utilitarian building warehouse that have buildings with very few openings. So the quality and is quite crucial. I think I completely agree with my colleague. I think there's an expectation of authenticity for defense, with real masonry. I think too is when we look at the precedent that you showed us, what was interesting with them is what is being presented. There is if you actually even go a little bit before that, some of the precedent before, just I believe. Yeah, in these things. So what you see there, which is interesting, is there's a certain. I think the texture is important. They typically have the detail of it is quite critical. Like, how does it terminate at the top? What's the base? You see here that there also are pillars. There's, even if they are flat, there's also a certain three-dimensionality that exists. So I think looking and exploring about, I think personally, I think real masonry would be the proper choice. But how does it come together? Is there variation a bit in the opening? How does it terminate? How does it meet the ground? Those are things that I think would actually help to give it a texture. I think looking potentially also at the little accent lighting. Is it LED or something that maybe creates something of highly of interest onto the wall as pedestrian walk by. I think that regarding the green roof, I agree with my colleague about the green roof. I think that's something that would be something that would add tremendous potential. I think I work a lot with institutions, with people like Metrolinx, different university, other utility company. I think this is a time, and I think what you've heard is there's opportunity to revise your standard and raise the bar all the time in terms of having building that responds to climate change, needs to absorb some of the water, minimize stormwater. So relooking at these standards, I think this is an opportunity that maybe this is one of the projects that can actually help to update some of these so that there's standards are respond to socially responsible our issue of our time. I would say that seeing the future streetscape around although I know you're not necessarily responsible for it, but I think seeing how the future streetscape respond or is on Trinity, and then that future street would be quite important. There is, I would then also add that I've seen on the facade, and this is something to just continue to look at in the next phase, I see that there's probably going to be some signage on the building in terms of, which is probably talks about security or anything like that. I think that looking at how the signage gets integrated in a seamless fashion with the facade, with the fence, is quite would be something that I would encourage you to continue to look at. And I agree with my colleague with the comments on the interior buildings. In a way, the perimeter wall is definitely what is the most crucial. But if there's a chance to peek in and see the interior of some of those pipes, of what the gut of the building is made up, it brings an interest with a little bit of lighting. And maybe it helps from a security perspective. Also, the fact that other people can see through. So I'll just keep those are my main comments.
Okay, thank you, Pat.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I think Betsy started off with exactly the right tone, that maybe it takes a bit of research to take a look at other projects with similar programs in the area. And then only to actually acknowledge that I do think the starting point of the kind of heritage brick walls of the district was a really good starting point, and that you should pursue it. The precast is obviously really problematic, but there is, just so you know, last comment, there is a way of using precast, so you might have the integrated structural solution possible still with an embedded real masonry facing to it. So that's actually a product that's being used quite commonly on a lot of multi-res buildings in the city, and it may not be perfect, but it is a much more affordable way to do the masonry and still stay with your kind of integrated structural wall panels. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pat.
Paul, can
yeah.
I just follow up Pat's comment?
Yeah.
Because what she just referred to there, the real brick facing on the precast panel, that's exactly what we saw from Quay across the street this morning. So it would be easy for Chris or Leon to pass those details on to our colleague from Enbridge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Betsy had a great
Paul,
suggestion.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna say, Paul, I apologize. I'm gonna jump in based on those two comments. There's a little mini thread now. As I was looking at the project and kind of thinking it through, George, I believe that Quay is actually proposing a ribbed precast that is not brick embedded, but is actually just the precast material.
No, they're doing both. Depends on which part of the building.
Both?
Yeah.
So that kind of spurred a thought that because aside from the green roof on the interior and some planting that everyone has talked about, or the potential, hopefully, for planting of a tree or something, it really is a wall and a gate, or a wall and a couple of gates and a door. And would it be possible to talk to Quay as a team, because they are doing the building across the street with this kind of red precast piece already, to kind of take a look at the design component for that wall? I know you've already have had someone look at it, but clearly it hasn't hit the right tone. And if they can just kind of do what they're doing kind of in a little complementary moment across the street, it might be a really good pairing that would see you sail through the next DRP presentation, honestly.
Okay, we still have two members to comment here, Jeff and Kevin.
Hey, I don't have a whole lot to add from the conversation. I like most people, I think, when we try to simulate materials and historical styles, we tend to fall into the uncanny valley unless we're really, really careful. And I think, if you want to take that route and blend it in, you have to get a heritage architect on board and really pay attention to details, because it's too close, and it either needs to be right on or much farther away. Maybe I'll just shift a little bit and say there's other aspects of performance and sort of design that, I would be looking at typically on a project like this as well, which is really, what's the materiality? I mean, we're basically talking about a lot of concrete. There's no active systems really per se in the building, but, you know, there are certainly lower impact and more environmentally friendly materials that we could be looking at, you know, both for the building, for the wall. There are, you know, different admixtures of you know, for concrete with lower carbon intensity. I mean, this could be an opportunity to showcase some other innovations as well, thinking about, you know, climate change and resilience. So, you know, I know it's standard product and we're taking you guys way outside the box of what you typically would do. And maybe that's good. And you know, maybe this kind of thinking is something we'd like to see more in utility projects across the province, because it's a bit of a shame that we've lost that tradition of designing, you know, and spending a lot of attention on designing excellent utility buildings in replacement of things that are largely seen as sort of thrown away, hidden away. And I wish we could get back to that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Kevin, do you have anything you want to add there?
Oh, darn. I mean, all the good comments are done. I mean, they're just all out there. So I have to reiterate, it definitely needs a green roof. I mean, I think you can do it. It is another elevation. I think Bridget said it. So, I mean, it's an opportunity to, you know, just imagine if you lived, like, imagine, you know, if you lived in these buildings and that's what you're looking at, I think you'd be like, oh, thank goodness. You know, there's just some softening or some urban wildlife or whatever that's in there. The chain link fence, I mean, it's not acceptable, I think, in this context. I mean, we've put all this effort into building some wall of some materiality. I couldn't agree more. It needs to be either a really cool, I've worked a lot with precast. You can do some amazing form liners. You can color the concrete. You can oil rub it. You can give it an amazing presence onto itself, so that it's not just sort of a, you know, a monolithic concrete thing. You're going to put that effort into it, and then there's going to be this sort of this very expedient security measure at the back. I think it needs to be a gate similar to the one that's on Trinity Street. So having said that, I think, you know, even if we put some strong material sensibility into this wall, either real brick embedded in precast, or real brick, or a really cool, you know, form-lined concrete panel, precast concrete panel. But that gate has this amazing opportunity to be like a perforated, powder-coated gate. You know, maybe at 5 foot level, there's actually, you know, an opening there, or bars or large openings where you can kind of look into that main building, which should be, you know, quite prismatic and simple. You imagine if you had, you know, that area up front just had some planters, 2x2 planters, and there's like a grid or a bosque of birches, and there's little lights embedded in the planters, so there's pools of light there, just so that there's, you know, when people are looking in there, there's just that kind of interesting urban space. It's not, you know, it's not to be occupied, but it just has the slightest level of elegance, so that this actually contributes to the city, because I'm a big fan of these types of elements when they are done correctly. They just have sort of a bit of a kind of an urban intrigue, and you're reinforcing the urban block. So there's a lot of potentials there. I also want to reinforce Jeff's comments that the concrete needs to be heavily offset with you know, a substantial amount of SCMs in the mix, so that, you know, the carbon footprint for, you know, all the stuff below grade is reduced. And yeah, there are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Kevin, and thanks to everyone. I want to start off, I'm going to provide a summary of the comments. I'm not going to repeat them all, because there are many that are pretty self-evident. But I want to start by just saying, again, I want to thank Enbridge for coming to the panel. And I think everyone on the panel sincerely means that. You know, you're opening yourselves up to commentary, for sure, that you've heard, but our sole objective is to help you and to view this as an opportunity and to make this a better facility, and frankly a benchmark piece of infrastructure that Enbridge would be very proud of as a showcase. So those are some general overview comments. I think one of the best places to start, and it's ironic because, as many people have said, this morning we spent at least a couple hours on reviewing the buildings that are going in on Block 3 right across the street, and Block 4 and Block 7, but most important, Block 3. And it is absolutely essential that Waterfront Toronto provides you with those drawings and what those buildings will look like, what the street frontage is going to look like, the materiality that is being proposed, the streetscape, the tree planting, all of that context is absolutely vital for Enbridge to see, because that's what your neighbor is going to be. And as many people have said, this is really important, not only from the pedestrian perspective, walking along the street and viewing this wall, but from people living above who will be looking down into this courtyard with the building on top. And the last thing I think they would appreciate seeing is, barbed wire next to their new residence, and a lack of landscaping and vegetation. So hence the green roof, I think you've heard it many times, is really, really simple, and it's really important. And so many buildings, including these on Block 3, are going to have green roofs and be accessible to the residents. So very, very strong points. Green roof for sure, context, great starting point. I think also you have to, you're well aware of this, but this is the original town of York. This is Toronto's most historic district. It is characterized for sure by red brick, no question. A lot of people are going to the distillery district. A lot more people will be living and working in this area. And you at Enbridge and your colleagues, again, need to see this as an opportunity to really establish something that will fit in not only now with what's there in the distillery district, but what's coming. And that this will be a really, really handsome addition to that neighborhood. There's also many precedents, and Betsy and others referred to it, of other infrastructure buildings that the panel has looked at over time, but also let's go back in time, and everybody's familiar with the Toronto Hydro buildings scattered throughout the city, both large and small, even small little substations. One sticks out in my mind just north of Queen Street and the beach, that it's actually in a house, inside a house, that is part of the streetscape of the neighborhood. And so the whole business of fit is really, really important here. You've heard everyone say no chain link fence, obviously no barbed wire. The wall preferably should be real brick. If not, explore different permutations and combinations that involve brick with various precast solutions. And again, as Betsy has indicated, take a look at exactly what your neighbor is doing on Block 3 and the other side of Trinity Street, for an example. There's an opportunity for art, especially perhaps in terms of the industrial heritage of this neighborhood, and gas production to be incorporated into the wall. Suggestions have been made about looking at the ability to plant trees in the corners of the lot. Again, not only for visual reasons from the street, but also, again, from the residents' perspective and looking down into this area. It basically, it's an opportunity to give back to the neighborhood and be a really positive precedent for public infrastructure. And it is all doable, as Peter has said, his experience with BC Hydro and many other infrastructure facilities that we have seen ourselves. You break the mold, and the end result, that it's a much better end solution, and people are very proud of it. Some other final comments about sensitivity to illumination and treatment obviously has to be thought of. Opportunity for signage. People might wonder walking by if there's no identity. What the hell is in there? What is this? So I think that has to be thought of. And finally, I think various panel members suggested the possibility of looking at openings in the wall, whether it's through glass, whether it's through openings itself or what have you, for just engagement and interaction with members of the public. So the curiosity is satisfied in terms of, oh my God, this is what's in there. This is what happens. This is where our gas is coming from, where it's distributed. I think all these are opportunities. So I think I've captured most of the comments. You've heard them yourself. And we really want to thank you again for coming to the panel, but please take our comments as positive in the context that we want to help you and work with you to achieve a great end product. So those are, I think, my comments and the comments of the panel. Because this is here for issues ID and schematic design, we do need to take a vote. And my suggestion, given the nature of the comments, is at this stage a vote of non-support with a proviso that we have offered a ton of positive encouragement and suggestions, and we look forward to it coming back to the panel.
Paul,
yes.
Could I suggest an alternative approach? Because there's so much consensus around our table, could we vote, and because we want the project to proceed and we think it's a good project in the right location, could we do conditional support with very specific conditions? So for example, conditional support provided you return with a real brick perimeter, provided there's no barbed wire, and you know, like I'm thinking about some specific. Is that an alternative?
Yeah. It's up to the panel. It's certainly an alternative. I'm happy with that. I just don't want to. I want to make it very clear of all those points I just tried to raise in my summary are the provisions.
About the conditions.
They're the conditions.
We can be hard-assed about
the wall design to me is more fundamental than.
Sorry, you need to speak up, Betsy.
Sure. For me, the wall design is going to take probably more work than conditional, but the green roof, for like the interior piece with some redesign of the green roof could be conditional, but I would have to still vote non-support on the wall.
Yeah, I think there's so many variables here that need further thinking. I just want to make it as clear as possible.
I withdraw my suggestion. You go
All right.
ahead.
Okay, I put that motion on the table. Anyone else is free to speak to it. If anyone has an alternative motion, Peter's withdrawn his, please indicate. Okay, can we assume then the vote is unanimous at this point for non-support?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And again, I emphasize all of the commentary I have provided and the panel has provided is there in a positive sense. And we look forward to working with you to help achieve a great end result, because I know it's possible. So at this point, we do give the applicant an opportunity to respond to what you've heard in terms of the commentary. So the floor is yours.
Once again, I really appreciate all the comments. I totally take them as constructive criticism, not as negativity. And it's very clear that you all care deeply about the area, which is totally understandable and anticipated. Enbridge will definitely take these back, look at it internally about practicability and feasibility, and look at if it is possible to get creative on some of these items. If I can ask for just a clear outline of minutes and any further definition you would like to provide following the meeting, we're definitely open to receiving that, especially any designs for those other developments that you suggested we refer to.
Yes, absolutely. That you can guarantee that will happen, and we'll provide extensive minutes. And also, I want to make sure, Chris, that Enbridge does see the drawings of Block 3 and the surrounding context that will be developed there. It's absolutely essential.
We will share whatever we are allowed to share. So
okay.
Sure.
All right, great. So this project is led by Metrolinx. It's a study, it's a planning study to assess options for improving connectivity across the rail berm, the Union Station rail corridor in the eastern waterfront. So between Yonge Street or Church Street and the Don River, and between Front Street and the lake. My mistake. It's a pedestrian and cycling connectivity study, as I said, by Metrolinx in consultation with the City of Toronto and Waterfront Toronto as stakeholders, as well as a community advisory committee. This was an outcome of the TPAP process on the USRCE East enhancements, so the rail bridge extensions that you've previously seen in a previous review. And this work is required for the GO expansion project. The timeline, the study started in October 2018, and it's anticipated to be completed by the fall of 2020. So we're in the later stages. This is the area that I described, and just for reference, the yellow boxes show the additional extensions of the rail corridor at Jarvis and Sherbourne, which are planned as early works and are separate from this study. And the boxes in blue were previously part of the scope, but have since been deferred to a potential construction in the future. So as of now, they are not part of the plans. Also, one thing to keep in mind, not shown on this map, but there are Hydro One utility bridges planned at Sherbourne, Parliament, and Cherry, as you saw in a previous review. I should mention this is a planning study, so as Paul mentioned at the beginning, it's not a design project right now. You will see some designs and renderings of what they could potentially look like, but they are for the purposes of evaluating options and understanding costs. So please keep that in mind. This is just a reminder of what these connections look like at the moment. So Jarvis Street underpass, Sherbourne Street, Parliament, and Cherry. And as you can see, there's a lot of room for improvement in terms of urban connectivity, particularly as this area develops in the future. Also, as you know, this area is very much in flux. There are a lot of adjacent projects going on. So this diagram is actually pulled from the Lakeshore Public Realm study that you would have seen earlier, all the scope in yellow. But it also shows the Portland Flood Protection Project to the south, the Metrolinx Wilson Yard, Ontario Line, all the developments along Lakeshore. So there's a lot of coordination required in this area and a lot to keep up to date on in reviewing these projects. The closest adjacency for the Union Station Rail Corridor is Lakeshore Boulevard and the public realm associated with it. So these two projects do need to be considered in close coordination so that we ultimately end up with a consistent public realm. So these are just some of the kind of suggestions for potential coordination that have informed this study. The portals and wing walls, special concrete paving, lighting, future proofing for public art at the underpasses, gateway signage, and a variety of treatments for the bin walls. These are just some questions that Waterfront Toronto and the city would like the panel to consider as you review this study for information. Given the context, site constraints, and the budgetary constraints, are the structural and non-structural improvements that you will see appropriate and effective in improving connectivity across the corridor? Is the proposed approach of extending the Lakeshore Public Realm identity to the north to include the underpasses an appropriate strategy for connectivity? Should this treatment be extended down to Queens Quay as well? Do you agree with the recommended connections, understanding the city's desire to bring additional design options forward as this moves forward in the future? And what is the best way for Metrolinx, the city, and Waterfront to advance this work? So with that, I will hand it over to Kevin Chan from Metrolinx, who will introduce the team and give you a little bit more information on the scope of the study.
Okay, thanks, Sonia. I'll be brief and then hand it over to Craig in a second. My name is Kevin Chan. I've been the project manager for Metrolinx on this study for the past 8 months or so. I just wanted to really re-articulate the point that, first off, actually just to say thanks for having us here and allowing us to sort of share this study for information. It's been a long 2 years of work, so we're happy to kind of show the process and where we've gotten to thus far. And then just to re-articulate Sonia's point, it is really a sort of planning study and feasibility. We don't have funds associated with any of these options yet, but the intention behind it is really to develop some options that could become part of future funding discussions in the years to come, subsequent to the early works bridge extensions that are currently underway. We really wanted to look at the short, medium, and long-term opportunities and sort of see what can fit in this really constrained environment, in order to sort of have some concepts that can be moved forward as part of those future discussions. I think right there, I'll just introduce Craig Lametti from Urban Strategies, who's going to be leading us through the presentation. And he's going to go into a bit more details around the scope and the context and some of the background. I think on the line, we also have Neil Lowen, also from Urban Strategies, as well as Graham McInnes from MBTW. So if there's, MBTW has also supported, especially around the landscape plans and renderings and some of those other aspects. So on that note, thanks a lot again for having us, and I will pass it over to Craig to walk you through where we are.
Thank you very much. And again, I just want to repeat Kevin's thanks for taking the time to see this. I appreciate it. It's the end of the day. I'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. I am going to give you a summary presentation, and given that this is a report, as Sonia said, that is going to carry forward a range of recommended options that are ultimately going to be go through their own engagement, selection, design process. I'm probably going to be focusing a little bit more on process than you're used to seeing presented, the process we went through to get to those recommendations. So I just kind of want to set that up from the front. Starting off with a little bit of background, obviously the context for this study, as Sonia mentioned, is really rooted in the GO expansion program. The intent is to deliver 15-minute all-day two-way rail service to core segments. And as a result of that, Union Station Rail Corridor East has got to be widened in a few locations. Originally, when we started this, there were several more locations identified, but those have been sort of deferred for the time being. And so it goes without saying, with all the changes that are taking place, there's a real desire to look at opportunities to improve connectivity across the corridor. And I think that was a real impetus for this. What we've been asked to do is put forward basically a recommendation report for options to improve north-south connectivity, recommendations that would really be contemplated for after the early works are completed, so beyond 2023. The purpose is to inform future work to be consulted on and developed in greater detail, to assist in those partnership discussions between the various agencies and interests. And it's important to note that the elements that are identified here are being protected for within the early works.
Craig, should you be advancing slides?
So obviously, you guys know this probably better than anyone else, but recommendations are being made within the context of significant planning and investment along this corridor. So we've got a whole range of new communities and developments coming forward, delivering lots of new residents and jobs. We've got a lot of major infrastructure work in play, and I won't address this because I think Sonia went over some of the key ones. There's obviously a planning context which is at play, and so things like existing and planned cycling networks, as well as city priorities that have been identified through the course of this project in terms of kind of key corridors going forward. And then the larger planning context for the downtown, which has really sort of viewed this area as part of something called the Shoreline Stitch, which is about connecting the two sides of the corridor. I would say it's the Gardner and Rail Corridor together to connect those communities to the lake. And within that framework, We know that some streets like Lower Jarvis and Parliament are operating at a sort of larger citywide scale in terms of their importance as it relates to supporting connectivity, but also the imageability of the city. So I'm not doing any of this justice, but I would like to say that a lot of the work up front was really about kind of taking all of these pieces in play and trying to get them mapped and captured in an accurate way so that we were working with the most up-to-date context and one which was evolving obviously throughout the course of the project. So now I'm going to dig into the sort of improvements for pedestrian and cycling that we looked at. And the process really began with us identifying a toolkit of potential improvements. These included a range of non-structural options, such as underpass improvements like lighting, public realm improvements leading to and from the underpasses or improved connections, but also a series of structural options. So we looked at new teamways, new tunnels, mid-block tunnels, and rail bridge reconstruction as the key structural options. Working with our technical advisory committee, which included representatives of the city, Waterfront Toronto, and Metrolinx, as well as a subgroup of the USRCE Community Advisory Committee, what we did was we developed an evaluation framework to assess each of these tools, if you will. And you can see here that framework focused on 5 key themes: connectivity, placemaking, safety, city building, and financial. And under each of those themes, there was a range of criteria. And we basically took each of those tools and assessed them in place against these criteria. And I'll describe that in a little bit more detail. The first step was really to understand the context of each of these corridors, the systems and destinations that could be connected. So this is an example from the Jarvis Street corridor, trying to sort of pull out key destinations, opportunities of things to connect, constraints, in this case, like the high levels of traffic or the on-ramps to the Gardner Expressway. Development, also very big constraint in a number of cases because it's coming up so close to these underpasses and corridors, it can be a real sort of constraining piece. So we did this for all of the corridors. We obviously stepped back and looked at all of these things together across this entire part of the city on both sides to get a bit of an understanding of those. What we then did was we went through an evaluation process of the structural improvements to understand the potential benefits of various improvements and the associated costs. We shared that to the Technical Advisory Committee and the CAC for comment, made refinements, and then through that, then identified a series of preferred structural options. So a couple things I want to note on this. We intentionally in the evaluation kept the benefits separate from the costs, but because we didn't want to sort of have the costs start to knock ideas off the table that actually could have delivered a lot of significant benefit there. We started the assessment looking at the structural options first and foremost, because we felt that, once you get the right structural options, they drive things like the streetscape improvements and public realm and lighting, etc. However, as with all of these things, it was never a real linear process. You had to understand the context of a structural improvement in terms of what you could actually do on either side of it. So you couldn't build a new teamway if you couldn't connect it with a new trail or a path or there was a building in the way. So it was, even though it sounds linear, it was actually very much an iterative back and forth process looking at these things. And so that's kind of how we went about it. I won't go through all the evaluation in detail, but I just want to provide a little bit of a snapshot of what one of these things, a roll-up of one of these things looks like for the Jarvis Street corridor. And you can see what we did was we took the toolkit in this across the top. We did the evaluation, and this is again a roll-up of that but really sort of identified in the first instance what were the benefits, and we created a total benefit, which we had in the second last column there. And then we did a high-level costing of these to understand where they came in. And from that, we were able to rise to the top those structural improvements that were felt to sort of deliver the greatest level of benefit at a relatively reasonable sort of cost perspective. I will say we got to talk about full early bridge reconstruction, because this is a really important issue that came up throughout the project. Because, you know, obviously people say, well, why don't you just reconstruct these bridges, these underpasses, if you're doing this work? Reconstruction was reconsidered as a long-term option along each of these corridors. However, what we heard from Metrolinx and WSP that was on our team was that these structures really had a lot of life left in them. They could be maintained indefinitely, at least 40 years, and perhaps potentially even more. And so that was an important factor. We did, however, continue to assess that against the other sorts of structural improvements. And I don't think it goes with a surprise that the reconstructed underpasses in almost every case delivered the greatest amount of benefit against the evaluation criteria. However, when we looked at each of the corridors, other structural improvements, so things such as a tunnel or teamway, which didn't require the full reconstruction, were actually able to deliver comparable levels of benefit at significantly reduced cost of constructability. So as an example, if a full bridge reconstruction is about 140 million high level, you know, a new teamway could be delivered for just around 40 or just over 40, or a tunnel for even half of that. So the reason why those other structural improvements were able to deliver almost as much benefit is the corridors, each of these corridors are constrained. So in some cases, you may be able to have developed a brand new underpass, but you'd instantly be running into an adjacent development, or you wouldn't have the ability north or south to connect to one side of that underpass. And so that came into play quite a bit in terms of the evaluation. So we ran through an evaluation along all of the corridors, and basically the outcome of that were a series of recommendations for new teamways, new tunnels, or improved underpasses. And you can see them here going across the screen. You know, new tunnel at Church, East Teamway at Jarvis. Sherburne was actually felt to actually be one of the ones where we didn't propose a big structural improvement, because you could actually make big strides at reasonable cost by just improving the public realm condition there. At Parliament, a couple of options were brought forward, including a West Teamway and a tunnel as an either or, and then a new tunnel at Trinity and an LRT tunnel at Cherry. And what these together did was really create this kind of ladder of north-south connectivity all the way along the rail corridor. And we understood that kind of ladder of connectivity to really work with and complement a series of existing and emerging east-west connections. So a study's underway on the Esplanade to look at how to turn that into more of a complete street, which could ultimately connect Union Station to East Harbor. We've got the Gardner public realm improvements, and then you know, improvements along Queens Quay and the waterfront, all of which sort of would complement those north-south connections, and each of which plays a very kind of different role. Some of them are more about movement, some of them are more about kind of the neighborhood connectivity. And then when you layer onto that an understanding of existing and emerging parks and open spaces and park improvements, as well as key destinations, those north-south improvements combined with the east-west started to kind of highlight a kind of opportunity to create a real neighborhood loop linking kind of key destinations. So as a pedestrian or cyclist, you'd be able to live here or work here and connect to all these destinations like the market, the community center, distillery, the waterfront on a dedicated pedestrian and cycling facilities in a much safer way. And so you layer all of these together, and this really kind of created that framework for improved pedestrian and cycling connectivity And we use this as a bit of a starting place to think about the public realm enhancements that might be combined with these structural enhancements. And so this helped to inform that thinking and the approach to those connections and improvements. So I'm going to go into testing structural improvements here. Obviously, if you do these things, but there's the reality of getting into it and actually seeing how these things work. So the next step was really to test the implementability of these highest scoring improvements. And so we worked really closely with the City of Toronto, I think, on this to test a range of considerations and how they might work. So this is an example of Parliament, and you can see we started to get into the details, the specifications, what was required to support cyclists, what would the impacts be on adjacent streets, sidewalks, roadways, etc., and start to figure those out. And so that was just two examples from Parliament, but we actually did quite a lot of these. And it's important to note that we didn't come to a perfect suite of improvements anywhere. Every alternative had its trade-offs in terms of ability to meet pedestrian and cycling standards, impacts on adjacent uses, or even just supporting intuitive wayfinding and usage for people. And so it's for this reason that along a couple of the corridors like Jarvis and Parliament, we actually identified a number of variants to carry forward as fallback options for future consideration. I'm going to move into the public realm, and I think Sonia said this right, which is we had to come up with some form of public realm strategy to cost these things out at a high level, but we didn't want to recreate the wheel here. And we know that a lot of good thinking has gone into Lakeshore Boulevard public realm improvements. And so the strategy we took for this exercise was really to draw from those planned improvements along Lakeshore Boulevard and extend them to the north side of the tracks to stitch the two sides of the corridor together. The one place where we didn't do this was along Cherry Street, where there is already a sort of strong character established by the brickworks north of the rail corridor. And our assumption is that outside of these sort of dashed areas, that we would be applying the sort of city standards for those. And that's how we designed that and sort of used it to cost out. We also wanted to include a number of other design elements to really sort of enhance that connectivity and make sure that that was factored into the costing. So we focused on three key elements: the integration of signature gateway signage to mark the connections and support wayfinding, integrated lighting and public art to really emphasize those pedestrian and cycling areas, reinforce a sense of movement, and create interest day and night. And then the application of textured concrete wing and retaining walls designed to provide interest, create connections between the underpass and openings. These are things that could actually stretch out on either side of the corridor, so help to make those connections. And I do want to say that balance each of those wing walls against heritage considerations, because we know some of the walls have that classic rectangular sort of pattern stamping on them. And so we appreciate that. But if that wasn't too much of an issue, this texturing could pick up on planned waterfront needs. As it relates to the bridge structures, we just proposed to maintain this flat structure. Sorry, I hope people can hear me. I'm noticing a bit of noise there. But, so I just want to say that these elements, these were recommended as part of the public realm improvements. It's an approach where we think the details could be worked out closer to the time of implementation. While we apply these consistently across the four corridors, we think that there would be opportunities to vary them based on the character of specific corridors. But, you know, again, we picked this palette because we thought that these elements had the greatest opportunity to enhance user experience, tie the two sides of the corridors together without overly designing these underpasses. So what we did was we took that palette of elements and derived from the spatial testing we created, or MBTW created a series of more specific streetscape plans for each of the corridors. And this really helped us with the high level costing. And so you can see here's an example of Jarvis applying that palette from Lakeshore, extending it north to the corridor to capture that there. And then in a number of cases, what we did was we created renderings of these proposed improvements to get an understanding of what they might feel like in situ. And so this is an example of Jarvis Street, one of the options there. Again, just showing the application of those elements, the Lakeshore Boulevard public realm, the integrated lighting, the textured concrete applied to the wing walls and the abutment, use of lighting to highlight those pedestrian and cycling areas, and the gateway signage. And you can see the associated costs were done based on all of that work. You know, none of these things are perfect, so we tested a number of options. In this case, you can see in order to get the cycling to work to a better standard, we had to split the cycle track, but that clearly creates a pinch point for pedestrians along this corridor here. So when we would test other options, and in this example, it's like a straight bi-directional cycle track through, you know, an option like this is great because it's a lot more intuitive for cyclists. It doesn't have the pinch point for pedestrians. Obviously, the building comes very close and we'd want to think about that. But, you know, this is an example where that cycle track actually didn't quite meet the city standards. There wasn't sufficient buffer. So all of these trade-offs we identified through the process and captured and helped to sort of highlight with these works. This is a rendering that was created for the Sherburne underpass. Again, this is the one where we didn't propose any major structural improvements. This was all about public enhanced lighting, enhanced the concrete walls there, the underpass sort of improvements, the gateway signage, etc. On Parliament, this is one where, as a fallback, we carried this notion of a new tunnel at the foot of Hahn Street, connecting south to Small. This is what that looked like. Obviously, we tried to make it as generous as possible in the costing and the design. So this is an 8.7 meter wide tunnel. You know, the testing, creating these renderings also helped to highlight a number of issues. In this case, we really didn't feel we came to a good solution as it related to integrating traffic through this, the back alleyway here. And so again, this is useful stuff that we're picking up and we're carrying forward in the recommendations report to highlight as real issues that would need to be addressed should this end up being an option, although this isn't one of the ones that we are recommending. And then this is also Parliament, again, looking at the ability to, you know, what a new teamway might look like and how that kind of functions. I like this one because you can start to see how that teamway could really start to open up views south into the waterfront area there. But, you know, it also highlights some of the challenges with the existing road and laneway access that exists. So that's just some of the examples. I hate to end on a table, but unfortunately I am. So as an outcome of this exercise, we identified a series of structural and non-structural improvements along each of the corridors to be carried forward for future partnership and funding discussions. While we would have loved to have a single preferred option for each corridor, the reality was that there was no perfect solution. And so along Jarvis and Parliament Street, I think you can see here, well, we're identifying a preferred solution, which you see there with the bolded recommended in terms of the structural improvements. We're also carrying forward a series of fallback options, if you will, that should be considered further in more detailed study. And then so you can see the final recommendations on the right here, a new East Pedestrian Teamway on Jarvis with straight cycle track through. That was the second rendering we showed you there. Protecting for the future Church Cooper Tunnel. Sherburne focusing more on public realm and lighting enhancements. Parliament focusing on a west, focusing in the first instance on seeing if we can actually lose two of the outer lanes on Parliament to introduce cycle tracks. So it's similar to what you see on Sherburne, but as a fallback, a west teamway option. And then on Cherry Street, the construction of a Trinity walk-bike tunnel, which is something you know, that has been considered previously, and then construction of the planned Cherry LRT tunnel with public realm improvements along Cherry Street. Just to wrap it up in terms of next steps, we're looking to compile all the feedback, including anything we hear from you today. We're going to put that into a draft final recommendations report that we'll present to the Technical Advisory Committee and finalize. And so I just want to conclude with, I think the value of this sort of exercise is there's a desire for that connectivity, but in the absence of being able to reconstruct in the shorter term, the question becomes, well, what type of improvements might we consider? And so while there's clearly more work that needs to be done, this report will really benefit that future work by presenting the evaluation of these options, the lessons learned through the testing, and the comments that we've received, so that in the future, the city or other agencies will have an understanding of the high-level costing of these things and have a good starting point for that discussion. And so again, I thank you for your time. I appreciate it's the end of the day here, and we just hit 5. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much, Craig. Okay, again, I remind everybody it's here for information, but Craig's looking for feedback and initial comments. So we'll start with questions. Let me get my list. We'll just run down the list. I'll start with Kevin this time at the bottom and work our way up. Any questions, Kevin?
No, thank you for the presentation.
Okay, Jeff?
Hi. No, I don't have any questions either.
Okay, Pat?
No questions.
All right, Eric? Oh, no Eric. He's conflicted. And Nina Marie's out, so Fatty.
Hi, I have a quick question for maybe Sonia or the Waterfront team. Is there any coordination between this project and the West 8 Lakeshore East public realm project? I recall that there was some kind of design for a path that is going on the south side of the embankment of the rail corridor, and a kind of a bike path that was presented to the design review panel a few months ago. I'm just wondering if there's any cross-lap or coordination between these two projects.
Yes, definitely. There has been coordination in the past and on an ongoing basis. I'm on the stakeholder committee for this project as well, so I've been trying to provide materials and drawings to the team, to Craig's team all along. Because of the timelines and that it's all future work, it's been a little bit difficult to maybe coordinate on a detailed level. But as you've seen, the public realm identity from that project has been inherited to this study and applied, extended north, in an effort to provide that kind of continuity and public realm coordination.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Bridget.
I had a follow-up question to that. One of the renderings that was shown was of an intersection on the north side of Lakeshore. It had kind of pedestrian crossings. It was actually a perspective view or like an aerial view. And maybe if we could find that one, because in a way, the question I had was whether, again, the coordination between West 8 and this team, because it appeared to be an area, and it was more of an aerial view. I think it's a little bit further along, where it was unclear to me the roles and responsibilities, like where one ended and the other scope of work started.
That's a good question.
No, it's a very good question. It generally, the extent of the Lakeshore public realm is the right of way. And
what do you mean by the right of? Can you just tell me what? I don't know exactly. Can you show me on a plan or something where I can understand what you mean by the right of way?
It's a little bit difficult because at intersections that is not in line with the linear components between north-south streets. So generally, well, I can't, I'll have to request control so you can see my mouse. Can you see my cursor?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So around there would be the line, and I may be a little bit off, but there's, you know, a Metrolinx driveway here into the Union Station rail corridor and here. So somewhere between that and the south. And so the whole idea is to blur that line and extend the concrete treatment north under the rail corridor at the underpass so that it's perceived as one continuous public realm.
So in the image on the right that we're looking at, that's on the screen, the paving that we see on the west and east side of the Jarvis Lakeshore intersection, is that work that's being done by West 8 or
Yes.
not?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. It is up to the right-of-way line, so somewhere.
I see.
Here.
And then at some point, there's a shift of responsibility and ownership, and then it then reverts over to Metrolinx. Is that what happens?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, I would say
there's a division of responsibilities between Metrolinx and the city as well. But so, yeah, the extent of the Lakeshore Public Realm project is about here, and anything north of there would need to be accounted for by future projects.
And so that's why this study is being done to kind of quantify or look at options for the properties that are under the responsibility and ownership of Metrolinx.
So if I could just clarify a little bit here,
okay.
This project would help to inform future discussions around the types of partnerships that might take place to deliver these improvements further north to the other side of the corridor. So what we did was we used the lake, as Sonia said, we used the Lakeshore Public Realm treatment, extended it forward really for a costing perspective. And on top of that, we overlaid the pedestrian and cycling improvements. But those future partnerships and who would take ownership or deliver those would need to be determined at a later date.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for the clarification. Really helpful.
Okay, let's move to Peter. Any questions, Peter? Maybe he's gone.
Peter's not here. So.
Peter's not here. Okay.
I think he said he had to leave.
All right, George.
He said it was really cool, but he had to go.
All right, George.
I mean, I only have one. I mean, I think it's interesting and I think it's thoughtful, and I kind of like I like the implication that a lot of benefit can be gained by less than the most expensive option. That's always good news. But even less expensive probably doesn't mean cheap in these matters. And so I know this is hard to answer, but my question is just because I'm unfamiliar with the kind of political status of this work. What is the kind of what are the odds of implementation of any or all of this down the road? I mean, do we have a sense that there's a political appetite to take something like this on? I mean, obviously you need to do the work to find out whether there is or not, but I wouldn't, if somebody would dare to venture a prediction, it would sort of enlighten me.
Great question. Greg,
I don't really know that I know the answer to that, George. I mean, I think there's been a lot of discussion back and forth between Metrolinx and the city and trying to figure out, you know, whose responsibility these things ultimately are, and you know, what's Metrolinx's obligations vis-a-vis the work they're doing and its impact on the street. So there's no clear answer, but I think what we wanted out of this was at least a clear plan so that when the other things get sorted out, we know what it is we want to do.
Okay. Okay, George?
Well, yeah, and of course, you know, better even than what Chris said is that just the sheer fact that it's been done could enhance the appetite for it to actually happen.
That's right. Okay, Betsy, any questions?
Yes. What is the relationship of this project to the previous project that we saw delivered by Metrolinx with this historic rails and all of that? We saw it like maybe 3 or 4 months ago.
Hmm.
You mean the
Well,
balustrade?
I can answer that. The balustrades, by the way, are long gone. They, unfortunately, they got into that presentation. It took about 2 hours to kind of make the change. These are all part and parcel. Like, there is a whole series of projects, some which will come before the Waterfront Design Review Panel, some will come before a joint City of Toronto and Metrolinx Design Review Panel, but projects that are kind of following this, running along the USRCE up into Riverdale, across the Don. So this one is a part of the transit project assessment process, what we call the environmental project report, which is our commitments. This was a commitment within that EPR, as was, so the parts of the other project, and also all the noise and vibration mitigation work we're doing to the co-ops on the north side. So they're all everything you've seen from this project and the last one, they're all part of one project.
Okay.
And then
And
there
my
are.
follow-up.
Yep.
Okay, so my follow-up is like in some of the areas where we're looking at, say, the Villiers Island streetscape around the new park down there. There's, teams that present really beautiful separated bike lanes and lots of planting and whatnot. And then when it comes to the design of the street itself, it always kind of refers back to, oh, this is what the Toronto standard is. We can't make it any narrower. We can't do this. We can't do that. Is this kind of study moving forward with those same assumptions? Like you're trying to get the highest level public realm pieces. So for example, the slide that you have up right now isn't necessarily showing the separated, but if you could separate it, you would. But then does this at all have to do with the street design in terms of making them easier to cross, slowing down the flow of traffic so people aren't as inclined to speed through these streets where we're anticipating a lot of pedestrian and cycling activity?
Craig?
Yeah, so we did work really closely with the city on these, and these, as much as possible, tried to meet city standard. And part of the challenge you get on a corridor like this is if you apply the standards, sometimes you don't get anything. And so, that's certainly a real challenge across all of these. But as best possible, we tried to meet the city standard. And the reason why we're carrying forward a number of options in these cases is because in a couple instances, we just aren't able to make them.
Okay, Betsy?
Yeah, that's fine for now. I have mostly comments.
Okay, let's move to comments, and I'll just go from the bottom up. We have a lot fewer people left now. So, Kevin, you want to start? Any comments?
Yeah, I'm actually quite taken with this sort of as George mentions that an examination of a range of ways of improving this infrastructure. Mostly though, I've been learning a lot here, so I don't have too much more to say, but I do appreciate the presentation very much. Thank you.
Okay, Jeff?
I'd have similar comments. I think, I feel like I need to spend a little bit more time with this, but obviously incredibly useful in terms of informing a lot of our our future discussions as we look at continued development of Lakeshore and other projects. But really interesting evaluation and yeah, good work.
Okay, all right, Pat.
Yeah, I guess I should have asked a question. I mean, the reason that we're extending either to the north or to the south on these tunnels is a result of Metrolinx wanting to add train tracks. Am I correct?
Right.
Yeah. So this is a kind of kind of done in the most economical way possible and then kind of fix up the public realm. That's kind of how it feels to me. I mean, obviously to sort of take the whole thing out and widen it and really address the kind of big issues in the city, which is, you know, generous, great walking from north to south connecting to the waterfront is not on. I mean, I guess it's just too many millions of dollars. I mean, even with these improvements, I mean, which, you know, it's admirable to have kind of done the study and do the improvements. These are not nice places in the city. I actually always kind of walk through them and think, how could this be good? And I'm not actually sure. I mean, some additional lighting, some cleaning it up, whiter reflective materials, I guess, but it is still just a kind of Metrolinx adding these extra lanes and then kind of designing a little bit of public realm to go with it. And it kind of looks like that to me. It looks sort of, the lighting looks decorative, not fundamentally integrated into kind of a structural idea. The precast patterning on it is again sort of superfluous and, you know, a kind of add-on decorative motif. And, you know, even the paving pattern is something, I don't know where it comes from. So, I mean, I know that these are just placeholder designs, but it indicates to me a kind of, like a lack of a kind of real sort of infrastructural attitude to improving the city. And I know what I'm saying is not practical because it's too expensive, but still kind of slightly disappointing.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Let's see, who's left here? Fatty.
Thank you so much for the very clear presentation. I also agree. I think the north-south connections are super, super important and very critical. And these spaces could be both very blighted and difficult to navigate, but at the same time have really beautiful potential infrastructural potentials. And I would echo Pat's comment in the sense that maybe the lighting, the art, the motifs, and all these other elements are actually accentuating the underbelly infrastructure of these crossings versus a kind of decorative overlay that doesn't necessarily really relate at all to the structure. So perhaps another pass at where those lighting motifs go, or where the patterns might somehow or another accentuate some of the structural or infrastructural elements of these rail systems. I think that would be that would add to the kind of identity to it instead of taking it away. And my other comment is it would really be great to see this project next time with the Westgate Lakeshore proposal and realignment of the Gardner crossings. Lakeshore under the Gardner crossings. I think the success of this experience and passageway, seeing that from that last view that you were showing, seeing that kind of view corridor up and down one of those streets and really understanding the relationship of the signage, the art, and the kind of identity of that thoroughfare as one integrated project. Yeah, exactly. The kind of idea that these two elements, first the rail corridor, and then followed by that, the experience under the Gardner as one kind of unified experience with multiple dimensions to it, whether it's through the art, lighting, signage, and other paving patterns, that there's a kind of thought out integration where the two projects are not seen as separate, but as one continuous experience.
Okay,
But thank you so
much. Bridget.
Yeah, I think that Fadi makes some really great points. I would say that for me, the north-south connectivity between the city and waterfront is, you know, these underpasses are actually one of the most biggest impediments. They're an obstacle, they're a barrier, they're not really friendly, nice spaces. And that what we don't want to be doing, to Pat's point, is to be tarting up what is already a mean condition. I actually think that given the stage this is at, there actually needs to be a budget for to ensure that that there's a kind of design component to making sure that there's continuity between Lakeshore in the east-west direction and these underpasses in the north-south direction. And I don't think they should be seen as two separate projects. They have to, there may be so what I'm understanding more clearly now from my question is that there are very separate jurisdictional issues, but for the average citizen of Toronto, you should not notice that you're leaving a Metrolinx area and you're entering a Waterfront Toronto area, and you were in a City of Toronto, public realm area. The continuity is really important, so that you actually, and I would say that from the work that we've seen on this design review committee, what's happening along the lakeshore in the east-west direction and the challenging conditions under the Gardiner Expressway are actually being addressed in really creative ways, where they're integrating color, lighting, signage all together comprehensively. And even though they can be broken down into elements, they're actually adding up to a spatial experience. I would say that the same thing needs to happen with these underpasses, that there are limitations, but I feel like the kind of issue of if you just break it down to the wall, the lighting, and the barriers, you're going to end up with them reading as separate elements, whereas I feel that there needs to be a much more integrated and creative approach, given all the constraints and the restrictions that are there. So I would really recommend that we actually look at ways that the team doing the east-west work on the lakeshore can actually become part of shaping these north-south corridors, because that's the only way that you're going to get a kind of cohesive, spatial, urban experience, both for the pedestrians and for the cyclists, at the most critical point where we need the most connectivity possible. So it's just, these are critical locations for all the great work that's been done with the Waterfront Promenade and Queens Quay. If people don't actually want to walk there, it's a big problem.
Yeah. Okay, thanks very much. George.
Well, I have kind of mixed reactions, mostly about my fellow panelists' comments. I mean, the presenters explained at the beginning that none of this has been designed. This is not a design exercise. It's a feasibility and costing exercise, yeah. And the extent that there's any kind of proto design work having been done, it was only for the purposes of trying to get to some budgetary numbers. So that makes me think that a fair amount of the design criticism that's been made by my colleagues is kind of misplaced, because the design hasn't actually happened yet. And obviously I can't disagree that the design work being done by talented people is a good idea. I'm not arguing against that. But I also, in my initial question, I actually said that I was struck by the fact that you could make such a big difference by not trying to commit to rebuilding from scratch. And I thought I found the argument that even if you were to rebuild the underpasses completely, which would cost a fortune, the minute you get to the north side, you run into buildings which are in the way anyway. So I actually, obviously, kind of design input has still to come, and it will certainly make a big difference, and it should certainly be coordinated with the areas to the south where design work has already happened, which is something that hasn't happened here yet. But I actually, so I'm not so critical of the current state of this as some of my colleagues are, largely because I think it's work which precedes what they're looking for.
Okay, thanks, George. Okay, Betsy, last word.
Great. So with that, with George's caveat, I will refrain from design criticism, because if he is right, and I'm kind of hoping that he is, then the integration of this with what West 8 is doing on going the other direction would be fantastic. I really appreciate this presentation. only just even to see it sort of cleaned up with great signage and lighting, I'm like, oh, that's already so much better. So I love that even with the non-design, just costing version, it is such a huge improvement already. And this not to say that all that other design and coordination shouldn't happen, because it absolutely fundamentally needs to. I would kind of circle back to if it's going to be put forward for costing, really kind of try to get the best kind of pedestrian and bike lane infrastructure that you can at the scale of the entire project of the train tracks being installed, the thing being lengthened. I mean, there's so much money going into that above portion that what we don't want to see is just a couple of stripes of paint on the ground to define the cycling area. Even though it is better than what we have right now, it isn't enough. And there's so, I live on the Danforth, and I'm just so excited to see those separated bike lanes start to go in. It's going to radically improve connectivity between east and west. It's going to improve the neighborhood. And having separated pieces that are really beautifully put together, and you know, and spending the money there is really important. So relative to where this budget piece falls, considering the overall giant cost of this entire project, you know, I would really advocate for the best the best, highest level standards for both cycling and pedestrian that you can in this project, even if the widths aren't quite what the city needs to see. You know, like dividing that lane, splitting around the barrier is not a great idea. So a really great separated lane that's slightly narrower than what you want to see is still better than that split lane with just lines painted on the ground. So I think there's some design qualifications kind of built in here, but I would just I like where this is going, and I look forward to seeing it come forward in the future.
Great, thanks very much, Betsy. Okay, I'm going to summarize the comments, and again, it's here for information. And I think it's fair to say, Craig, that we all appreciated this framework being brought forward, because once the corridor is widened for the 15-minute GO train service, these underpasses are going to be longer and worse. And it is more critical than ever to overcome this north-south linkage condition. I think most people have said that they appreciate the framework and the clarification of options, because it's something you can follow along with a degree of logic. And as George said, it's a feasibility study. It's not a design yet, but hopefully it will lead to one. I think I was also impressed with the fact that even though it's not wonderful, there are positive benefits that could be achieved with fairly minimal cost. And it's certainly terrible today. So this is a step in the right direction. Many suggestions made about improvements when needed in terms of the lighting strategy, the motif pattern in the concrete, art, colors, signage, et cetera, all valid and all need to be factored in to the future design. But I guess the most important comment that I heard from everybody, and I totally agree, it is essential to see this work with the West 8 plan, so we can all understand how the pieces fit together and how this can be read and felt and experienced as one integrated project. I think it was Bridget that said, you know, the public doesn't care or know that this belongs to Metrolinx and this belongs to the city, et cetera, et cetera. It should feel like it's been all thought out. It's beautiful. It works. It's powerful. And in order to get to that point, a budget does need to be established to ensure there's continuity with the Lakeshore East-West concept and these north-south connections into an overall seamless experience. So I think it's all good work. It's certainly valuable. It will lead to the development of a design that has to achieve the best possible cycling and pedestrian condition that we can deliver under the circumstances. So I hope that captures most of the comments, and I think we appreciate the work that's been done, and make the big pitch for the integration when all this comes back. So thank you very much, Craig. We'll give you, we're not taking a vote on this, just here for information. Do you have any comments that you want to make, Craig, as to what you've heard?
No, I just want to thank everyone. I agree. I think George characterized this correctly, but I'm really the way we had hoped to sort of put forward the recommendations in the report was that this indeed pick up on the lakeshore improvements and then it be treated as a seamless sort of experience to that. So I'm really glad that there's agreement around that, and we will certainly carry that recommendation forward in terms of the way we characterize, hopefully, how things come forward in the future. So appreciate that. Integration. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you very much, everyone. That's the last item on the agenda. Officially adjourn the public session. It's just after 5:30.